And we are live. We are here and we are ready. I think I jammed my space bar on my keyboard. Howdy. How are you guys? Can you see the comments on your side?
Mm-mm.
You can't. They have like a little
It says you're in the show. Everyone can see you and hear you.
sidebar where you can see like the comments. I can see. Today I can see. I can see.
No, I can't, but it's fine.
Okay. How y'all doing? Come on. Michael Marnie Rose says, Giselle, you're absolutely stunning. Y'all come on and join the people. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Giselle Russell, yes. The people are going up for the Giselle Russell.
Okay.
We love you too, Daryl. Stephen Dwayne said what's up, rulers? Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Steven.
Maybe if you turn your phone to the side, no, never mind, because then it's going to mess you up.
It's going this way, so should I have to turn it vertical?
I don't know. I just want you to be able to see the comments. They say Giselle is done. No. Okay. Well, let it go and let it roll. Would the rulers like to be booked at Bold and Beautiful in August? If you send us the information, we will send you our fee, and then we can talk about it.
Not fee.
We don't turn down bookings, but yeah, there's a fee associated with having us. I'm mad that you can't see these comments because everybody just saying how beautiful you are, and
Really, I can't see them, but thank you so much.
yeah, just so beautiful. So what we gonna talk about today? Y'all send us some topics to talk about because today is a free day. We just decided to come here and talk to you guys and just see what y'all are doing and see how y'all feeling. I'm going to be the comment mediator today because my beautiful queen isn't able to see the comments today for some reason. She can't see them, so I'm going to be the comment mediator. Um, Corey Thorne said you're very beautiful.
Oh, thank you,
Who's
Corey.
very beautiful? Sisters and the sisters, okay, because we are sisters. 6,000 each and 4-star dinner. Daryl Kid, listen, if they giving us 6,000, we on the way.
No, if they giving us 6,000, we late.
Listen, we falling out the ceiling like Tandy Iman.
Hmm.
It's Tandy Iman Dupree. We are falling down. We are falling out of the ceiling, baby.
What are you drinking?
I am drinking. So let me tell y'all, before we start this, y'all get y'all cocktails so y'all can have a cocktail with us. She's gonna get her cocktail. So I am drinking vodka. Yeah, I'm drinking this, and y'all gonna take a shot with me. So everybody be prepared to take a shot with me because we're gonna take a shot. Hey, Malay, what's up, Cam? Miss North America, what's up? Yes, my queen for the cranberry juice. Wow, that's what that is. Grape juice,
Fruit punch.
fruit punch. Y'all have y'all cocktails? Okay, have y'all cocktails out because that's what we doing today. We having cocktails and we're having a conversation. Cocktails and conversations from Mr. and Miss Black Universe. What's up, Dylan? So let me tell y'all a little bit about the day that I had today. So my dog Paige decided that she was going to fight a big dog today, So this man was walking his dog, his Rottweiler, and she decided that she was gonna run up on him, and so me and this man almost had a fight because his dog was trying to attack my baby, and don't do that to her because she grown and she can do what she want, even though she should have been on a leash. But Paige don't walk on leashes, so it's his fault because his dog shouldn't be trying to be aggressive.
No, no, you just said she should have been on a leash.
His dog shouldn't have been trying to be aggressive,
Mm.
and we stand by that. I'm one of those parents that my child not wrong until they get in the house. Like,
Okay, I can see that.
yeah, my child not wrong until she get in the house. And so, girl, I know you're not on this live to boy, Katravion.
What did he say?
He said, "Girl, I know you're not on this live to defend your status." No, baby, we're not defending a thing. We said what we said. It it is what it is. We don't here to have fun. Just me and her. We just want to have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Paris friends say, "Hey, rules. Remember, don't be aggressive."
Please, clearly.
Clearly, don't be aggressive. You, I need you to find a way to see the comments.
I
Huh?
I can see them, but I can't see the chat if I see the comments. Okay.
You can see them now. Oh, we cooking with grease. Y'all telling me about the aggressive baby. Giselle was the status that originated the aggressive status.
What happened?
There's Kamari said Giselle don't be aggressive. Giselle is the originator of the aggressive status because I didn't say nothing about nobody being aggressive. I said something about people being disrespectful. Disrespectful is different because I am due respect in all situations.
Absolutely.
No matter what you think about me, baby, we are due respect. Hey, Sophia, love you so much. Sophia, bring us on your radio show. We like to chit chat and we like to talk. We want to chit chat and talk to the people on the radio land to let them know that we here for the people. Joelle, how you doing, Joelle Jones?
So you are you gonna like are you gonna elaborate further about your status today, or you just want to talk about something else?
Okay, we can talk about the status. Okay, so my status came from a place of peace. It came from a place of understanding. Um, like like when you let something go on for too long, it becomes like the matter of which where people feel like that door is open for them and that they can like step in and then step on your toes when it comes to certain things. And at this point, I just feel like after I've ignored something and after I've mentioned that, hey, this isn't for me, when it's something that's continued, it becomes disrespectful, especially when it comes to a point where you have people saying disrespectful stuff in reference to your body or what they would like to do to your body. And you need to you need to respect people for who they are and respect a person's boundaries. And if that's something that I'm not into, then you shouldn't force that on me or tell me that that's what I need to be doing because that's what you feel like I should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just where I feel about that. Like, yeah, like don't force it on me. Like, let me be me, let me do my thing.
Well,
But
do you think it's a forcing? Okay, so I'm gonna be able because I think I'm trans, but I'm gonna try to give it like play devil's advocate. Do you think I don't want to say it's like a forcing? It's maybe just maybe an attraction. So
okay,
in
I,
order
I
to know,
I understand that. Like,
right?
okay, so for me, like I feel like it's okay to be attracted to someone or something,
Mm-hmm.
but if it's not reciprocated, then your attraction should stay at an attraction. It shouldn't be a button pushed. Because if I'm saying that, hey, it's okay to be attracted to me, like for example, I'm attracted to people, but that don't mean they're attracted to me. I have met boys that have told me like, you are beautiful. You are one of the most beautiful boys I met, but you're too pretty for me. Or a boy has told me in my past was that, oh, you too wide, like your body's too feminine for me. I like boys with a more masculine appeal. And I didn't take that offensively because to me, in my mind, somebody gonna want it.
Right.
Somebody likes it. And in my experiences, I have met people that have liked what I present. But there are also people who don't like that. And I'm not gonna force that on them and say, hey, well, you need to like me. No. Because you forcing it on me and you saying, okay, you need to like me. Then when it comes down to it, it's gonna be like, okay, well, so what you buying me? My rent due, my phone bill due. I have a Benz sitting outside, the insurance sky high. So that's what it's gonna turn into. So if it doesn't bring me something outside of that, then we ain't got nothing to talk about. And I'm not that kind of guy to say, okay, well, you need to pay me, or I don't like you like that. But no, I'm just going to keep it where it's at. I like boys. I like boys that smell like YSL. That's I like boys that smell like Versace, or like the lady say Versace. So however you say it, like that. Like, okay, perfect example. I don't like boys with dirty nails. So if a boy walks up to me with a dirty nails, if I see dirty nails, the first thing I'm gonna be like is gonna be an unattractive thing to me. Dirty shoes. I'm not a fan of dirty shoes.
Okay, so I mean, we all have preferences. We all have our likes and our dislikes. I think the issue when it comes to trans, I think it's like there's a nuance that's missing. So I think for us girls, if we find you guys attractive, we flirt just like any normal straight gay person. But the line is blurred because you don't in that moment when we're initially first, you don't in that moment say, oh, hey, this is not my thing. You will allow it to go on until a certain point to where you're fed up. So therefore, it kind of sends a mixed signal to the girl, thinking that, oh, maybe he does like me, or maybe this is what it could be. And then you get to the boiling point where you say, no, leave me alone, I'm good. So I think if you're not attracted to the girl, when you first spot it, you should say, hey, I'm gonna stop it here. This is not my thing. Don't allow it to kind of go on until you've had enough.
Okay, I agree with that, but I feel like if a person ignore you, that's a clear sign of, baby, listen, I don't want to be bothered. If you sent me 45 different messages and I ain't never replied to one, that should be a clear sign to say, hey, this boy don't like me like that, because he ain't replying to me.
But some people like to conquer things. Some people like to,
I ain't to be conquered. I'm 31 years old. You can't conquer me. I am a conqueror.
Right. Okay.
Like,
I feel like we as girls, we get a bad rap for flirting with guys, and it makes us seem like we're desperate or we're aggressive, and that's just not the case. I think you guys play a part in it, in allowing it to go on to a certain point. Right? Or am I wrong?
You wrong. I'm going with wrong. I'm going with wrong, baby.
Okay. See, I can't see the comments, but I'm sure somebody's on my side.
Baby, hey, hold on. Let me go back. Somebody said tie. They said period. I don't know if they're talking to me or you, but hey, JJ. Gisele, Barbie in the comments. Hey, Barbie.
You want to join Barbie?
Barbie on your side.
Gisele, we're gonna ask you. We're gonna bring you in a moment.
Gisele said she getting ready for a show. Hey, Big Mama.
Oh, well, never mind. So,
yeah. Y'all say hey to my friend JJ. His name's Cleveland Bonet. Y'all say hey to Cleveland Bonet.
Hi, JJ.
The people can say it. You gotta say it louder for the people.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Okay, now bye. But I feel like it's it's to be. If a person isn't if a person isn't reciprocating something to you, then how long is it for a person to be like, okay, well, that's like if we was talking and you keep buying me stuff, but I ain't buying nothing to you. After a while, you're gonna be like, oh, what, girl? So you ain't buying me nothing? Oh, so I done bought you this, that, and this, and this, and this, and you don't got nothing for me?
Okay, well,
Or
let me pose this question to you.
okay, I got some questions for you. So come on, because we're gonna talk.
So, what is it that the gay guys want us to do? So, the question is, are we only good for the stage and for the ballrooms, or for when you need something? What is that we want us to do? Because it's an issue if we date straight guys, because then you're saying that straight guy is gay. If we date gay, if we are attracted to gay guys, then it's like, well, y'all are crazy because we like men. So it's like, where do we fit in the equation?
Okay, so let me go back to something. I personally don't think that if a straight man likes transgender women that he's gay, because for me, in my mind, the women that represent themselves like women are women. Mm-hmm. My best friend, we've been friends longer than we haven't been friends. Y'all all know Serenity. In my mind, Serenity is a woman.
Right.
She looks like a woman. She carries herself like a woman. So if she talks to a straight man who just perhaps to like her, he's not a gay man. I don't believe that. Hold on, I need to close this so I can stop making this noise. I wouldn't believe that he is a gay man. I would just believe that he is a man that is attracted to women with pussy sticks, is what I call it. So it is what you like. Mm-hmm. But for a butch queen like myself, I believe that a butch queen gonna let you know if he like you or not. If that butch queen is, I believe that it's on you as a transgender woman. If you are interested in this butch queen, you should know if he like you or not. If he only call you when he needs something, then 9 times out of 10 he ain't into you. But if y'all sit on the phone all day, y'all talk, he telling you that he want to be with you, he want to do this, he want to do that, then that's great.
Well, that's not true. That's not true, because there are several instances
over it.
there are several instances when a guy will sit on the phone with you and tell you he wants to be with you, tell you this, but in public tell his friends, "Oh, we're just friends. That's just my homegirl." So we're not gonna go with that one. No.
But see, and I understand that, but we're all not the same.
No, I'm agreeing. You're right. Everyone has a preference, but I guess my question is, where do we fit? Because it's like that guys lead us on, guys do this. It's like, so we don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I completely do.
And then even in your status, you said you just be nice or you just be friendly. That can leave a misinterpretation. Well, this,
I don't think that's true though, because if I'm calling you sis and we
what you call somebody sis,
friends,
if you're
calling we hanging out and and every time we talk I'm like, sis, what's tea, sis?
Hey, now sis. If you're saying sis,
like,
that's
girl,
different.
I ain't calling you babe, baby, honey, sugar, sweetheart, darling, booty, fat, lover, none of that. I'm calling you sis. If I'm calling you sis, then baby, you are my sister. We are sisters.
Well, now I know some brothers that do it. I know some of these gay boys call each other brothers, father and son that do it. So we're not gonna buy it.
You're going too far into it.
I mean, I think the issue is that y'all just don't. Now I will say y'all because there are some guys who are open to it, which is beautiful. I commend those guys who do that. But I think ultimately y'all just want us to be like when the show, or y'all want us to disappear from the club.
I don't think that's true, because
that's very true.
If I genuinely wanted to be with a trans woman, I would front her out. Like, girl, this is what it is. Because don't nobody eat make me. So if I really wanted to be with a girl like that, I would flaunt her out, because you're not gonna make me feel no type of way. Now for other boys, I can't speak for other butch queens, but me. Wait, hold on. We got a long paragraph. Hold on. Trey the baby said, Giselle Russell, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I've been hit on that's supposed to be by trans several times in the past, but I've never gave them the honest truth up front because of me not liking to hurt anyone's feelings. So I gave them mixed signals, which led them to think they had a chance with me because of me entertaining the conversation and flirtatious comments. I had to learn to be upfront from jump and let them know that I am not interested in them on that level. We have to realize that everyone has a preference that hold on, he got more. Can y'all see that? There we
I
go.
see it.
Oh, look, there we go. That's how I could. Oh, look. We learned something
But
new. Yes, sir. We learned something
what?
new.
How can you move it?
All right.
Okay, I see it. Perfect.
We learned something. Welcome to work. We learned something new. Welcome to work. But Trey, I completely agree with you because for me, like I can see my downfall in a situation. Me ignoring something and me not being vocal about something, I can see where that can come off as okay, well, he may like this. But I also feel like when I'm ignoring these comments and I'm changing subjects, maybe it's like for me, I have a very strong discernment. I can read people from a mile away. So I know if a person really like me or if a person don't.
See, and see, I'm the exact opposite. I don't like a guy could be firm with me, and I would like clearly be so oblivious to the. I just don't pay no attention to it, you know. So,
No, hey best friend, hey Wesley.
but let me to my trans women, I'm gonna say this: don't stop what you're doing. If you like a butch queen, go after him. Let him know you like him because only two things can happen. He can either say yes or no. Okay, and you won't know until you make yourself known. If you like someone, let that be known. And then from that moment, if he says, "Hey, I'm not into that," or "Hey, I want to go there with you," but don't hide in a shell thinking that you can't say anything to anyone because if you like them, tell them. That's it.
And I agree 150%. It's okay to flirt. It's okay to let boys know that you like him. But my issue lies with the comments in reference to what I'm gonna do to your body.
But let me ask you this question. So if a dude
Don't ask me about if no boys told me that.
yeah, but that's what I'm going to
You
ask.
can't bring that up because if that's what you
How?
like, you're not gonna find anything wrong with that. But if I don't like that, then I'm gonna have an
But
issue
then
with
okay,
somebody bringing that up.
to your point, how does she know you don't like that if you haven't nipped it in the bud from the beginning?
Because if you send me messages and I'm ignoring you, then baby, you should know that baby, he's not
But
replying.
not everyone thinks that. I'll send as long as you read it, I know you saw it. So I'm gonna keep sending it because you ain't blocked me yet. Now until you block me, I'm like, oh, he ain't
you
like
need
me.
to
But as
stop.
long as
You need to let it go too. We're gonna talk about it. Let it go.
no.
Hold on, let's go because since you brought it up, let's go back to your status from a few days ago. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up since we're having court here, Miss Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, read this comment while I go back to your read this one out loud while I go back to your because this was a there you go.
As a BQ, I've been accused of giving mixed signals to trans women. It was until I dated a trans woman that showed me that I could be with one. My mind at first wouldn't allow me to love her because she wasn't a man. I had to fall in love with her as the person. I had to fall in love with her as the person, and then sexual nature of our relationship came later. That's another issue.
Not you deleted the status.
It's still up there.
You look pretty right here. Y'all look at my queen. She had let y'all know that she had real hair. That's all her hair too, y'all. She ain't bald head. She just don't do nothing with it. Okay, but I can't find this. What day did you post this status on? Because we're gonna bring this up.
I say they love calling us aggressive.
Okay, so if you feel like boys love calling y'all aggressive, do you believe that y'all should change aggressive behavior?
No, because y'all that's like those are cold words. Y'all call us aggressive because y'all not attracted to us. If I was a dude 6'6", had on Tim's and a baseball cap, and I walked up to you and grabbed on your ass, I walked up to you and said something perverted in your ear, you would be like, nigga gone on or whatever gone on, but you would entertain it. But because I have breasts, I'm 5'2".
You 5'1"?
You know, I'm not 5'2", it's a joke. But you know, you want to call us aggressive.
I'm gonna have to send you the link because Barbie want to come on here and talk and chit chat. Hold on, let me send you the link. But
educate us.
No, I don't agree with that because if somebody walked up to me and grabbed on me, I don't give a damn who you are. Don't touch me.
I'm not buying it.
Giselle.
I mean, maybe you, but I feel like maybe that was a bad example. But what I am going to say is that I feel that y'all use aggressive as a code word to like saying, well, I don't like trends, but anytime a trend say you cute, even like on what is it, Jacked or something like that. If I'm just strolling through there and I go and come in and say, oh, you're handsome. Bitch, I'm not saying you're handsome because I want you. I'm just saying you're handsome because you're nice looking. Take the comment and move on. You know what I'm saying? But they think, oh, she trying to hit on me. I don't like girl. You know, I wish these girls get on my inbox. It's like, y'all crazy.
Barbara, I sent you the link. No. And I don't care who it is. You could be the finest man in the club. Do not grab on me. Because for me personally, you gotta respect me. And if you can't respect me when you first meet me, that means you're not gonna respect me the whole time you know me. Respect me. Don't walk up to me and grab on me. Don't walk up to me and smack my ass. I don't like that. And this may just be me because if I want you to grab my ass, I'm gonna let you know that hey, you can touch me. But if you first meet me, baby, don't touch me. Because we're not gonna have sex the first time we meet, the first time we get together. We're not gonna do none of that. We're gonna talk. You're gonna take me on a date. You're gonna spend some money. We're gonna go to the movie.
Well, the girls are trying to spend money to take you on dates, but you
don't like that.
It's a joke.
Let me tell you a little background. Okay, so between the age of none and 17, I liked girls. When I was 17 years old, I purposely got a girl pregnant because I knew for sure that I liked boys as well, and I knew that this wasn't gonna be something I was gonna be doing for a long time. Her and my mom took it upon themselves to terminate the pregnancy. So from that moment, in my mind, I have not liked a woman or a woman who looks like a woman in a very long time. Just my thing. And I know all trans women can't have kids. They won't have kids. But you look like a woman. So I am personally, physically, and mentally unavailable to the idea of it. I like boys. Damon, I am a man, and I like men. I'm not knocking it for nobody else because I have beautiful trans sisters, and I have beautiful friends like you, like Jazelle, like Kamaya and Ramaya, and all these people who are living happy lives with men. It's just not my thing. I like boys. I like boys that make me feel like the fish.
Right, but again, going back to what I said previously, a woman doesn't know that until you say it. You know, if you let a person know from the beginning, hey, thank you so much for the compliment. You know, I don't know where this may go, but I'm not interested in trans women. You know, I wish you all the best, mom, or whatever. If you do it like that, it'll nip stuff in the bud. But you can't
What about the trans women that get aggressive with you because you tell them that you don't like that, and the trans women that want to fight you? Like I've been in a situation.
But I mean that happens in real life everywhere. There are some guys when a woman tells a man that she's not interested in him, that he'll be like, oh, you ain't that fine, B, or you ain't that. So that happens everywhere. Nobody likes being rejected, you know. So it happens.
Somebody said the trans women can make you feel like the fish.
I can't see the comments, but who said that?
His name Corey Kinder.
Inbox me, Corey.
That's true because Giselle treats me like the fish. Well, she don't really treat me like the fish, but you know, she makes sure that I'm taken care of. If I'm hungry, she gonna feed me. Look at her, former mother butch queen. Lord Jesus, hold on. We're adding Giselle Barbie Royale, you guys, for her very fast opinion on this topic because y'all know she's the mother of all butch queens. So hold on 1 second.
Is that what she got in her thing?
Yeah. Hold on. There we go. Welcome, Giselle.
Sawadika.
We don't know what that means.
Sawadi.
There we go.
What are you don't have a drink?
Before you get on here, you have to have a cocktail. If you don't have a cocktail, you have to get off.
No, so I'm gonna be drinking tonight. So,
so water
in China.
I drank enough last night, so I'm recuperating right now. I have water.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so where do we start?
We
Because
want
I
to
mean,
know.
We're
because
talking about his status from earlier. How do you feel about his
I
status
I saw the
and
status.
and the butch queens who lead the girls on or who allow them to flirt all the way up until they get fed up instead of just nipping it in the bud from the beginning?
Well, first I want to address my exes in the comments that made that long post. It didn't take for you to fall in love with me, because
Who, Trey?
when you and I met, we had
Corey
sex on
Kendall.
the very first day we met each other. So anyway, um, I just when I read the post, I I mean I've seen posts like that before. I've seen rants like that from Butch
But it
Queens
wasn't a
before.
rant.
It was a
That wasn't
rant.
a
My
rant.
charger.
It was a rant. It was a rant to me. It was like you were frustrated and you were ranting because you were saying that several girls were, pushing
Being very
themselves.
aggressive.
Yeah, so it was a rant. You were venting.
That's what it was. It was a vent. It was a
Rant,
vent.
vent.
Rants are when you make multiple statuses, like when you just go on a whirlwind of posts.
Okay,
Like
well you were on a rampage. Okay, shit.
venting.
But I mean, reading it. Of course, I paid close attention to it because, I am someone that dates gay men. So when I see things like that, I read it and I try to apply it to myself, and and try to first of all check myself. But then I think about it like a lot of the things that Giselle said. Um, Excuse me as my nose runs. I'm not Nicki Minaj, but my nose is new, so I still have to run sometimes. But but no, I mean, I can't say that you shouldn't have said it the way that you said it. I inboxed you and said what I wanted to say, about it pretty much, but um I don't know. I guess some of the girls I don't know how to say stuff without like not seeming kind of being cute. Just ask me questions, Giselle, because
No, we're
I'll be
coming for
better
you
off
to
just doing
we ain't
that.
coming to ask you no questions. We want to know your standpoint on it. Do you believe that it's okay for girls to be physically and verbally aggressive to boys? Like,
Stop calling it aggressive.
Yeah, stop. I think that's a
well,
trigger
y'all,
word.
That's
Y'all
what
gotta
I
well,
don't
stop saying it.
like. I
okay,
don't
it's
like
okay,
that.
it's a trigger word. Okay, so how y'all? Okay, so for me, y'all saying it's a trigger word for y'all, but for me, as a person who hasn't, for one, I haven't dated a trans woman. I
Hmm.
haven't laid down with a trans woman. Like I haven't done any of like most of these things, but
You've done nothing with a trans woman.
nothing physical. I've kissed a girl. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. So trans women are in the same setting as gay men. They're in the clubs as gay men. They
Hmm.
go to pageants and balls as gay men.
Hmm.
Where is the harm in a trans woman if she sees a man at a club where singles go and walks and approach him? How is that being aggressive? You're in a club full of single people. So unless you're walking around with a sticker that says my name is Justin and I don't like trans women, bitch, you're open target to everyone.
I get that. And I agree with that. It's okay to flirt. And like I said in the comments of my post, I don't feel some type of way about a person flirting with me. I don't feel some type of way about a person having attraction for me. But when it comes down to a person full fledged telling me, hey, you fine as fuck, I want your butt. No. Or saying something in regards to, oh, I would D you down. Like,
So would you?
don't
So
tell
would
me
you have?
stuff like that.
If your inbox was full of guys that you don't find attractive, would you have had this same? Would you have made
I
the
would
same
feel the
post?
same way because if you don't know my name, don't write me talking about something you want to
Well,
do.
everybody knows your name. You're
No.
Mr. Black Universe, so everybody knows your name. So if
I would feel the
if so
same
if this
exact way.
but if your inbox was full of guys or
I would feel the
guys
same
that you
way.
weren't attracted to, would you have been making this same what I call rant?
I would make the same post saying, "Do not
So
like."
your inbox is not full of guys that you're not attractive to trying to say the same things to you.
No,
So it's only been trans women that have been inboxing you saying what they would do to you.
Now we
I don't
gonna keep
believe.
it
I
all
don't
the way
believe. I don't believe.
real.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. But because it's girls doing it, you put emphasis on the fact that trans women are
It's like,
hitting
okay,
you up,
so
but
if,
not the
okay, so
guys that are hitting you up that
let's
shoot
okay,
you.
so let's say like I
You
feel
don't.
like this.
You don't
Like
get
Tio's,
offended by
like
them. You
Tio's
just
put in the
ignore 'em.
comments. Tio's put in the comments, disrespect is disrespect. If I feel disrespected from a multitude of men, I would make that post. I haven't had any posts of any messages from a guy that's come directly to me saying, "Oh, Yaheem, you so fine. I won't. Oh, Yaheem, your butt so fat is yummy. Let me."
I would love to see your. I would love to see your inbox tonight.
I'm gonna let you see it.
Yes, don't delete anything.
I don't really know. But for the sake of like, don't do me that. Like, don't feel like okay because Yaheem has a woman's bill that I could tell him that I want to stick something in him. No, because I wouldn't reciprocate that from anyone.
You know.
Respect my mind,
It's hard.
respect my peace, respect my body.
It's
If you
hard
want,
for me to be, in the gray area. Me, I'm very vocal. I'm very. I don't know how to like not just say it all. So I'm really like biting my tongue, like Giselle. Like I am. Yeah, I'm really. Because I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it will be befitting for the
but
situation that I'm
even
in.
it's still, and even it's still, I understand your point, but if I wanted to make the post about Jesus Christ, it's
Yeah,
my
I mean,
page.
yeah. When you made the post, I didn't get offended by it. You saw my comment, like I'm
If
looking at
you
it in
a
my
hit
like
dog don't holler.
I'm
If
looking
you
at it like,
mad,
girl,
that
get
mean
out
you
of
are
here.
one of the. If you mad, that mean you are one of the dogs that got hit by the car. You
Had
should not
had
be
to be,
upset.
had to be, had
My
to be.
feelings
Cause,
shouldn't.
cause it ain't, bothering me. Cause I
Anybody.
was looking at my phone just like Tamar was like,
My feelings shouldn't
just
affect
like that.
nobody outside of a person who feels like this post is about them.
But the thing about it is, I feel like a lot of times in our community, we are so. I understand preference. Don't get me wrong. I do understand preference. Um, I just feel like some gay men or most gay men aren't comfortable with themselves as a whole. For Because as a person of trans experience, um, I didn't start to like certain things until I became comfortable with myself. When I became Giselle, I became comfortable with dating a cisgender woman. I became comfortable in my sexuality. Whereas when I was 15 and 16 years old, I thought that in my head, I thought, oh, I'm a bottom. I thought like, yeah, I'm a bottom. I don't want nobody to touch me down there or anything like that. But when I started to become Giselle, I became very comfortable with me, so therefore I wasn't afraid to explore other things. And so I think a lot of times some of y'all may not be fully not saying that people don't have preferences, but I think sometimes y'all don't y'all aren't completely comfortable with yourselves, because there are a lot of gay men out there that like trans women. There are a lot of gay
That's my
men.
point. I think that the girls that in my inbox find a man that likes that.
Okay,
But
but at the
again,
same time,
how
but
would they know?
but
How would
at the
they
same
know?
that's exactly. And at the
And
same time, mostly every guy that I've dated never dated a trans person prior to me. And sometimes it was me approaching them, or sometimes it was them approaching me. Sometimes some situations happen because of infatuation, and because of infatuation it blossoms into something else. I've had someone that I actually dated that originally came at me and said, "Oh, I want you to be my mama." And I was like, "No." I think sometimes as trans individuals, we have to change the narrative, because a lot of times, because we're entertainers or girls or whatever, they automatically want to sis us, auntie us, mama us. And sometimes we have to change that narrative and say, hey, no, you don't have to put that label on me. My name is Giselle. you know, and it's okay for you to get to know me as a person. You don't have to automatically put this title on me, or the one that they really love to use. Oh, hey, wifey. I
See,
can't
okay, so
stand that.
I
Oh,
don't.
hey, oh,
Okay,
that's my
so
wifey.
let me tell you.
Well,
Let me tell
if
you.
I'm your wife, then let's partake in things that a husband and a wife
Let me tell you
does.
about me. So,
Let's play house.
in my standpoint, for me and trans women, I'm gonna always sis you. I'm gonna always auntie you. I'm gonna always granny,
You
cousin.
never done that to me.
Shut the fuck up, Giselle.
Okay.
But even it's still, you sis too. But it's still, I call you by your name. I call you Lakeisha because I like that name. I like to call you Lakeisha. But it's still,
Wait a minute. No, 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 no. Don't you do that.
no,
And no,
I'm
I'm not sis. Don't do that.
no, you are not my sis. But I'm just saying in general.
I never
Like,
been sis.
if I don't
Don't
find
say
it.
me. Talk about everybody else.
So okay, so
I've never been sis.
Well, I want to share an experience for me as to why I conduct myself the way I do. Like if you've ever seen me in a club setting, or if you've ever been with me in a club setting, I don't flirt, I don't talk, I don't really approach gay guys, you know, like some people do, because
She doesn't. She doesn't.
that's just like so. And the reason for that is because before I transitioned, I was dating. I maybe was like 19 or something, and I was dating this guy, and he was like, "Well, I'm gonna go get us some Waffle House," and I was in his room, and he was staying with his gay mother. So while I was in the room, laying in the bed, he went to go get us something to eat, and his gay mother came in the room, and she laid on the bed with me, and she was like, "Oh, so you like Corey?" That was his name, I believe. She was like, "You?" I was like, "Yeah, I like him, whatever."
Yeah.
And she started to like, she had red nails. She started to like touch me, and she was like, "Let's do something real quick." And in that moment, I was like, "What is that? This is not what I want." And I knew that when I transitioned, I didn't want to be that.
Right.
So
person.
that's why I
Seem
never,
like Giselle applying
because when
something.
I was
Right. She do seem like she implying something.
when I was a butch queen,
Excuse me?
I would.
Yeah,
Huh?
that's what the comment saying. Giselle seems like she's implying something.
Don't poke the bear. Don't do that. Anyway,
What bear am I poking?
I'm anybody that's the comments, anything, just ignore it.
Okay, so
Okay.
let me finish my story.
Anyway,
Y'all two can get back to what y'all was saying. So that's why I don't approach butch queens, because I know what it feels like to be, you know, in a sense, touched like that. You know, and some people do, but that's just not my thing, because I know how uncomfortable I feel, and I know that I wouldn't talk to a trans woman when I was a butch queen. You know, so it's just not my thing. But I do like butch queens, and I flirt in a way to where it's not as overt or aggressive like some people may think. You know?
I have never seen you come across a boy and be like, "Hey,
no, I'm not going to do that."
Or "Hey," and let me tell y'all something, because I feel like people feel like I'm.
Wait, say that again, Yaheem. I didn't hear it.
No, I feel like Giselle. I don't feel like she's come across anybody and be like, "Hey, I want to my in you." My thing is that
Who, me?
no,
me,
not Giselle. I feel like because we don't know.
Don't.
We don't know.
I can't.
But,
Let me one thing about me. Nobody can tell you about me better than me. Nobody can.
For you, we don't know, but I'm talking about her. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. But what I was going to it made me, when Giselle, your story made me think about when I first came out. When I first came out, you know, I was a butch queen very shortly, and I remember when I came to the club.
Y'all got y'all shots ready? Y'all ready to take your shots?
One of the first. I wish I had a shot. Oh,
I told y'all if y'all watching this,
I think it is.
you have to
I
be
think
ready.
it's something. I think it's something in the kitchen. Hold on, in a second. But I remember one of the first times I went to the club. I went after the prom, after the senior prom, and I went in my tux and everything, and a lot of girls were trying to talk to me. And I remember I left the lights on in my mom's car, and the car went dead. And when I tell you, it was a group of trans girls lifted the hood of my mom's car up, gave me a boot. Like, they were flirting with me at the same time, but they were helping me as well. And I remember one of the girls was really, really like at me. But I don't ever remember feeling like, ooh,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't, and she was never like aggressive either. But she let me know. She let me know that she liked me. But I remind her about it to this day. Um, and then I think also with another thing with me having an open mind is because I've been put in situations where I was kind of forced to have an open mind. I've dated individuals that like Chastity. It's her birthday today too. You
Happy
know,
birthday, beautiful.
Chastity was my boyfriend, you know, and turned into a girl. I dated someone else that I really was, we were really in, like, we were young, but we were like really in like puppy love. And I went to
Sophia
go.
said,
I went.
Giselle, you still act like a butch queen. Let's keep it real.
What happened?
Sophia po- Sophia posted and said, Giselle, you still act like a butch queen, so let's keep it real.
I'm not offended by that. I'm not offended by that because I know how I am. If they feel like it's butch queen tendencies, then okay, but I'm just Giselle, and I don't try to be anybody but Giselle. But she made me lose my train of thought. But I was the point that I was making.
You was talking about Chastity. You dated
Oh,
Chastity.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So being that I've dated a few people that transitioned, and one while we were dating, my love for that person didn't go away. That because they decided that they wanted to transition, didn't make me like say, oh well, I can't love you no more, or I can't like you no more. I can't. If you have feelings for somebody, like, that's just not going to go away. So therefore, from that experience, I was able to see people differently. That experience made me like, because if I see Chastity and stuff like that, like, we still, like, it's still the same. Whatever, it's not like, oh girl, get away from me because you're a girl now. Like, oh no, it's
Right.
so I think different experiences. And then I think a lot of times in our community, I see a lot of guys that they come out on the scene, and they can't be bothered with us, but then after they've been through the fire, through the ringers, have mm, after been through everybody, and then they want to double back and come back around and
And
want
then
to,
and they hit you with the, I've always liked you. I
you
always thought
know
you were so bitch.
yeah, that happens a lot of times after they've tried everything else, and they want to come and try us, especially when we're on our high horse, or if we're doing good and they're doing mediocre or just doing okay. They want to be attached to something or someone that is going in a direction that they want to go in. I've seen that happen, and I'm not applying that to you, Yaheem. I'm not.
I'm just saying in general, like that ain't me. Cause to
Yeah,
me,
I'm not. I'm
in
not.
my
I'm not.
mind, I'm one of the girls. So,
So I can start calling you sis.
bitch, yeah. People call me girl now. Like what?
Okay, girl. So you want to bring up another butch queen on to see his perspective?
No,
No.
no. I,
If
I just it's so I completely agree with y'all perspectives, but and I don't knock individuals who want to genuinely be with a trans woman. And I would never want anyone to feel like that is something that I'm knocking or something that I'm deterring from anyone doing. For me, speaking from my perspective, if I was to like a trans woman or want to be with a trans woman, an aggressive, let me not use the word aggressive because y'all said it's a trigger word, but a woman who, to me, talks about her private areas or talk about what she would do to me or how she would do it to me or in me or something like that, for me, from the life that I've lived, it's unattractive to me. That's all.
it sounds like it's the approach.
Who knows?
That's what it sounds like.
Who knows?
I mean, your post clearly, you stated what you like and what you don't like, whatever. But it seems like the approach. Uh,
Well, hold on. Trent said something that people comment to. And that may be that, but don't approach me and say, "Oh, you so fine, Yaheem. I'm gonna stick it." Like, no, don't do me that. And that's just like even with a man. Like, don't approach me and feel like that you just about to tell me, Barbie. I see your face, but That's just like
I mean, I can agree. I can agree
okay.
with.
So let me hold on, Giselle. Giselle, but Giselle, my whole life, I have been built like a woman. So my whole life, I have dealt with
I
people
ain't talking
walking up
about the
to
way you
me.
built.
Listen, I have dealt with people walking up to me, grabbing on me, smacking my ass, saying, "Oh, you this, and this." So for me, it's something that I am not appreciative. Like I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't appreciate it. I had a full fight in the club because somebody walked up to me and smacked my ass, and I blinked out because don't disrespect me. Don't motherfucking handle me like that. I don't like that. If it's not requested, bitch, don't handle me like that. And that's just my feelings on that. And to have a trans woman come and tell me that, hey, oh boy, you built like this, I'm going, no,
You
I
know,
don't
it's
like it.
I feel like sometimes I feel like people would rather because of preference and 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 sometimes being closed-minded, people will prefer to go through hell with someone that they're physically attracted to than to enjoy someone that they could possibly, really enjoy if they got to actually know the person outside of the physical. I see that a lot of times in our community. I see that a
And
lot of
that
times
is in the world.
because
Enjoy.
because
But the
because
only time you
because
see
of
somebody with a
preference,
fat, ugly
because
person
of
is they
preference
rich.
because of preference. And once again, I don't want anybody to think that, oh, well, you can't say that if that's my preference. I'm not coming against that, but it's like I see so many times in the community, all of the Instagram famous people and all of the ones that's always posting. What happened with us? Anyway, we'll go back to that. But um it's like the Instagram people y'all gotta stop throwing me off, okay? It's like the people that's on Instagram, you know, they still single. They still I see people all the time hollering about how they single, how they this, how they that, how they that. It's because everybody want to be so close-minded, or people they on their jack pages. Oh, no films, no fats, no this, no that, no this and other, and they even got a pot to piss in. Don't got nothing, but y'all got preferences. But y'all ain't
Well,
got nothing else but a preference.
and I get where you're coming from, but dummy, again, dummy, like they said, dummy. I um I don't need to be with a trans woman because I don't have anywhere to live. I don't need to be with a trans woman
I'm
because
not
I
saying
need her
none
to
of that.
shake her. I'm just saying for me
I'm not
as
implying
an
any
individual.
of that.
I wouldn't want to be with a person to say, okay, well, let me try this because I like you as a person, but I may not like you physically. But let me try this out because you're such a sweet person. And so all that's gonna, if you don't find a person attractive physically first, all that's gonna build is a beautiful friendship. Y'all gonna be beautiful friends, and y'all gonna have an amazing friendship together. But if,
Yaheem, you so full of shit. You know that. You so full of shit.
would you like to take a shot?
You
Because
really are.
like,
And I'm glad I'm drinking water and not liquor. And that's my bottle of liquor you drinking. That's mine.
this ain't yours.
Yes, that is mine.
I've been having this since I won Black Universe.
That exactly. That's mine.
So where you get this from? Oh yeah, oh yeah,
That's
because we were
mine.
together. But listen,
Yeah. Shouldn't have been open. That's mine.
they've been at my house since I won Black
It
Universe.
don't matter, but
Done.
it wasn't yours to open.
Wesley bought this though.
No, Wesley did not buy that.
Oh, well, I thought he bought it because he left it in the
No,
bottle.
Wesley did
But
not buy that.
purchased,
No,
opened, capped,
Wesley
sealed,
didn't buy
open.
that. Wesley bought his
But
own alcohol. You bought that for me.
listen, either way, it's still you
You're full
can't.
of shit. And
No,
I'm
because
just gonna say that you're full of shit. Yes, people have their preferences and everything, but at the same time, we'll talk
how
about
the,
this over a nice cocktail.
how the hell am I full of shit? Because
Okay,
I
so let me
created.
You are.
West from New Orleans. He's like, this conversation gonna go on all night because they
Are
both
y'all
like rich
have
queens.
y'all got y'all shots ready? Because I'm ready to take a shot. Nobody?
I have my juice.
I'm
Okay.
glad I'm sober.
Come on, y'all take y'all shots because we need a shot.
Okay, so y'all want to talk about another topic or what?
I mean,
We about to get rid of Barbie because
yeah, get rid of me. That's the best.
No, don't
this
leave.
ain't the king and queen. This is about the ruler. She has had her time.
Oh, I
Don't.
have, but I know you want to get rid of me.
Don't.
Just be happy I'm sober.
I would no. We could go. Because you say what?
I just said you full of shit, and I said it is what it is. I agree with your post and everything. You still full of it, but I agree with your post though.
I
For
can't be
you,
full
I
of
agree with
shit
your
for
post for
something
you.
to me. That's something that I haven't experienced. Something that
What you haven't experienced.
I haven't had sex with no trans woman.
Okay, I didn't. Okay,
I've never made a woman feel like that I wanted to be in love with her or be with her.
all right.
Like what? I'm confused because, but yeah. So
Y'all gotta stop sending them mixed signals.
okay, so yeah, but I feel like that it's like a preference. No, are you not allowed to be preferenced?
What's yeah? I mean, I think ultimately we've come to the agreement that you got everyone.
And then I also don't like that. Hold up, because kind of got.
Well, add her back if y'all gotta finish
Yeah,
this.
because I'm
Bring her back
confused.
on because I don't.
Yeah,
Giselle, come back.
Yeah, because you got these people thinking that I don't lay down with a trans woman, baby. Come on,
But wait a minute,
bring it
hold
back.
on. Why is it a bad thing? Like, don't say it like
It's
that.
it's not a bad thing, but
Okay.
for the people's sake, like they have these people in these comments who feel like they're like she was implying that I've dated a trans woman, I had dealings with a trans woman, or anything like that, but I haven't. I ain't like I've admitted that in my past life I have kissed a woman. Great. But I ain't have no sex with her. I ain't laid on with her.
And if people like to have sex with trans
And
women,
it was implied that that's what I did, and that ain't my tea.
Well,
and for these people in these comments, we need to clear that up because baby, that ain't what I did. That ain't what I do.
So
that
okay,
ain't how
so
it
Yaheem,
was.
to be fair, we need to bring in another guy just to give
Another
his
butch queen.
perspective. So if anybody
Okay.
wants,
You want to bring in another butch queen?
Yes, so he can give his perspective. And if Giselle wants to come back, she can. But yeah, so it can be more of like a dialogue because we don't want you to feel like you're just getting ganged up on.
No, because then you have all these people in these comments with the eyes and the ears she knows something
No,
or
I don't think that.
not confusion. And they have one comment that said rumor has it, and then one of them says, oh, she knows something, and then one of them said, like, no, don't have these people thinking that none of that, because that ain't my story. That ain't my story. That ain't my story. Now, which I'm not gonna hate on another person's story or something that another person have experienced, but not a trans woman in the world can say that she's laid down with me and did anything.
But there's nothing wrong with people who like trans women, but for you, that's not your ministry. So
so let me add. We're gonna add somebody in. Who we got a lot of people here that we can add because the people here.
How about Trent? Do you want to come in?
Where's Trent? Okay,
I just had dinner with Trent, so maybe he care to join.
Okay, we're gonna send it to a former ruler. We're gonna keep this between rulers at the moment, and we're gonna send it to a former ruler. His name is DeMorris Adams. Hold on, you guys. We're gonna send DeMorris the link. Because we want to know. Like, I'm just baffled because that ain't my story. Now, to say that, okay, and then also, I feel like if you are attracted to a woman of trans experience, that doesn't mean that you want to
But
have
I'm,
sex with them. You can
I'm
just find them to be a beautiful individual that you find to be beautiful. And for me myself, if I was to like trans women, it would just be that, and I wouldn't hold the hold anything to it. And I will say that, okay, I did send it to D. There you go, D.
okay. So
So whenever you
let me say this. I,
hold
go well. I wait till you come on.
on. Oh, Sophia said bring her on too. Hold on, Sophia, we're gonna send it to you too.
Okay, so let me say this. I think I'm all for how you feel, Yaheem. I think it's beautiful. You understand your ground. Period. I do think that for guys who may be on the fence about dating trans women, guy butch queens who feel that a trans woman never had me, that kind of mindset will make them feel like, well, oh, I'm doing something wrong by liking them.
No,
So
and I've stated that. I've stated that that it's a preference for me,
right.
because even with I have trans sisters who have dated beautiful men who are more attractive than me myself. I don't feel that there's anything wrong with that. But for me as an
Mhm.
individual, I have a point that I feel like when I lay down, I like men. Don't. Now, I've never said that I've never been attracted to a trans woman, because I find a lot of trans women very beautiful. But that
Well,
doesn't say that I'm going to have sex with them. I tell you, you're beautiful every day. Do I not?
but you're my sister.
We are sisters. I'm gonna put it on the
We're
t-shirt.
sisters.
We are sisters.
So is D coming in?
Yeah, I sent him the link.
Where's Sophia? But yeah, I mean, I
Hey,
think
D, you need to check your inbox, D, because it's in your inbox. Check your inbox on Facebook.
Randall,
Check
please don't be mad.
Who's Randall?
My son.
What?
Huh?
Why your son Randall gonna be mad?
I was supposed to do something for him, but I'm late.
Okay, hold on. We have the lady Sophia. Hold on, you guys. We're gonna bring in the world famous. There we go.
The
The world
baddest
famous.
tranny in the land.
The most
Hello,
pain.
you better let them know.
What it say? Your name say
Miss
Miss
Sophia,
Sophia,
mama, what?
Mama. What?
Hyena, hyena.
Well, the Wi-Fi. What's going on with the Wi-Fi, boo?
I don't know, y'all frozen.
Having trouble connecting the often calls for unable connection. Move closer. Is it me or her?
Oh, she said we froze.
Oh, yeah.
I really wanted to be in here with Giselle.
India, are you ready to join in?
J-
India,
I
because we
so
want.
you
really
don't want to be in here anymore? Giselle is
no,
here.
because that conversation, I want to get a piece of that conversation.
Well, we still here. Come on, let's talk.
And
Let's talk about it.
the thing that I wanted to say is, yes, it's about the preference and all of that. It's just like, yes, y'all tell people what you want, and not just trans people, but people tell people what they want in the beginning of the relationship. But then in the middle of the relationship, your wants and what you like and what you are attracted to, they change. So then y'all try to put that on the other person when it's you that has changed what you wanted. Because at the beginning, I was what you wanted. But because you changed what you wanted a bush queen. Now, in the middle of you dating me as a bush queen, now you like drag queen, or now you like trans men, or now you like, you know what I'm saying? So then it's like, yeah, y'all change what you want, but then y'all want to put that on the other party. It's like, no. And then when we talk about this aggression and all of this stuff, you all are different people when you drink and you partake in drugs. And Giselle even admitted that tonight. She's like, no, I'm not drinking right now because I'm gonna be drinking at the club later on. I'm gonna be drinking tonight. So you are a different Giselle when you have cocktails in you than you are now that you're sitting on this live drinking water. So then it's just like y'all say, people always saying we are aggressive. You are aggressive when you drink. When you're out and you're drinking, you're not the person that's sitting on this live talking to people. When you approach people, you are inebriated, you got some cocktail in you, and you are aggressive, and you approach people aggressively as a female. But then when people say y'all aggressive, you say no, I'm not. You a different person. Y'all are different people in different settings.
Sophia,
I mean, I
how do
agree.
you identify?
But y'all pretend that you are the same 24/7. No, you're not. When you're at the club and you in the show, you on the show, you're somebody different. You want people to treat you different because you're on stage. And then it's just like these people, you don't mind accepting these tips from these people, but you want these people to treat you differently because now you look at them as something different. You look at you just somebody just giving me a tip. But outside the club, if you're just going to a club and you going out and you're not on the show, you're somebody different. So it's just like you all are different people. Y'all have different personality when you are in different settings, but you treat people as though you are the exact same person every time you in a different environment. No, you're not.
I want past the collection plate.
Well,
Baby.
I don't drink, so even if a person has had a few drinks, what is the? I don't. Well, maybe I'm naive, but I don't think that they're like overly aggressive.
No, but it's like my thing is and when I make the comment about Giselle, you are aggressive. You are sometimes you act like an aggressive butch drag queen.
Who?
It's just
Me?
like no,
Oh,
Giselle Harvey.
mm-hmm.
When I'm working with her, when I'm at shows with her, she is a different person. Like I just did a show with her, at the brunch and the Monday night show. And when she's in the dressing room, she's one person. But when she get a cocktail in her, when she's drinking, she's somebody else.
Well,
When she has done her number and she's standing at the bar, and I see how she interact with guys that she is attracted to, and she has a right to be attracted to who she's attracted to. But what we observe from her is sometimes it's just like, and I know that times have changed where it used to be where, like you said, Giselle, you don't approach people. You don't like to approach people. And most men don't like to be approached. And most drag queens or female impersonators or trans women, at the beginning, they didn't like, to approach men. But now it varies. Some drag and some trans women, they like to approach the people. They don't mind approaching the people. But there are some people who are still living like the traditional roles. They want to be approached. And then it's just like you have so many different people who are living the same lifestyle, but they don't have the same definitions of this lifestyle. And I tell people that all the time because what T.S. Madison and how she feels about the way she lived her life, Tommy Ross not gonna want to be treated like that, and she's not gonna want you to address her like that, and she's not going to put herself in a situation where she's going to talk to guys like that. She
Welcome,
is
Miss
going to
MBU
be
Grand.
reserved and sit back like a woman and want to be approached and treated like a woman. But now we have this younger generation of trans women and girls who live their life as cisgender women and all the different terms that they have now. They have their own definitions. And there's so many different definitions out there about trans women and all of that until the community in which we live is confused because of all the terms. We don't want to be disrespectful, but just like y'all change what you like in a relationship, you change the definition of who you are constantly. And so then it's just like, well, I thought we was cool, and I thought she didn't mind being called a trans woman. I thought she didn't mind being called a sister. I thought she didn't mind. Well, one day she this and something. So then the stuff that you have educated me on about you, you change the game on me. And then you get mad at me because you haven't educated me on the new game in which you respond to. So now you look at me as being disrespectful because I'm still referring to you by what you educated me about who you were from the beginning. You didn't re-educate me when you decided to change who you are and what you identify as.
well, I mean, I can see that
Spoken
point.
word, baby. I don't mean to cut you off, Giselle. Welcome, Miss MBU Grand, you guys. Miss India Demore, the very beautiful. So go ahead, Giselle.
I think every woman is not going to be the same. Every woman, some women are docile, some women have type A personality, every woman is not going to be the same. And I think a lot of times people want to pigeonhole and put trans women all in one box. If you call yourself a trans woman, you have to look like this, be like this. I'm a trans woman and I don't have my nails done. And I'm sure that there's someone who's watching this live that is tearing me apart because I don't have my nails done. But if you walk down the street, every woman don't have their nails done. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem. People, the gay community feel that every trans woman have to be a certain type, and that's not fair. That's not fair to us.
No, we look at y'all. That's what I'm saying. We look at you all as individuals. That's me and anybody else that say all trans women are the same. It's just like somebody saying all black people are the same. All black people are not the same. All black people don't like chicken. All black people don't like seafood. All black people don't like, to be Baptist, to go to Baptist church. You know what I'm saying? There are different things with different black people. And the same thing with the trans women. I just used the example, T.S. Madison. T.S. Madison, you do not carry yourself like a T.S. Madison, and the things that T.S. Madison is okay with, you're not okay with. So in that aspect, all trans women are not the same. What I'm saying is, you tell me, and I respect you for who you tell me and who you educate me on who you are. But then 6 months later, you redefine who you are and what you want to identify as. But you don't come back to me and tell me, Sophia, 6 months ago, I told you that I identify as this, I want to be respected as this, and da da da. I have changed my mind. Now this is my new identity, and this is how I want to be respected, and this is why I do. So you don't do that. You have to do a follow-up with the people that you have educated on who you are and what you want to be responded to, or how you want to be addressed.
That's true.
And I'm doing this. But then you change that. But you don't come in and educate me on that. And then you get mad at me because, I'm addressing you like you told me.
I agree with that too, but when you change every 6 months, don't be mad at me if I just throw you to the wayside, because I ain't got time for all that flip-flopping in my life. Because I ain't got time to keep up with you. If you change like you change your cell phone numbers, I'm not gonna save your cell phone number. You better ask my nieces. They kept changing their numbers every so often, and I said, until you become consistent, you don't need to be in my phone. So until they become consistent with either you're going to be trans, you're going to be non-binary, you're going to be heterosexual, you're going to be bisexual, you're going to be this, you're going to be that. I ain't got time for all that. Figure it out, and then you come to me, because that's the problem. That's why people are confused in this community, because they don't know what the hell they are.
But okay, so even in this community, aren't we all learning and growing? Aren't we all?
We all are learning and growing, but then sometimes when you learn and grow and you try to redefine things, and then everybody tries to put everybody under that umbrella that you want to be under, then it goes against everything that I am. You understand what I'm saying? And it's fine for you, but when I'm getting defined as what you want to be defined as, then it becomes a problem for me. Right. Because you're confused, and you're confusing the whole everybody else. Now it's creating a problem for me. And I'm all for respecting people's processes, but damn it, respect mine.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way that you can understand it, Giselle, it's just like we're all growing and we're all learning and we're all changing, and we're supposed to grow and we're supposed to change and we're supposed to learn. But the problem that I'm telling you, the problem is, it's just like you are the teacher. You are teaching us who you are. And then 6 months later, you change who you are and how you identify yourself. And instead of you coming back to the class to teach the class about the new you leave the class. So the class is sitting there with no teacher.
Okay, well, hold on. I don't want to cut y'all off, but Giselle is adding back, and we're going to add Giselle back to this conversation. So hold on one second. Yeah, we hear you, not you. We talking about Lakeisha Harvey.
What happened?
We talking about Giselle Lakeisha Harvey. Hold on one second. We added Giselle back. Welcome back to Barbie.
Hey, Barbie.
Hey, Ruler.
I can't see her.
They still spinning for me. I can't see them either.
That I hear.
Oh, that's Barbie. Okay. Barbie.
Hi, I'm here. Sophia wanted to have a conversation with me, so I'm here.
Yeah, the thing about it is, I was explaining to them that you. We talk
Wait,
about
hold
you.
on
I'm
before we
talking
get
about you.
started.
Well,
This ain't for argument. This is a positive platform, and I'm gonna cut people out. I swear to God, like we're not gonna argue, we're not gonna fuss. I'm gonna
who
chop
we
people out.
It's not
I'm
that
just saying that you
we're not
got it.
about to
I can.
argue.
Okay.
I'm not
All right.
coming from a negative place. My thing is, I'm just coming.
There's an echo. Is it me or is it? Okay,
I
we're
hear
going.
an echo too.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not coming from a negative place. I'm coming from a place where we educate people about the situation and to be perfectly honest about, what is going on, what we see.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it is, like I was saying, I work with Giselle, and Giselle is a different person when she has some cocktail in her. Like when she's sitting in the dressing room and she's getting ready and all that, she is one person. But then when she gets her cocktail and her drinks and all of that in her, she's a different person. And although she may not see herself being aggressive, then I see aggressive behavior from her when she's approaching guys that she likes. And it's just like, that is not the quiet person that was sitting downstairs getting ready. That's somebody different. But y'all treat people as though y'all are the same person 24/7 when you're not, and you're in different
So
environments.
I heard that. I heard the statement that you made, and I don't think that it's your observation, but I don't feel like it's a fair observation of me because one thing about me, I pride myself on being authentically me at all times. I'm the type of person I live by the model of I don't want nothing that don't want me. I don't. I don't want nothing that don't want me. So if I'm talking to somebody, then they have some type of interest back as well. I don't go chasing after nobody that don't want me. I'm not that type of girl. I'm not no purse shaker. I don't go in my purse. I don't do none of that. But first I'm thinking to myself, what person truly is the same after they've had a cocktail or two or three or four or five like me? Like, who is the same? That's what alcohol does. Alcohol, it impairs judgment. It does a lot of things. And me personally, I am people don't know this about me, but I have social anxiety. I really do have social anxiety. And when I feel more comfortable after I've had a few libations, I feel, you know, more I feel more social at that point. I don't feel like as introverted, but I'm a person that likes to have fun. I have a big personality. And when I am drinking, I'm a happy drinker. I like everybody around me to have fun. And but I'm definitely not a person that's going to overstep my boundaries. If I'm having a conversation with a person, I pretty much know exactly to what extent I can go with this individual. So I can only go as far as you let me go.
Right, but that's the whole thing. The whole thing about it is you admit yourself that when you drink, you are a different person.
Everybody is. That's what I'm
So,
saying.
but,
What I'm saying is you pointed it out as you pointed it out as if I don't think that there's something different about me when I drink. Of course, I'm more comfortable and I'm loose when I'm drinking. And
but the thing about it is when people say that, no, you're a different person, you're a different person when you approach me and da 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 da. It's just like they say, no, I'm the same person. I'm still me. No, you're not. You are a different person. You are in a different mind frame or mindset now that you got your cocktail, so you're more relaxed. You are a
Mhm.
different person. You know that. And then when the person say, "Oh no, I kind of like that," da 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 da, but I didn't like how she approached me. Now you were comfortable because you had your cocktails and you felt comfortable approaching that person, like that. But that person kind of feels like, "Oh, wait a minute, you're a little bit too aggressive for me. You coming on too strong." You know what I'm saying? And it's just like want
I
they
can't hear.
wanted you to approach them as the person that they saw that was calm and chill before the cocktail. That's who they wanted to approach them. But when you approached them because you were comfortable with the cocktails and you were a different person. And then they were like, oh,
I
hold up,
can't
wait a minute.
hear.
And then even now, like tonight when I first met you and you was transitioning and everything, there was no way you would have the conversation. Like tonight, you put on in the chat room, you was like something about I don't have a problem with putting breast on somebody's back. I remember the days that would never come out of your mouth.
She gone, Sophie. She said she
She
can
couldn't
hear.
hear. She'll come
But
back.
Hold on,
she
she coming
probably
back.
can
Hold on.
still she probably can still hear Sophia's talking. So
There we go. We have an echo. Here's my AirPod.
you want me to mute my mic?
I couldn't. Somebody tried to call me and it made the phone mess up. But I feel like because um I feel like trans identified people are I think we're put in a box. And I feel like people want us to act the same, look the same, dress the same. I don't feel like that people accept individuality.
That's not
Like my grandmother is an aggressive woman. My grandmother is a drinker. My grandmother is the life of the party. I've seen my grandmother be aggressive with men.
well, I
So
think,
so
but
why is that a negative? Like why
I,
does that have to, and
well,
it's like y'all put a big negative on it because you're trans.
no, but
Oh,
first,
like it's like it's I feel like I feel like some people just want us to go and sit in a corner sometimes and just come out when it's convenient for everybody else or when y'all need us.
no,
Or when
I
y'all
think
feel like if it's the show or if it's a benefit or if we raising money for somebody's funeral or if somebody needs somewhere to stay or like I feel like those are the only times that y'all truly appreciate us. Other than that, it's like go
I
sit in the corner.
disagree. I disagree with
The
you.
same way this country does black women. You
Mm-mm,
know, this
mm-mm.
country, this country does black women the same way that our community does us.
Well,
Go
I
in the corner
disagree.
and sit down somewhere, and then when you're called, then we'll need you. But we're not supposed to be loved. We're not supposed to be hit on. We're not, nobody likes us. Like it's always us. We're the aggressors. Nobody's ever aggressive with us. Nobody ever comes on to us. That's not true. Like
But
I
I,
don't know what
I
world of box you all live in, but I get approached by men all the time.
but
I mean, I was in a gay club last night
you said we put
Sophia,
with
y'all in box.
my
Sophia,
boyfriend
when you
having to
start talking,
tell
we can't
other
hear nothing you saying.
people.
It's an echo.
Am I
So
echoing?
no, so when Sophia starts to talk, it starts to echo.
No.
When you
I
said
was in
that,
a
we
gay
put
club
you in
last
box.
night, literally having to being approached by gay men constantly last night and having to tell them, hey, I'm with somebody. But I wasn't screaming, oh, they being aggressive. I wasn't screaming that. But I feel like if it's the other way around, then y'all want to just put all this, oh, she aggressive, oh, she act like a butch queen. That'd be the favorite thing people like to say, oh, she act like a butch queen. No, I don't. I act like Giselle unapologetically and so what is acting like a butch queen? What does a butch queen act like? That's like, I mean, do cisgender women not have those same tendencies?
But hold
Do
on.
y'all say that, or should I accept it as a term of endearment? Like when a person says, oh, when a person calls a cisgender woman a fag hag, is it y'all calling us acting like butch queens? Is that y'all way of saying that?
When you were on this live tonight, you said that when you were a butch queen. So what is
I
your
did not
definition?
state that. I've never
You
stated
said
that.
earlier tonight, you said when I was a butch queen.
Yes, I said when I was a butch queen, when I was 15.
When you was a
I
butch queen.
transitioned at 16.
So you already know the definition, your definition of a butch queen. And then on top of that, who said that when somebody say you are aggressive, that's a negative term? because you said that your grandmother was aggressive. So
Yeah.
because somebody say that you're aggressive, that don't mean that it's a negative term. If your aggression to you is negative, a negative term, then that's your definition of aggression. But just like you could identify and you could accept the fact that your grandmother was aggressive, that's all we're asking you all to do. When somebody say that as a trans woman, a trans person, or a gay man, or a bush queen, or whoever they're talking to, when somebody say that you are aggressive, then give them the benefit of the doubt, just like you did with your grandmother. If your grandmother heard you say that she was aggressive, how you think she would take that?
But I think what's missing, Sophia. I think it's not about them saying that we're aggressive. They're just saying it because it's us.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I don't hear them
I
saying
don't
that.
think that. I don't think that because
no.
even for me, if a boy was to walk up to me and tell me something like that, I would still feel the same way. And like, no matter if I'm attracted to you or not, don't find
Yes,
me in a place to.
but people do send mixed signals. Like don't send me your nudes and stuff. And then when you see me in person, and I'm being some type of way with you, then I'm now being aggressive.
I think no. I think that if a person sending you their news, that's a different story. But like, if they're not sending you if that's not the thing, like if they send you if they sending you news, then I mean they're open to y'all having something that's happening.
That's not necessarily true.
Well,
Y'all need to start listening to yourselves because y'all don't really want to
That's
have no
not necessarily
conversation.
true. That's like me
well,
standing
I
in a
didn't send
room
nobody
naked full of
no
men. That
news
means
on here
like
with
I'm
me.
requesting
So
to be
Y'all be
touched.
getting amnesia.
No, I think if a man, woman, whomever feels like the next party is being aggressive, tell them because they won't know that they're being aggressive in your definition of whatever aggression is.
Thank you.
Because
It's subjective.
yeah, it is very subjective. Because I may do something to you that I feel is quite natural. By nature, I'm an aggressive person when it comes to a lot of different things. I'm rough. A lot my friends will tell me a lot of times, girl, you need some softness.
You're
Because
that's in your bloodline.
that's just
You're
how
an
I
island
am.
girl.
I'm an island girl, so I'm rough and I'm gonna do things my way. I don't have nails on, so does that make me less feminine? No. Why don't
And I
you
got on
do
nails. Am I more feminine?
it? Probably
Get
so.
out of here.
But I think it's just like you all think that we putting you all in a box, and you say that they say when it's trans women, it's just like they say we're aggressive when we do this, we do that. No, they say that about Nancy Pelosi. They say that about Kamala Harris. They say that about Hillary Clinton. They say that
I,
about women.
I
They say
don't
that about cisgender
I don't
women.
think they put all
And
trans women in a
you
box.
just named all leaders.
But I don't think they put all trans women in a box. Now, what I think happens is if the shoe fits, wear it. You're in that box because you know how the old people say, "I threw a rock and a hit dog will holler."
Mm-hmm.
But the
That's
thing about the
that's
thing
what
that
it is because
we're trying to get them to see and to admit is that you all have aggressive ways sometimes, and not
but
just you all, but all
Everybody
gay
does.
people, all gay
we
people,
we we
all
we
people,
all we
Everybody
all
does.
have aggressive ways.
Sophia,
but but I think
when you walk around and ask people for money, that's aggressive.
but the issue is when people say that you're aggressive, you take it as a negative. So if you take it as a negative, then of course
Be-
it's a
the
trigger
way
word
you
for you.
okay I don't think there was me. I don't think you gave me much room to interpret your what you were saying differently because the way you said, oh, when I'm downstairs I'm quiet, I'm this and the other, but then when you see me after having some cocktails, when you see me with guys or the way I approach guys, that implies as if I approach these guys in an aggressive way because we're talking about aggression.
But okay, we can just go.
so
I have to
after
hold on.
Gis-
I have
One
you
quick
have to,
second.
Giselle and Sophia, we're gonna tell y'all thank you because we're gonna bring
Well,
in more
well,
perspective.
I'm gonna tell y'all this. I love
We'll
you all. I have to go pick up my mother from the airport.
We love
You
you,
take
Miss Black
care.
Universe Grand.
Bye.
Sophia,
bye.
we thank you for being here as well.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. We love you so much. We're gonna bring in Trent Simmons now for another perspective.
What's up, y'all?
Hola, Trent.
Hola,
Hola.
Trent.
Okay. I hear everything that everyone
This
is
is a
saying.
this is a man from a straight background to a man who has
Yeah, but honey,
children,
I've been gay long and
and
I've been straight though.
but you still have you have a very vast perspective, and you have your cocktail. So thank you for respecting the show.
Um, I think the biggest problem I hear is I think trans women are in a fight that's different from the fight that we have as gay males, right?
I agree
It
with
is
that.
so it's second nature for us to go out and flirt with people or jump in somebody's inbox, and if we see them attractive enough, we will respond, whether it's offensive or not. The same thing somebody that you're attracted to may say to you, a trans girl say to you, but you make it worse because it's a trans girl. What I think that your post did, like, it's nothing wrong with you saying how you feel and how someone has made you feel because that's your truth to tell. I think what makes it a little difficult is that it's almost like making trans girls feel like they're yucky for having this feeling, or how dare a trans girl be in my inbox when I'm listening to this podcast or what y'all saying. You feel this way about anybody, not just trans girls.
I feel like anybody don't disrespect me. Like
Right.
respect my mind. I'm a human
But
being.
you single, but in your post, it was singled out for trans women.
Okay, so let me tell you why. And because it's me and you right now, so I will tell you exactly why. I haven't had the experience when a man just first message he sends me is, "Oh, you so fine. You don't know what I would do to you." I haven't had that experience. I've had men message me and say, "Hey, Yaheem, how are you, Yaheem? What's up? Let's talk about your day. How has your day been?" I haven't had a person to come directly at me and say, "Hey, oh, you so fine. I want to fuck." Like, no. And for me as an individual, I'm a person first. So outside of my body, outside of what I look like, outside of anything, respect my mind.
Are you
Hey,
comfortable with your body?
of course, I love myself.
Hmm.
I
And you
I am the
and
one of
and
the
and
only boys who look like me. I have
and, and are you okay with your looks as a whole?
yeah, very
Okay,
confident with
because I know
myself.
sometimes when attractive people not used to having, or if you haven't always been attractive your whole life, I'm not saying you have or haven't.
I've looked the
I know,
same my whole life. So
I know that sometimes attention is different for everybody. They don't quite understand
mm,
people coming in, into their inboxes and stuff. And being aggressive, I heard y'all talk about being aggressive too. That's not a bad thing for me because if all you can tell a person is no, that's not how I get down. I'm not gonna do that with you. And if you have to say it a few times, say it. I don't think like singling them out and making them feel like, how bitch, how dare. You know, I think your issue is more so with like your thing said, we are sisters. Bitch, we sisters. I don't want you to flirt with me. I don't want you to want to fuck me. I don't want you to want to take me down and give me 75 loads like the young man just did in Cali. You know what I'm saying? But what I think that's what you're trying to say more. And I think I always say trans girls have it the worst because, and especially in the black community, because what happens in the black community is that we're afraid to normalize a gay male and a trans girl relationship because of what our friends may say, because of what anybody may say that's close to you, or even what the world may view that as. But I do see, like, when I go to pageants and stuff, and I see a lot of the girls who do drag and they of other races, they always have husbands.
and you know why? Because okay, so let me tell you this, Trent. I have met a lot of trans women, and most of the trans women that I've met. Hold on, I have two people that want to come in. Chris, he's a former Mr. Black Universe, and Del Rio Cole, who is my very first gay father. We're gonna bring them in. But outside of that, when you meet all of these other individuals, like a lot of times you don't meet these people and that they're talking about their body parts. A lot of women who are with men and have been with men for an extremely long time, you don't see them making comments in reference to using their body parts or what they're going to do to a person or how they're going to make you do this or do that or do this. I feel like it's all of a perspective. And if that's something that I'm into, let me gravitate towards that. Don't force it on me. Don't tell me that this is something that I need to do because you like me. or because I like you, you need to like me
Is it
back.
the way they said it, or is it the way they said it, or is it them saying it? Period.
No, it's not them saying it, period. It's the way they say it. So
Gotcha.
if a person comes to me and says, "Oh, hi, Yaheem, we have a conversation, blah, blah, blah. I find you attractive." I'm going to receive it better than a person initially saying, "Oh, Yaheem, you so fine, I won't fuck." Like, what? You don't even know my name. What's my birthday? Like, you don't know that about me to come to me with that perspective.
Okay.
Like, Chris, you on here twice. You don't know me like that to come to me with a perspective of, okay, Yaheem, you so handsome, but that ass fat, I won't fuck. Like, no, don't treat me like that. And even like when they made the comment
God, I
about if it
messed
was
them
a
up.
man, if it was a man, or if it was a man or something else,
Yeah.
even if it was a man, I would still feel the same exact way. Like, don't treat me like that. I'm not some little whore in the street that you met and that we gonna smash on the first night. It's not that.
So
Treat
you
me
more
with
like Queen
respect.
Latifah rather than Kim.
Respect my mind.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I
don't
get it.
treat. And I'm not objectifying to say that, okay, hey Yaheem, you don't like trans women. I like everybody. Not to say that I'm going to lay down and be sexually aggressive with a trans woman, but when you come to me and you approach me, even if you know that I like trans women or not, respect me as a person and
Yeah.
respect me as an individual outside of what my body look like.
But so
That's my point.
again, that's what I'm saying. So your issue is not really with the trans girls; it's with everybody who feels this way.
And I've mentioned that. Like, even in my
Okay.
I made a comment on the post is that I have no issue with a person being attracted to me because I've been attracted to men who I know wouldn't date me, wouldn't talk to me, wouldn't look at me because they say that my body's too feminine, I'm built like a girl, and different things like that. I have had a person tell me that you're too pretty for me and wouldn't talk to me at all because they said that they felt like I was too pretty of a guy to deal with them. But still in all, you respect my mind regardless to whatever you feel, however you feel about me. If you want to lay down and marry me for the rest of your life, before you know that, you need to respect me as an individual. You need to know where I am as an individual in my mind. Because
Okay.
just because you telling me I'm fine, I may not believe that. And you
Okay.
telling me that may make me feel some type of way like, oh, you know what, maybe they may just be trying to fuck. But
Okay.
so before you get to that place, you need to say, well, hey, Yaheem, you are a very handsome guy. I would like to get to know you as a person. Not,
Yaheem,
okay, Yaheem, your booty's so big, I won't fuck. Like, no, ma'am.
Yaheem, I find it hard to believe that no guy has ever said that to you, that they just want to
And
push your guts out through your throat. I've just never, I don't believe that.
and
I believe
ask me
somewhere
how
down
far
the
they got.
line, I believe somewhere down the line, some guy has said that to
You
you.
know what?
Yes, I have. But that don't mean we got nowhere.
Hey, look, Yaheem.
Yeah.
Hey, I need to leave and then come back because it's I'm hitting you twice like you
Chris,
doubled
use
up.
your real voice.
Huh?
He said use your real voice.
But this is my I'm just looking up real voice. So I'm gonna leave, but add me right back in.
Okay. Okay, my queen is coming back. What's up? What's up, Dad?
What's
All right.
up? This whole conversation, I guess the thing that worries me about the conversation is not too much the issue because we're gonna have issues in the community. My what worries me most is the lack of solutions, the lack of anyone, not anyone, because I've heard some people kind of talk through it to try to come to a solution, and I think the baseline for all of it is just honesty. If you're not attracted to a trans woman or a woman of trans experience, say it. Just say it. And I'm not talking about you, Yaheem, I'm just saying in general. Just be honest and say you're not attracted to them. If you're only attracted to them sexually or aesthetically, say that's why I'm attracted to you because I like what I see. I'll take myself for example. I was married to a woman for 9 years. All right. I have a 15-year-old child. There's a lot about trans women that I do like. I'm very honest about my opinion. I'm very honest about my preference. And I'm unapologetic about it. I like what I see aesthetically. I'm not turned on when it comes to me knowing that there's a male genitalia there. So that's
And
me. But that's
I've mentioned that as
my
well.
personal preference.
I've mentioned that as well, that I believe that there's a lot of beautiful trans women that are physically beautiful to me. But that does not mean, because I believe that you're a beautiful person, that I want to move further outside of me just having a physical attraction for the way you look. And I have dated women in the past. I have got a young lady pregnant. So a woman that looks like a woman, I'm going to believe that, hey, you are beautiful. And just because I tell you that you're beautiful, just because I say that you are attractive in the eye, does not mean that I want to physically move forward to lay down with you, or to have you tell me that you want to ram my back in.
And I
That's
think
just
it
not where
and
I'm
I
at.
think the honesty and the acceptance has to go both ways. If the trans community, as well as uh, gay men, as well as trans women, have to both be willing to accept each other's truths, and neither community or neither group of people are monolithic. We're not all gonna believe the same. There may be a gay male who is attracted to trans women, wouldn't mind dating one, wouldn't mind being married to one, wouldn't mind being in the public with one. There are some who don't, and they may check certain boxes. Like, I just think everyone has to just be honest about their feelings about trans women. If you are just attracted to her just based off of how she looks aesthetically, then be honest about that. But
But let me
don't
ask
play
you,
the
Del
game.
Rico,
Yes,
Del
sir.
Rio, let me ask you this. You said just because you couldn't be attracted all the way because of the sexual parts that they still have. What about a girl who's who's had the surgery, the SRS? What do you think? She's still a trans woman. I mean, I think they still identify as trans women. I don't know. But if she does still identify as a trans woman, now that she has the other organ, do you think that you can still be attracted to her?
So I've had two physical encounters with trans women before,
I'm sorry.
and that was where my barrier was. That was where I couldn't get beyond that point. I couldn't get beyond the point. I saw this beautiful woman. I'm into her. We have great conversation. We went on, several dates together. And then once it got to that point, and honestly, it was months before we got to that point. Once it got to that point, it I could not get past, the point of, okay, there's a male genitalia here, you know. So I'm I I've never dated a woman who's had a trans woman who's undergoing the surgery. So I
Okay.
don't know. I would
All right.
hope, because I feel like, me, just personally, I feel like that was my biggest barrier, because I had no issues prior to that.
Okay.
And let me
Okay.
just say
So
this for the people in the comments.
All right.
I don't
So
take offense to people feeling like that I have my own preference, because I do. And anybody who
everybody
feels some
does.
type of way about how I feel, that's on you, your mama, and God. Because I personally do
No.
not care, because it's how I feel. And I'm just saying this to the people in the comments. I have a preference of how I feel. That's like y'all put on y'all Jackson, y'all grinders, no fast, no films. I feel like no trans. So that's just my feelings. And you can't judge me from my feelings, because nobody asked you to lay down with me. I didn't ask y'all to want to do anything physical with me. That's just how
Hmm.
I feel.
And I
I
think that I
respect
think I
y'all.
think that's problematic when people try, just like I heard a few times mentioned tonight, a few trans women mentioned on here tonight about being put in a box. I think it's problematic and toxic in our community when we try to box each other into certain categories. We've been through this. We did this with the top bottom versatile thing. We always want to box each other
Just so
into these
everybody can end up
categories.
being bottom.
All of them.
But we always want to box each other into these categories, you know, because I heard, I think it was T.S. Madison made a comment saying that, you know, or it wasn't T.S. Madison. I apologize. It was from Pose. One of the translators on women on Pose said that, you know, there's a hierarchy in the community, and it's unfortunate that you know, we've developed this hierarchy, and we want to put certain groups in the community, you know, under us because we feel like, you know, we've made it, we have more freedoms, we have more this, and that's not fair because that's not always true. You know, you have some very successful trans women, and you have some gay men who are barely making it. You understand what I'm saying? So there's no hierarchy. We're all individuals. We all have
Why don't you believe it's
uh,
hierarchy? Because I believe it is.
why? Why do you believe it's hierarchy?
I don't
I
think it
think
is.
you don't.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring in my special guest, BJ, the makeup, one of the makeup greats. Hold on. Okay, there we go. There you
I
go,
think
Hey
Trey.
it's
y'all.
hierarchy, Del Rio. What's
What's
up,
up, BJ?
BJ? I know you ready to go in, but Del Rio,
You
I think
said
it
you
is
what?
hierarchy. I think it's hierarchy because uh, when we break down, I always say when we break down LGBT, you know what I'm saying? We do put the T last, right? And that's before they put the IA and everything else on it. So in this community, everybody's okay to have love, except for a trans woman and a gay man. I think what we're trying to break down is that stigma. For you, it was the genitalia. I would like to know from everybody on here, why is it so prevalent that, or why is it so hard to see a gay male and a trans girl date without everybody having an issue? Right? Because it do knock everybody off their feet. We say, oh, such and such go with such and like, oh, really? You know, the first thing going in their head is like, oh, you like trans girls? As if there's something else. You
Right.
get what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so
So
let me speak
help me
for it
out with
first.
that.
Let me speak for it first. I have no issues with it. I support every individual who likes what they like. My best friend is a trans woman. My queen, who I love dearly, is a trans woman. So any individual who likes trans women, I feel you are to be supported, and I do not feel that you're gay if you're a straight man. But for me, I have no attraction to women in general.
Okay.
And to me, in my mind, a trans woman is a woman, no matter if they have a dick or a pussy. I don't like it.
Wait.
I don't like
Well,
girls.
so here's the thing.
I don't
What I
like girls.
what
And
I
that's
what I
just
feel
me.
what I feel about the whole situation. So the post actually it brought up a good topic, but nobody should have taken offense to the post because
Unless you was one of the people.
before it was all said and done, my grandbaby said, "I'm y'all sister. I'm one of y'all. Baby,
My
we can't
tagline,
do
we are sisters.
we can't do nothing." So at that point, anybody that would have started to take offense should have said, "Oh, child, that's my girlfriend. Okay, I get it." He,
Right.
in particular, does not like the
Right.
girl because he's one of the girls, or mentally he feels that way. So that post should have that was like, I think somebody put in the comments, that was that if you're mad, you're just mad about being rejected and not
I
even looking at the situation. But now that the topic is here, the problem is that we all have our faults on each end.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Guys, stop leading the girls on. Stop pretending like, I've seen some of the guys pretend like that they like the girl and actually dated the girl, and the girl thinking that they liked them because they were actually only infatuated with them.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
stop trying to bridge in infatuation with the fact that you are actually attracted to them. That's one thing. Stop doing that with the guys. Girls, yeah, y'all are aggressive. For me, I can battle with the best. Give
very.
me a drink or two, I can be just as aggressive. So it doesn't bother me as much as far as aggression. But I do like to be the pursuer, and that's for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to feel like that I'm submissive, you know, too much when it comes to that. And then when I do see a woman, there's just certain things that could turn me off about too much aggression. So
Absolutely. I
so
personally think the issue
it's not
came in.
it's not saying, and I know a lot of the girls from just, we have a relationship, so it doesn't bother me in general most of the time. But I could imagine going somewhere where I don't know somebody and they might know me through, videos or pageants or whatever, and then they just start pulling and tugging on me and whatever. That could be uncomfortable. It just could be. But like
Mhm.
Yaheem said, that's with anybody though.
So with aggression,
I don't like my guys over aggressive. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Be polite with it, or give me a little hint, because I'll probably give you a hint too. Like I said, I can probably match your energy when it comes to aggression, but it's just the way that you do stuff. And just like with this trans situation, I'm still learning, and I have a daughter that's trans. She's passed, but I have a daughter. I'm still learning because just like uh Miss MBU Grant said, y'all confuse yourselves, and that doesn't say anything bad about the trans community, because y'all have put the butch queens in the box too. And obviously I don't call myself that, but there's nothing else that you would call me. I mean, I'm not really bi, because I'm in the I'm in the lifestyle. So I mean, y'all put butch queens in the category too. So it's like, it's different types of butch queens, it's different types of trans. And just like in the butch queen, I guess, realm, there's trades that play the role, but guess what? It's some of y'all trans that are calling yourselves trans just because y'all got work and y'all not. So it's
Oh,
Well,
just a
let
that's
me just
whole.
different. That's
chime
a
in.
different
I just want
story
to
now.
chime
Wait a
in
No,
on
no,
minute.
two
no, no,
things.
no. I'm gonna tell you why it's not a different story, because those girls are aggressive, and then they want to take offense.
Okay, when you say aggressive, let's talk about aggressive. When are they coming up to you, grabbing your genitals? Are they holding you so
Yes,
tight they won't let
yes.
you go?
Phys-
Or they
phys-
kiss you in your
phys-
mouth?
physical
The
aggression,
aggression
like
comes in
like
when you
like
bombard my space and I haven't allowed you to do so. That's
yeah,
where aggression comes
yeah,
in.
yeah.
Yeah.
That
When you're
that
Guys,
that
I
constantly
that aggression is too much. That
when you're
physical
constantly
aggression.
placing yourself or trying to enter my space and I have not allowed you in, that's where the aggression comes from. So many people got offended by his post when they shouldn't have.
but you
No,
can't tell
you
nobody how
shouldn't.
to
That,
feel.
You
let me
shouldn't.
Y'all
just say
can't
that
tell
is his.
nobody how to feel.
No, no,
You
no,
can't
no.
tell
I'm just saying.
anyone how to feel.
I'm
And
just saying.
someone saying, well,
They
maybe he
shouldn't
could
have
have
got
said it in a
offended. They
different way.
shouldn't have got
No, they could
offended.
have come to his inbox in a different way. Don't
I'm
don't
just saying they shouldn't have got
poke the
offended when he
bear.
said he was one of the girls. Because, like, for instance, if I see one of the trans, like a woman who appears to be trans, but I know they have a lot of uh, gay male tendencies, I don't take it offense too much. It just makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't take it offense too much, because I see that person like, oh, that's like one of my homeboys. Yeah, they might have got their body altered, but that's one of my homeboys. I don't take it offense like that. But at the same time, like what Yaheem said, hey, I'm shaped like you. I feel like I'm one of y'all. So don't come to me. To me, don't come to me like that.
Even with him being shaped like them, even in he can be shaped like them and
But I'm
still
saying
attracted
mentally,
to them.
he's saying
The
that he's one
issue
one of
comes in where when it becomes unsolicited in unwanted behavior. When I haven't reciprocated that same energy, I haven't even allowed you the mere thought of thinking you are who I want. If he wanted to pass that behavior off onto anyone, I think he would have done so. If you're constantly inboxing me, you're constantly sending me news, you're constantly doing things, and I have yet to respond. We're all adults here. Let's not be immature about it. The signs are clear. I don't want you. I'm not interested. I think if he met anyone that was of trans experience or anything that he was solely interested, then they would know that. People
But see,
getting
the
people
problem,
can't be upset because he
the
said
problem
no.
is
No, he
this
don't
is
want you.
right. That's
We we
fine. But
we
the
the
problem
lines
is
look. I
the
think,
problem
hold on, I
is that
think the lines become blurred because people are trying to sweep it under the rug to satisfy one's opinion or satisfy one's thought and make it okay. No, just like the
So let me
trans.
ask you something.
But look,
How do you know?
look,
If you don't
look,
ask, how do you know what somebody really likes or not? You're
exactly.
taking a chance just like anybody else. So when someone inbox you, if it's not your thing, then it's not your thing. 100
Exactly.
trans girls may
You
inbox you. But if
you
it's
have
not your thing,
right.
be
But
comfortable to say
okay,
it's not
so
my
let,
thing
let me let me
100
respond.
Let
times.
me
But
can I interject here?
See, but I'm gonna tell you what the problem is, Giselle. This is a situation that happens
The
across
problem
the
is he
board.
don't want them and they can't accept it.
That's
No,
not
but listen, no,
listen.
Giselle,
That's
I
no,
not
don't
the
listen.
think that's
issue.
the
That's the
problem.
This
problem.
I don't
happens.
think that's
That's
the
not the
This
problem.
problem.
aggression, happens
That's not the
across the
problem.
board.
And I'm not gonna sit here and let you say that that's the problem. The problem is that you guys don't nip it in the bud from the beginning. If you
Right.
nip it in the bud from the beginning, it won't go any further.
So
It's
But
not
Giselle,
about.
let me
Let
ask
me
you
finish. It's
for the
not.
can I
guys.
ask this,
Let me
Giselle?
ask you, how many
There've been
times have
there've
you
been
all
Let me
wrote a
finish.
guy on
Let,
Jack and or Grinder and
Let
he
us
did
see
not
right quick. Hold
respond?
on. Let's see.
Was the hint
if
not there?
what?
So I'm asking the fellas, with the guys, how many times or women
I
that's on.
really think, listen, y'all, I'm all for the boys, but I really think we're being extremely hard on these trans
Yes,
girls.
And that's
no,
why
You
I'm
that,
trying.
don't
That's why I'm
know.
trying to
yes,
get my
You
point
yes.
out
don't know
because
what
I
you don't
think
This,
know.
there are
You
that
there.
don't know
Trent,
what you don't
Trent,
know. If
Trent, Trent,
if I'm
Trent.
attracted to someone, I'm gonna go to the fucking inbox. If you don't like
Exactly,
it, if I ain't your
exactly,
shit, tell me
exactly.
I ain't your shit. Move on. But
This,
I don't expect a post to be made about me, about what my preference and what I like. You know?
but here's the
And I'm
problem.
I'm glad I'm glad
Y'all
to
are
see
making
what
this
Denasia said,
situation.
because that's the
Y'all
truth.
are making this
It's the truth that
situation.
You
there have
absolutely
been
right,
times where
Denasia.
I've said no. I've said no many times, and the same. And I will never call a name,
Listen,
but the same
I am
lady
not
has
gonna be
done
the
it
only
time after
trans woman
time.
up here, and I'm not gonna allow this narrative to be painted that
Right.
trans women are aggressive. True, there are some trans women that are aggressive. There are some men that are aggressive.
That's what I've been trying to say the
There are
whole
some men you
time.
tell no
I've been
to,
trying
and
to
they
say this
still will
the
keep
whole
inboxing you.
time.
So let's not just say that. Let's not paint this broad stroke that all trans women are aggressive, because
But
that's
see,
not the
and I
case.
think that's where the confusion comes in, because it's been stated many a times by multiple people that a lot of individuals, gay, straight, bisexual, non-binary, so many people can be aggressive. The issue is people is taking offense to just one
That's how you
specific
get what you
gender.
want when you being
It's
aggressive. I
becoming a
want nothing but
trigger
aggressive
for
people
women of
around me.
trans experience when it's been clearly stated. I posted myself. Trent posted when he smoke weed, he gets aggressive. So
No,
nobody
I
is
was fucking
negating the
around. I
fact
was
that
fucking
it's
around. I
just
was making
trans
funny
women.
in
It's
the
multiple
comments, nigga.
individuals that are aggressive. The
Listen,
behavior
But
becomes
it's
aggressive
really nothing
when
wrong with
I
being
keep
aggressive.
saying
Let me
no
tell you
or
what
not responding.
our community is built on a bunch of sex apps. We meet people all the time. The first night, go home and fuck them and go do what we want to do. It's built on this big sexual attention, this big nut everybody want to have all the time. If you go to A4, you go upstairs, everybody gets fucked and bust out. A guy just posted a post the they said he wanted 75 loads of calm in his ass. This is a freaky ass motherfucking institution we got. So it's not unusual for people to come up and ask you for
I agree,
sex.
Denasia.
It's not unusual. That's just what it
Okay, so
is.
okay, so
So
let
if
me
you
let
don't
me let
like it,
me
then
let
you
me
say no. I don't want to be a part of this. Then
okay,
they
so let
can
me
go
ask this
on.
question, Trent. And this is after this, I'm gonna let everybody go. It, so just for everybody. So if a person tells you that, hey, this isn't for me, this isn't something that I like, this isn't something that I'm attracted to, and if you're persistent with thinking that you're going to change that individual's mind, what makes it wrong for me to make an opinion and voice my opinion with saying that, hey,
Nothing makes it
I
wrong.
don't like this, leave me alone? Once I've
Nothing makes it
stated
wrong.
in my mind that, and I've stated to you as an individual that I don't like you messaging me talking like this. I don't like you telling me that my body does this to you and makes you feel like this. What is wrong with me saying
Did you
that,
have a
and
block option? Did you have a block option?
why do I have to go block somebody when I'm verbally telling you that, hey, I don't like that you are aggressive and you
This
are,
is
that's like me going to get
insane.
a restraining order. Like, why would I go get a restraining order for somebody when I don't like, I'm telling you to leave me alone. But if it comes to blows, if I see you in person and I go across your head for you disrespecting me, then I'm going to be considered to be wrong when I've
Trans women,
consistently
don't y'all
said
ask y'all
to
ain't for no
you,
hole.
when I've consistently said to you that, hey, I like men. I like men without breasts. I like men that look like men. I like men that smell like men. Like, this is what I like. And I don't believe that nothing's wrong with my preference. Because people say Jay-Z ugly, but Beyonce been married to him for 20 years. That's her preference. So why
And
am
nothing
I
is
not
wrong with what
allowed
you
to
said.
have my
You're
own
not. It's not what you
perspective?
said. It's not what you said. It's how
But
you
how
expressed it.
but
So
how can
people,
somebody
it's
tell me
open
that
for.
my feeling is wrong for how I express something when
It's
somebody's
but
coming
it's
to me disrespecting me? When
that's
I've
right,
said that,
and
hey,
they shouldn't do
I
that.
don't
And
want you telling me that I want that you want to fuck me. Because I
block
don't
her,
want to hear that.
So
block her.
I think this is where the problem lies. So the problem lies in the post. The only thing that I probably would have worded different is when we start putting each other in a box. Because when you got tired of those particular trans women hitting you up, those were just those particular trans women. Because what ends up happening, because I hate to see when trans women say y'all butch queens, like and put it in
They
the
do it
box.
all the time.
So
They
so
do
my
it all the
thing
time.
my thing is
I think he set the standard for no one else to do it.
we can't we
He
can't
just
do
he
we
just
can't
cleared
do
it up
we
once
can't
and
do
for
that
all.
we can't do that either. So my point is that when the post was like it was directed to the trans community,
It
that
was. It was very much so slated to. Okay, let me express this. I can be attracted to a million men. And just because those million men get a pass with saying different stuff does not mean I still have to accept that from another spectrum. I am an individual, and just because I
Yeah.
accept I accept
right.
respect from
And
this person,
and there's nothing
but
wrong with
I
that.
have to
But
accept
what I'm
disrespect
saying
from
is
this
there's
person.
there's some trans women that would not do that. So they feel like why am I feeling like I have to defend my trans sisters when
Yeah,
there's
I
plenty
agree.
of us who don't even do that? You know
Okay,
what I'm
that's just
saying?
like
So
Butch Queens when they say y'all Butch Queens a hit dog on holler. So if you wasn't the hit
right,
dog,
right.
you
No,
shouldn't have hollered.
that's why I said on both ends of the spectrum, we need to learn how to respect each other a little bit more.
And
That's
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
true.
like for
I
me as
agree
an
with that.
individual, I respect all
I agree with
that's
trans
that.
what it
women.
is. Because to be honest, Yaheem, to be honest, the issue is not even about a trans and a gay man issue because there are certain men, like you said, will come up to you and do the same thing, and they might not be your type. Please leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. So this is,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just one of those certain things. I don't want to seem like it's a versus. It's a versus thing.
Okay,
Now,
so let me.
I
I want to say this.
Mhm.
It can be from it could be my man. If I would have met him prior to, and he would have walked up to me in the club and would have grabbed my ass, I would have smacked his fucking face. Cause don't disrespect me in front of all these people, grabbing on me, yanking on me, messing up my nice outfit that I'd have spent all this money on. Don't
Oh,
treat me like that. I'm some little hoe in the street that you gonna walk up to and grab on and say, "Hey, yo, I won't." No, don't treat
so
me
this
like that.
wasn't a
Respect is
trans
due to
issue. It
us
was a
all.
respect issue.
It
It
was
was
due
more of a
to
respect issue,
everybody.
right?
It's for
It
I
was a
think
everybody.
respect
what happened.
issue
I
from the
think Trent was.
individuals of trans experience.
I think what
But he
happened
Don't
was.
grab
also he
me, don't
also
yank
spoke
me,
about
don't tell me what you want
gay
to do
guys
to
too.
me. It's
Okay.
That's how I feel in general. But my status was true because I am mostly dishes. I have never had a man first message me and say, "Oh, I want fuck." But you want me to tell you how many trans women I've had message me and on my stories that I posted and say, "Oh, you so fine, you gonna let me?" I haven't had a man I haven't had a man do me
Who
that.
did it? Who was it?
You're a mess. But
It wasn't
like
our money, was
I
it?
haven't had. Bye, Trent. You done.
Huh?
Bye, Trent. Good night, Trent. Trent.
Mm,
But I haven't had like that experience, and I don't feel like that I am to be judged or condemned for how I feel. Now, I don't believe that all trans women are like that because Giselle's not like that. And I've ran across her liking a couple boys, but she doesn't disrespect these young men. And I have met other individuals who don't treat men like that. But I believe that it's been women who believe that they're a part of the hierarchy or women who believe that they can't be touched. So they feel like they can disrespect you and you're supposed to accept that disrespect over and over and over and over. And once you mention that, hey, I don't like this, hey, leave me alone. Hey, this is how I feel. Then you're considered to be a late butch queen who isn't open minded or isn't respectful to the girls because you are condemning what these girls are. And this goes for me and even a woman who has a vagina. I am not attracted. I don't want it. I don't like it. And I see trans women as women. I'm not attracted.
My whole thing with this whole situation is that everybody just respect everybody and what their preference is. That's just how it is. For me, I know I have more of an open mind because um I'm attracted to personality, and I know when I first came into the scene, I knew exactly what I like. I only would talk to you if you're extra feminine or if you're one of the girls. And I know that a part of that probably came from the fact that I didn't want to accept that I was in the lifestyle. So like if you were closer to a woman, that gave me, my out to be like, no, I'm not really like this or whatever. So like, and I think everything is a growing process and all that. And the more that you learn, the more that you know, because as I started getting to know everybody in the community, the letters in the community, I started to see who the person was. And for me, I can be attracted to your insides first.
I'm
And
not.
that,
I'm
but
attracted to your outside
that's for
first.
me. That's for me. So like, and a prime example before like the internet had all to, where you could see it used to be chat lines. I have
Mhm.
gotten catfish about 2 or 3 times on the chat line and literally damn near felt like I fell in love with this person that I thought they were, found out that it wasn't them, but I still gave it a chance when I found out who it was and they weren't my type at all. So it's like I think for the trans girls, like they want us to be more receptive of saying, don't just like say I don't like the you see me, I'm one of the girls. I don't date the girls, and you just close your mind. I think
My queen say, you her
that's one
man.
of the things they're trying to say. Get to know me first, and yeah, maybe we will be just friends, maybe, but don't close your mind off to the
Okay, so
option that could be.
let's say this. Okay, so as an individual, if I was to be attracted to a trans woman
Mhm.
and that woman proceeded to tell me, hey, because this is what I feel, this is what I want to do to you, why am I not allowed to say that, hey, don't treat me like that? Hey,
You are
don't
you
do
are
that
allowed.
to me. Hey, I don't like being approached like a little bitch. Why am I not allowed to say that?
You are allowed to say that, but see, here's where the problem lies, to where everybody gets offended or defending themselves. It's if you come back and clap back the same way, it becomes you just it becomes back and forth. So like if you say, hey, no disrespect, because for me, like I said, when I see a trans woman, I see a woman. So if they start acting like I'm more the female and I'm submitting a little bit more, they're a little more aggressive, that makes me feel uncomfortable. That's me. But I also know how to go and talk to the woman and say, hey, you're coming off a little aggressive. I know I'm
Yeah.
more of a chaser. I don't like to be chased. Can you kind of tone that down or whatever? And then I think the respect, it's just the delivery, it's the content and how you say it. That's what I feel. So and then
Miss
too,
Wendy, Miss Giselle had a whole lot to say. You were a little late into the conversation because Giselle has spoke a lot of her piece, and
mhm.
we will allow Giselle to continue to speak her piece on this because she has, and we will continue to allow her to do so.
Who, me?
Yeah,
Yes.
you.
Oh, I think I've heard a lot of things that's kind of like just kind of like okay. So what your feeling of not being attracted to trans women, I think that is valid. You have every right to feel that way. We can't take that from you. That is not you're not attracted to trans women. That's not your preference. We can respect that. I think the issue that that some people have with it is had it been an older man, had it
Well,
been
why is it considered
but
to be a man? Why does that have to be brought into it?
but I guess let me finish this thing. So had it been an older man or someone that a man that you didn't like, we just in general, we believe that you would not have made the status. But because it was a trans woman, That's why people felt offended because you blew it up to make it an issue. We get it that you're not attracted to trans women. And then Del Rio, for you, when you made a statement, and I felt the ways by it. You said that you dated trans women and that you're open to it, but when it came to sex, you couldn't go any further. Then what was the point?
No. So I didn't say that. I didn't say I dated. I said that I've had an experience with two trans women. We have gone out on dates before. We didn't date exclusively, like it was
But
a relationship.
when it got time to sex, which is a natural progression in any relationship, you couldn't do it. So then again, the question is, what was the point? Because it leaves us trans women getting our hopes up only to be dropped back down. You know what I'm saying?
But no, I totally respect that, Giselle. But at the same time, you have to understand that that's happened with guys as well. So that's not just happened with two trans women. That's happened with guys in my life as well, where it got to the point where we got to sex, and either the sex wasn't good, or something happened prior to the sexual experience, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. So what I don't want anyone to think, because anyone who knows me, Giselle, and I'm just being totally honest, you can go through my Facebook page for years. One thing that anyone knows about me is that I celebrate women of the trans
You
experience.
do.
I've done it for
You do.
years, and I'm a big defender, and I don't play behind my trans sisters. Everyone knows that. I'm just giving my opinion based off of my experiences only, the two experiences that I've had. And that's why I'm saying I told Trent, I'm thinking maybe if it was, post operation, it would have been a different experience for me because I've been married to a woman before. So we are all a collective of experiences. And so our futures and the decisions that we make a lot of times are predicated upon those past experiences that we've had. And so I'm not going to be presumptuous and say, oh yeah, in the future I would date a trans woman, regardless of what part of the process of the operation she's in. I'm not that kind of person to try to speak into the future like that. But what I will say is, based on the two experiences that I've had, that was the only barrier that I could see, because everything else aligned perfectly for me. I had no issue with it. Now, that was earlier in my acceptance of who I now am. So maybe the true barrier could have been the fact that I hadn't accepted who I was 100%. And now I'm to the point, of course, I can't now. I'm in a situation where I can't now. But if I was, that would be an option. But I can't say if it would be successful. I can't say that.
Right. I respect that. I just think I feel that the conversation took a turn to where it almost seemed that anytime a trans woman approach a guy, whether it's innocent or not, it's received as aggressive because you guys don't like trans. And I think that's an unfair assessment to make of people.
It is, and it's very unfair because it happens to Black women every day in the world. It happens to Black women. A white man, a Black man can say the exact same thing that a Black woman says, and that Black woman is going to be perceived as the angry Black woman. And it's an unfair assessment of that woman. And I do believe personally that trans women do get unfair assessments, but there is equal responsibility, accountability to be had on both sides. So it's and I don't feel like all trans women need to stand up and Angela Davis everybody else, because every trans woman is not the same. You're not monolithic. You're not like Jada. Jada's not like Raquel. You guys are not the same. And so I don't think we should be categorizing and labeling one another to the point where I feel like because like Chris said, there's really I don't really have a category, but if you throw me in with the butch queens, I'm not going to defend every butch queen. Now, if I agree with what Gerard is saying, I'm going to agree with him. If I don't, I'm going to personally call or text or inbox Gerard and say, I don't agree with what you said. But just because we're both butch queens does not mean that I have to stand up and carry a flag for the butch queens of America. I'm just not doing that.
Right.
And that's what I was saying on both ends, to where it's okay
Hey,
for a
Jada.
it's okay for a trans woman to say, hey, to another trans woman, that's not my point of view.
Right.
And I don't see that a lot with the trans girls as I do with the butch queens, because I'll be quick to say, oh, that ain't me, because everything that Yaheem sees and is not attracted to, I'm the complete
But you're
opposite.
speaking from who experience? Are you speaking from a trans woman experience, or are you
No,
speaking
I
from
know.
your
No, I'm speaking from my experience. I'm just speaking from what I see when it comes to trans. I don't see when someone is saying something about a trans woman. I don't see like another trans woman saying, "Okay, I can see your point, Butch Queen," because I don't understand that trans woman either, because I can't relate to that. I see a collective, which is good that y'all stand together, but sometimes you have to understand that if we're confused and you're confused as well, it's okay for you to say, okay, well, that's not my point of view from a trans woman.
but that's not true. That's not true, because I think a lot of trans women stand up for what they believe in. Like, my views are so different from many other trans views, and I make that very known. And I've seen like Tyra, Paris, many girls make their point very known that that's not my experience. But I
But
think
you know
what
what?
happens is
You know
butch
the name
queens, y'all
the
put
names
us
that you
all
said.
in one.
The names that you said are so different from another spectrum of trans girls. So when you say
My
the
point
Raquel,
exactly.
the Tyra,
So when you say, but when you use the term of I don't see trans women, you can't say that, because that's what I say. Are you speaking from your experience, or are you speaking
no,
from a wider experience?
well, okay, from what I see, even I've never seen I know I've seen girls say, like, well, yeah, I have my perspective on certain things, but when it comes to being completely confused about what a certain trans woman would say, that it's like completely like, girl, are you even trans? Like, I don't see y'all doing that, where I'd be like, I could be like a butch queen, like, oh no, that is so far from what
And
I
the
believe
reason
in.
being that you can never question. See, that's the thing about butch queens.
Mhm.
Y'all, yeah, y'all are men. Okay, y'all are men, so y'all have a one tunnel vision, and y'all feel as though that a man should be either like how y'all think the man should be. But in the trans experience, it's like no trans is the same. So I can't
Right.
tell another trans that she's not trans because she doesn't have
Oh
the
no,
same views that
right,
I
right.
have.
No, I'm just talking about the
So for me to
views.
put that abroad on Facebook, I wouldn't dare go on Giselle post if she say, I want to get on a butch queen back. I wouldn't dare go on her post and say, hey, you're not trans for making that comment. But then that would be me being judgmental towards another woman. I can't tell her how to be trans. I can only speak on
Oh,
my
oh no, no, no,
experience.
no, no, no. I'm not saying on that aspect. I'm just saying that when we talk about these certain topics, it becomes um like, for me, I can see the spectrums of both. And I'm not trans, but I can see the spectrums of why, the trans are offended, and I can see where, where we're saying, hey, if we politely ask you, to respect or whatever the case may be. But my thing is, I just don't see sometimes where trans will say, you know what, I see where the butch queens are coming from. I just feel like it, even if you do see it, it's almost like, well, I got to stand up for my girls, because I feel like we're not respected. We're on the bottom. So whether it's right or wrong, and that's where it becomes like, okay, where can we find the medium? If you can't see what a part of what I'm saying, and you can't see a part of what, I can't see a part of what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
But
That's all.
I
go ahead.
I strongly disagree with you, only because I've seen many conversations where girls speak about, oh well, that's their experience, but that's not my experience, but you are entitled to the experience. And
Mhm.
butch queens, I feel like butch queens, of course, y'all experience is going to have some similarity to it, because it's either I mean, I don't know. I can't speak. I can only empathize, or I can't say I know how a butch queen feel because I'm not a butch queen. I'm
Right,
a woman. I can only speak for a trans woman, and I can only
right,
speak for the trans woman that I am. So I can't
right.
speak for every trans woman. And I think that's what a lot of times y'all want us to speak on every trans woman. I can't speak on every trans woman, and I can't say that I agree or disagree with every trans woman because that's her experience, and that's the thing about our lives. It's so different from y'all because our walks are so different.
Can
Our
I
So
ask
so
some more
so
trans
so
women
so so what so
instead
what
of
happens
Shay?
when your trans walk of life is different from another trans walk of life, but then we're all in the same community, and then my walk of life is different. What how is it easy?
We have to respect each person's walk of
Right,
life. I mean,
and that's all I'm saying. So that becomes that it goes back to what I initially was saying, was like I just feel like it's hard for, because the trans, and I understand the reasons that the trans need to stick together, because they feel like they get the least respect. So you can't, it's hard for you to say, oh, I understand what that butch queen is saying. Even if you don't walk the same line, I understand everything that, okay, you're right, that I do see some of my sisters doing this and blah, blah, blah. I just feel like it's harder for y'all. And whatever the reasons are, I understand it, because I like they're real. I defend y'all, and I
because
love
I
y'all.
think when
And I'm
people make
attracted to y'all.
comments, because I think when people make comments like Yaheem May, and we had this conversation a couple of days ago. I was never offended by the post. It only offended me when people were commenting about, speaking or laughing to the nature of if that's a joke.
Right,
Being trans is not a joke, first of all, for me.
right,
I can't
right,
say for nobody else. When I became trans, I knew I wanted to be a woman. I wanted to live like a woman. I wanted to be respected as a woman. So when I
right,
see any form of disrespect towards a woman of trans, I have an
right,
issue with it, whether I do the things that they do or don't do the things they do, because I don't do a lot of things that trans women do. But
right,
I get offended because here's the part that I get offended about: butch queens, they play with us. They want to grab our breasts. They want to grab our butts. They want to they like I've had my SRS surgery. They want to let me see your surgery. Let me see what's between your legs. And it's
hmm,
like y'all are entitled to ask us all of these questions and say, "Well, I want to see, or let me feel it. It ain't soft. It's hard. It's whatever." In comparison to the next girl, but when we ask, because every bitch when they ask me, "Let me see what's between your legs," I said on the same thing. Well, let me see what's between your legs. Now they're offended. But how come are you offended when you just asked me to see what's between my legs?
right, right. And that's and that I totally agree with you on that. And that's where,
Also,
but the only thing that I don't like is, and that's on both ends, don't put everybody in that box.
I,
Right.
I,
And
I,
I agree. I
I
and
agree.
think,
and
I
my
think,
my thing my thing my thing is, your experience with that particular butch queen would not be your experience if I wasn't
With
your
every bush
granddad.
queen.
If I wasn't your granddad, you know what I'm saying, and I was attracted to you, I would,
okay, so
because
so
that's just how it is. But I do understand. That's why I say I understand on both ends. But like when it came to Yaheem and different and feminine butch queens, I don't see where the offense is if they're saying, girl, you my sister, I'm your sister. I don't
But
see
my
it's
where the,
all
my
in verbiage, wording plays a big part in everything that we do. A lot of time, people, y'all, and again, you can only empathize
Mhm.
when y'all when people make okay, let's say when heterosexual
I
make
see one of these
posts
trans women in
about
the
gay
comments who be
men.
all down DeAndre comments on Instagram, being nasty in his comments, and I would call your name, but you making all these comments, but you be one of the main women who are disrespectful to a man that you know have a man at home, and that's
Who is
where the
that?
issue.
Who
Who
you
is that?
talking to? Oh,
I'm
I thought. Oh, I
no,
was
I'm
like,
talking
what?
to an individual in these
Chilling
comments,
for you.
like y'all know I have the same nigga that live in the same house, that sleep in the same house with me. But this same individual in these comments saying how we shouldn't objectify trans women, but you're one of the same trans women that be in his comments asking him to suck his dick, and you know he live with a man. That's my
Oh my
And that's another thing, the double standards. Whether it's trans or butch queens, stand for what don't say stuff just to say stuff. If you strongly believe that's what you believe, say that, but don't do it just because it looks good on paper or you just typing it just to be typing, because that's hypocritical. Because you can't sit up there and say, don't do this, but I can. And that's just what Jada was saying about Butch Queens. Don't sit up there and say, hey, let me see what it looked like. Open your legs up, and then if Jada comes back and say, well, let me see how big your dick is, then okay,
Don't
we
be
both
offended by that.
we
But
better
hey,
We
we
both
even with
laugh
ask
me,
the
about
I
same
it.
haven't.
We laugh
question.
I,
about it.
But I'm not. I wasn't talking about you. I'm just speaking in abroad. I'm just speaking abroad. Like
Right,
I
right.
think the issue that I have too a lot when it comes to gay men is that a lot of times when they make comments about trans women, it's always jokingly, and every trans woman don't take their lifestyle as a joke. And when
And
people
I
make
don't feel like
comments
that.
about that, when people make comments and then people go under the post and make jokes and laugh, like, oh, they reading a film coin or they reading the trans woman. No, they're not reading the trans women, because those are not all trans women that
Right,
act like that. And you
right.
can't
Jada,
say that that's a
give me an
trans
example.
woman's trait.
Give me an example of what you're saying, Jada. I just want to get a better understanding of what you're
So
saying.
Yaheem made the post. Did you read
Hmm.
the post?
Yes,
And
I did.
people are on the comment, just saying like, oh, that's how trans women are. Trans women are aggressive. Trans women.
Oh,
But when
okay,
you say
okay,
trans women, that's putting us in this. You can't
right,
say that
okay,
because that's
I
not
got
every
you.
Okay,
trans woman
okay, I
experience.
understand that. I completely
Yeah.
understand that, Jada. But for me, as a perspective, I feel like my grandma always told me a hit dog gonna holler. So if you don't feel like that was something that you have been doing, you would not be mad, because that's just like when a white person feels like all black people steal. I know I don't go steal, so I don't go and get mad when somebody mentions that a black person's stealing, or I'm not disrespecting a trans woman by calling her a man or something like that. That's not my lifestyle. I'm speaking
But I
from the
think
aspect
I
of
think the
Yaheem
See,
Dupree,
wording.
here's
I
the
Gerard
think the
issue.
Simmons. Hold on,
wording.
let me finish. Let me finish. And everybody's saying my wording, but you can't tell me how to feel when I feel like I'm continuously being disrespected by individuals that I consistently say, hey, I have a nigga in the room. I like boys. I like men. And you continuously come at me and say that, oh, you so fine, I want fuck. Oh, you so fine, I want put it in you. But if I consistently tell you that this is not something that I like, I have the right to express my opinion. And everybody say, oh, you should have tagged the person. But then if I would tag the person, and then all of these same comments, they'd have been saying you are being a bully. So it's like a double-edged sword. Either I'm going to be a bully, or I'm going to make a broad statement to say that, hey, this is not something that I'm interested in. Leave me alone. And that
But can
doesn't
but
mean
can
that
but
I'm
can
being
but can
disrespectful to a whole thread of trans women. Because if you're not a trans woman that's in my inbox, you should not feel some type of way about it.
But I
You
think
should
for
No,
the
feel like,
that's
most
like
part,
hey,
I
saying
think
that's
for the
my
but
most
that's like
part,
saying
everybody said it
that's like
wasn't your
saying
post. Everybody said it wasn't your post for the most part. It was the comments under. So I
It's the
don't think
comments under your post. Yeah.
you don't have to defend yourself. Like I said, the only thing that I probably, if I was just going to be anal about it, is that you could have said some of y'all trans girls, please stop. Because all trans girls are not trying to have you. All trans girls don't even use they dick to want to get up inside you. So like, I mean,
that
when you did
even when you
that,
speak for your, like you spoke about your daughter, I've never once heard your child, and I knew your child long before she transitioned. I never once heard her mention anything about anything between her legs, no matter what she was doing
but
with
let
it,
me
but
how
but
that
she
that that's
used it.
that's the thing that I was talking to Jada about,
I
because
never heard it.
certain trans
Jada, never
trans
heard it.
girls, right? Because of there's different types of trans. I had to learn how to respect all trans girls, because I'm telling you, I'm still learning to this day. And I mean, I still do believe that some people transitioned their body to fit the narrative of something else, not because they felt like a woman. I do believe that, just like I do believe there are people, guys in the lifestyle, who would use the girls or the gays, and they really not gay. They can just go through it for the, for a monetary exchange or something like that.
Yeah.
So
I
it's not.
think what I'm going to say is stop. Just generally,
Hmm.
we're trans women.
Okay.
Trans women. So it does us a disservice when people want to shame trans women for using a natural part of their body. That is their sexual organ. Whether you feel they should conduct themselves like women, that is a part of their body. They have
Right.
every right to use that. And I don't like
Right.
when people say, well, you're not the women I know. Well, I'm a trans woman. I'm not like the
Right.
women you know. So
Right.
why should I be made to feel less than or made to feel less than a woman because I'm using a part that something that's been a part of my body since birth?
Oh no.
That
See,
doesn't make me more of a man.
in
That
my
doesn't make me less of a
situation,
woman.
right. In my situation, that's not the problem. The problem is when you're aggressive with that, because I have a problem when cis women are aggressive with their vaginas. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I have a problem when it's overly aggressive. That's just for me because I'm a country boy and I'm used to being the one, hey, can I holler at you? You know what I'm saying? And, they kind of shy away or give me a hard time. I like the chase. So it makes me feel funny. And that's a different subject or whatnot. So it's not so much as you're a trans woman and don't want to go through the whole procedure. That's not the problem. It's just the aggression behind it.
I think it's the
And
mindset. I think it also has to do with the mindset because I will say this. I agree with Giselle to a certain point, but this is the part that when it comes to trans women, like we have to understand who do we want to be looked at as. We can't be in the street saying, I'm gonna put my dick in your mouth, or I'm gonna slap you in my dick, I'm gonna fuck you, but then when you call us a man, I'm offended.
But
if you carry yourself like that, and if you put yourself out there to do what men do, don't be offended when they call you a man. And I'm not saying that's what you do, Giselle. I'm just saying, I just feel like, right, it's just all in respect. I just feel like, and this is with any sex, this is with male, female. I think when it comes to sex, what you do behind closed doors ain't got nothing to do with nobody on this phone. No matter what it is, no matter if you are top or bottom, it ain't got nothing to do with nobody on Facebook. Like we all make posts about what we do. That's just human nature. But I do feel at times some girls do be overboard when they're talking about dicks and my dick bigger than yours and my dick and my dick and my dick. But then when they call you a man, oh, I'm offended by that because I'm a trans woman. Well, if you put a woman to a woman behind trans, the definition of a woman is not a woman with a dick. If you want to look at it that way, but you also have to remember that she is a woman of trans. That's what I said. I can't agree with you, Giselle. I'm not saying that there's an issue because there's not an issue with that. Because if you were born with that and if you're comfortable with that, use it by all means. But to push that on a person and then they don't see you as a woman, like the physical woman, like the outer part, like we all say we women, but then you speak about a dick.
I feel like
what is the butchman supposed to think?
I kind of feel like this conversation going in circles because I feel like we're all
it's still a part of
missing the fact of my post was not to tell trans women, okay, well, what you're doing is wrong. My post was to say respect me as an individual and what I like. What you're doing may not be wrong for someone else, but to dummy, I don't want it. I don't like it, and I'm not appreciative of it.
It was the comments that brought us here. So that's what I'm saying. Like the post was like, okay, boom, everybody. But then when it started to become where the Butch Queens, our side, when they started to agree, it was the added on preservatives that ended up making it seem like trans was like just nasty, aggressive, and desperate, and all this. So I read some of the comments. It did come across like that. Then that's why I came to defense for you, because the post was not a Butch Queen versus trans, and this is that wasn't that for you. But the comments up under it, it was like, I'm glad somebody said it because da 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 da, and then it just.
But listen, that means other people are experiencing the same thing, and somebody spoke out for them, and they're experiencing the same thing. So that means I am not the only individual that has experienced this. I'm not the only individual that may feel like this, but I am the first individual to bring it up and bring it to light. I'm not the only person because I know I have friends that have a whole thread of inboxes that you can see them telling certain individuals, "Hey, I'm not interested," and then the next day, "Hey, good morning, how are you? Hey, how are you? I'm great. Oh, you're so beautiful. I love you." Like it's like a repeating cycle. And then
Okay,
when somebody says it,
and
and then
that
somebody
and that
brings
was
it up, and then it's somebody saying that, "Oh, well, you're being disrespectful to a whole community." My best friend is trans. We've been best friends longer than we haven't been friends, but I still don't feel like it's wrong to be a trans woman who use your pussy stick. No, I don't. But what I feel like is wrong to push your pussy stick on on a person who don't want it.
Okay, so hello
mm,
everyone. So I have to agree with Jada with saying what goes on behind closed doors in our bedroom amongst the two of us, that's between us, and that has nothing to do with any of this. However, I wanted to know, Yaheem, how did you respond to said trans woman when this incident occurred? And then beyond that, I'm totally for, not bullying or whatever. However, but why hold all trans women accountable or point all of us out? Why not say, Jada, this is whatever, however,
Because then I
why
was
why
gonna
say
then
trans
it would
women as
be
a whole? Because
considered
all
as
of us
being
are
a
not
bully.
subject to that. So call her out because
Okay,
you
so
offended a lot of us now. Well, you could have just said, hey, Jada, blah, 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 if you want to go public with it. And if people agree that trans women do that to them, then fine. But you said trans women as a whole. So you have a whole group of people that
because
feel the same
I
way
would
about
That
not
are
that.
be
looking at
attracted
trans
to
women. That are looking at
I
trans. They're not
okay,
looking
so
at just
I
Her.
said trans women as a whole because it could be you, it could be Jada, it could be Giselle, it could be Jesus who was a trans woman. I still would not be attracted to a trans woman. So I feel that I
I
said
get that.
to trans women as this individual, you know that you're in my inbox, and it's not just one person, it's a multitude of trans women that has went down my timeline to comment on my pictures and has been in my inbox to tell me certain things. And I have addressed it. I've said, hey, I don't like it. Hey, can you please stop? Hey, we women together. We are sisters in the name of being a woman. I have said this. And just
Okay.
because these individuals don't accept it, I will continue to say, like my grandma will always say, a hit dog will holler. If you don't feel like it was about you, you should not have felt like, hey, he's disrespecting me as a trans woman. No, because I was not disrespecting all trans women
But
because I
Yaheem,
am a
look at
trans
this.
woman. In
Look
my
at this.
hold
You
on, let
can't.
me finish. Let me finish. Because in my mind, no matter if I have breasts or not, I am one of the girls. So I was not being disrespectful to any other individual besides the individuals who read that post and felt like, hey, well, maybe I've been being disrespectful to some boys because maybe these boys don't like that. But after a boy has consistently ignored you, after a boy has consistently told you, no, I don't want this. This is not for me. I like boys. I like chest on my back. You should let it go and let God move you to somebody else's inbox because when somebody likes you, they will let you know that they like you. And if I was interested, I would shake your purse.
Okay. So with
well,
that being
Let me
said,
say something right quick. So for you to say that nobody else should be offended if that's not what they're doing, that's like a white woman. That's like me having a white friend and she's saying all of your friends are black niggers, but not you because you're my friend. I'm not supposed to be offended
absolutely,
by
I
that.
agree.
I'm going to be offended by that because
Well,
she's speaking of something of my
so let me
race.
say this to all my trans sisters that's watching this. This was not directed to you. This was directed to the women who Giselle Russell, me and you have communicated. I have showed you messages from different people. You know where I am coming from. So to my trans sisters and individuals who feel like this was an attack to you, I am one of y'all. I just don't have body work. My body is real, and I just don't have breasts. But I am one of the girls, and I do not feel some type
My
of way
body
in
and my
reference
body
to
is
you.
real too. That's another.
My
My body
body
is
is,
real
that's
too.
just all I'm saying is that I do not feel some type of way. But to the girls that are watching this who know that you have been a reflection of the post that I've made, leave me alone because I don't want to be disrespectful to you and I don't want to have to come to blows with you in person because that's where I felt like it was going. And if I'd have tagged the name, it would have came to blows. And I don't want to have to fight a trans woman because in my mind, I wouldn't be wrong because we are the same.
Okay. So
But
oh my God.
okay. So Yaheem. So when you let her know that, hey, I'm not interested in you, I'm not into that, and continues at that point, how do you respond?
I've said it, and I'm not about to sit around and just go say I'm about to block you. Like I'm not about to sit around blocking people
Okay.
all day because
But
they
at
find
some
me
point,
attractive. There's a million people that find me attractive, but they're not disrespecting me.
okay.
They're not telling me that they want to fuck
So
me.
at some point, it becomes disrespectful, correct? At some point, it becomes disrespectful, correct? So why not block her?
I don't block nobody. You gonna watch. If you want to see, you gonna see. I'm not about to block nobody. I don't have nobody blocked. I don't feel like I'm about to sit around blocking people for it.
So
For why?
once again, I just think that the post opened up unnecessary dialogue. That was the main thing. Like, I don't think your post, if nobody commented under it, it would have been like, okay,
Crickets.
well,
They'd be like,
right.
he looking for
So
attention. But since that
but
people
but
commented
the
on it, now it's such a bad thing. But if I'd have
but
just left it there and
but
nobody wouldn't have said nothing,
but
it'd
it
have been
was
crickets.
the comments that was under there that put the all trans in a box. And like Jada said, you can't say that the trans that would not be interested in you at all, or even try to do the things, whatever the things was desired in your inbox. You can't tell them they couldn't be mad, because I know I used to get offended when uh some of the girls would make a post and say the Bush Queens won't stand for us. And I know, like, trans lives don't matter to the Butch Queens or whatever. If you definitely gonna tell me that, not with me being China Doll's daughter, But at the same time, I was offended, and I wasn't a hit dog, but I was hollering,
And
you know.
even to that
So,
point, Chris, like, okay, so for example, if you meet an individual, a man, and he's in your inbox every day, being disrespectful, every day he's telling you, "Ooh, I want to eat your butt." Every
mhm,
day he's sending you a message, and you
mhm,
consistently tell him, "Hey, leave me
mhm,
alone, baby. Why you keep bothering me?" And if I'd have made
right.
that same post to boys, trans women wouldn't have had an issue, but the boys would have had an issue.
But you
Bush
would have
queens
worded
would have
it.
had an
But you
issue.
would have worded it different. You would have said
No, I wouldn't. I would have worded it the same way.
some of y'all
You
niggas out
niggas
there are
would have.
so
You
aggressive.
niggas
Y'all
need
need
to
to leave
leave
me
me
alone.
alone.
Yeah, you would have
That's
said
just
some
like
of them.
that's just
You
like
wouldn't
Giselle made a post a couple days ago. She said Butch Queens was feel like the girls aggressive. That was a blanket statement that subjugated all Butch Queens. It it was Queen. I'm sorry, but it was. It was a
Well,
it
let
was
me
a
say,
post that subjugated all Butch Queens. But guess what? The Butch Queens didn't get in the uproar. They didn't have a fit about it. But I feel like trans women feel like, oh, because
Because that's
he
common when
said
it comes to
trans
Bush Queen. That's
women,
what most Bush Queens say. That's a common thing.
and it's
and
a
throughout the
common,
course,
That's
and
just
one of
like
the
throughout the
them
most
course
comments
of
on
common
this,
my
things
post.
that y'all agree
It's a
on when it
common
comes to
thing for
trans
trans
women.
women to be in people's inbox being disrespectful,
but throughout the
because I
course,
wasn't
but
the
throughout
only
the course
person
of
that
this,
said
No,
it.
this,
it's
this,
not. No.
but throughout the course of this live, that has been repeatedly said that we are aggressive. Whether we're simply saying hi or hey handsome, it's deemed or it's received as us being aggressive. So again, the question I posed at the beginning of the live, then what are we supposed to do?
What I
Are we
feel
not
like that
supposed?
y'all should do is, I feel like that if you like a person, you should move into that with respect and with caution. Hey, I think you're handsome, and if they don't reply, let it go and let God. But to continuously message that person, continuously every post they make, you comment and say, "Oh, you ignoring me," or you comment and saying, "Oh, you so fine, I won't do this." Like, that is where the aggression lies. Just saying that, "Oh, I think you're a very handsome man." I don't find nothing wrong with that, because I think I'm a handsome man too. My mama think I'm a
But
handsome man, but I don't find nothing wrong with that. But when it comes
and,
to you saying that, okay, I ignored you this time, and I told you thank you for telling me that I'm handsome, and then you move forward to say that, okay, well, he took the handsome, so let me go a little further. Let me comment on his body now, and then that message gets ignored, and then you post something else, and then they comment, so, "Oh, you just so this and that. I want to eat your butt."
But
Like,
for
have you ever
me,
had a trans woman come to you and tell you they want to eat your butt? I bet you haven't. And you don't know how that
So
feels to have somebody constantly message you
what is it
to
that you're
tell you
telling
stuff
this
like that.
woman? What is it that you're telling? Because it could not have nothing to do with trends. She could just be crazy. Because if a bitch keeps inboxing me saying all this and I'm not replying, she's crazy. It ain't has nothing to do with trans.
Right.
I think that's the part that you're adding, that because she's trans. That ain't got nothing to do with trans. The bitch is
I
crazy,
want to,
whoever she
I
is.
want to see. I'm not gonna show you that because on live, because it's gonna show y'all the person face. But
but
No.
it's more than. And I just didn't decide to block that person because we know certain people, and it's more than just one person. And I'm
well,
not about to go down
let
the timeline and say, okay, let me just block, bitch, block, 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 block,
but
block, 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 block.
let me say this. There are so many very gorgeous butch queens that I think are beautiful. And I'm constantly, if I'm watching their story, I'll say so handsome. I'll share their picture. I'll heart their pictures. That does not mean I want them. It's just me showing love because you are a beautiful person.
I
And if
respect
any
that.
And if anyone who is watching this feels that I am being aggressive or feel that I'm being inappropriate for merely showing you love, then I take it all back. And going forward, it's almost like you don't want to even do that because you're going to be deemed as being aggressive or being, oh, this tranny stalking me, or this. It's like, well, what, baby? I'm just showing you love. I'm just showing you attention. Just like there are trans women, I will share their picture and say you're beautiful. That doesn't mean I don't. That doesn't mean I want you. But in the sense that you're saying, that's something totally different. That's crossing the line and being disrespectful. But I don't want.
That was my whole terms of this post was don't
But
disrespect
I'm
me.
saying for people,
Right,
for
but you're
people
saying
watching,
it in a
I don't want
trans
them to.
way.
I don't want them to think that just because a trans woman or anyone shows you some type of love, that means that they want you. Don't get that in your head because that's not the case.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so
let me
Yaheem,
ask this. Let me ask this question. Okay, go ahead.
so being as though it's disrespectful to you at this point, did you let that woman know, hey, this is becoming disrespectful to me, I'm offended,
Do you
can
think
you
I'm 5?
refrain from communicating with me this way? Did you let her know personally?
Do I look like I'm 5? Where I
No,
don't feel like I can
I'm
speak up to
asking
myself? Or
because
you
if
don't.
she continue at
So
that point, then yeah, you probably should get rid of her differently.
so you don't
Right. So
think
you
that
don't. What if it's
me
a
as
mental
you know?
problem?
Well,
It could be a
hold on,
mental
y'all.
issue.
Cam, you know me, and you know me to be a very outspoken person. Do you think that I've continued to let somebody disrespect me, and I've not said that, hey, bitch, leave me the fuck alone? Do
So
you not?
right,
Y'all all know
I
me.
get
So do
that
y'all
though.
not
But
think that
how
I
do
would
you know
defend
it's
myself
not
in that
a?
aspect?
But how do you know? And they continue to do it.
It's
That's
not a
like the
mental. It's not a
definition of
mental issue when you have a
insanity.
multitude of people that you've talked to and your friends and this same person's in their inbox,
Okay, so let me
or
ask
these
you this,
same
Shaheem. Let
people
me
are in
ask you
their
this.
inbox.
Let
So
me ask you this.
the situation still plays on. I think Yahoo, you somewhere way during
Me
the
using a
whole
grasp of the word
3 hour
trans has offended
conversation,
a trans.
you took it personal.
Let me ask this. No, let me ask this. So the person that's in your inbox, you have
It's not a
explained to them
person. It's
numerous of times.
persons. That's why it was
Okay,
made as a blanket
okay.
statement.
The
Two
10 people,
persons.
the 10 people, an illness does not just not have a hold on one
All
person. An
bitch.
illness have a hold on
All
multitude
them
of
hoes ain't
people.
crazy.
No, you so
And you
you're
know what?
no. So
I haven't wanted
now
to
I'm
bring this
asking you
up,
a
and I
question.
haven't
I'm
wanted to
asking you a
mention this,
question.
and I really haven't wanted to bring this up. But a lot of trans women, they feel like they can change your mind and your perspective on what you like. They
And
feel
that's
like
a
that, oh,
mental issue. That's
I'm
a
going to be
mental
the first
issue.
one that you want to deal with. I'm going to
That's
be
a
the first one
mental
that you
issue.
mess with. I'm
What
going to be the
gay,
very
gay
first.
boys
I'm going
That's
to
a
gay boys do
assist
that to
manipulator.
you
tra-
That's a
because I'm
gay,
going to.
manipulator.
gay
It has
boys
There,
nothing
do
to do
that.
there's
with
bush
trans.
queens
That's
who
just
do
a
the
Bush
same
manipulator.
thing.
queens do that to the
With
trade.
trade,
Bush
with
queens
trade,
do
It's
that to the
called a
guys.
absolutely,
manipulator. It's
absolutely.
That's
called a
nothing.
manipulator. It's not called a
Don't,
trans woman. It's called a manipulator. That's what
They
I'm
feel
saying.
like
You're putting
they're gonna they're gonna feel like they're gonna chip at you until
that's
they break you
people.
down. But
but
I'm
guess
a
what,
That's
strong
Yaheem?
minded
people. That's
Gemini.
not
You're not
trans
gonna
people. That's
break me down.
people.
Guess where that comes from. I'm gonna tell you where that comes from. That comes from us. That comes from us, the Butch Queens, being infatuated. And when that person, let's say like a Jada, or I seen this happen even with Amaya. Amaya goes up to somebody that I know he don't like the girls, but because he was so infatuated, he played the whole role the whole night.
Oh, they
Y'all have
do
to
that.
stop.
Hold your
Y'all have
hand, buy
y'all
you
have to stop doing
drink.
the infatuation. Oh, I can't believe. Oh, she's so beautiful. I can't believe that's
Oh, she's
trans.
so.
She look like a real
Yeah,
girl.
I
And then
date
you go
her.
above and
I
beyond
date
and you
her.
do all the extras. And then then they're thinking that there are some trans that will use that to their benefit, thinking that maybe if you get to know me, since you're so attracted to this outer or you're
Hold on,
infatuated,
we have a
maybe if
man
you get to know
who
me,
dates
you
a
will be
trans
attracted to me
woman
as well.
who
They're
is
not wrong with
wanting
it.
to join the live.
And
He
for me,
openly dates a
even
trans
on Monday
woman.
working
Hold
with
on.
Chris, when I come into the show, I'm toting my own bags. Not because I want you to tote a bag. I don't want you to think that just because you told my bag, I like you or get you get a misconceived conception of me. No, boo. Look, you're gonna stay on your side, I'm gonna stay on my side. And if I like you, I let it be known. Because that's how it happens. The guys feel like, and then even with that, you going around calling these girls wifey, and you walking around, you when they come in the club, you holding their hand. Eventually, a girl gonna start to feel like, well, maybe he do like me. What the fuck are they supposed to think? You
Yeah, so
and you holding my
that's
hand
why I
in the
say
club, you're blocking
on
the
both
guy who may
ends,
really like trans women.
on
You know what
both
I'm
ends,
saying?
I
we
don't
got to
walk
stop
around with
doing
no trans
doing
woman.
Not
all of
you.
this.
I'm saying in general. There are butch queens who walk around with the girl, and he'll hold her hand,
I
walk
want
her
a bitch to
all
carry
parade
my
all
bags.
around to the
What the fuck,
restroom,
what?
at the bar, sit by, do all this kind of stuff, and just want to be her friend. But then there could be a guy in the club who really like trans women and feel, well, I ain't gonna talk to her because she already taken. So I mean, it's like what is it?
Right. So
Amen,
since
brother.
we're
That's very
here,
much so a difference. You
I
are in
want to
love
go
with
back
one woman.
to Del
I sent you
Rio.
the link, bro. Check your inbox.
Del Rio before I joined, because
I'm here.
you told us about your situations where you were involved with trans women, and then when it came down to sex or the genitalia, you couldn't go any further. But isn't that unfair, and isn't that very misleading to the trans woman? Because I'm sure that you were aware what she had going on down there before you led her on to get to this point. So now she's liking you and she's whatever, and then you can't go any further. But then you say that you're into trans women, or you're willing to whatever, however. But then you don't let me on.
So let me ask this question before I answer your question. Are you asking me a question,
Right, Amari. They say that all
or
the time. No fuss, no fame.
are
Tonight
you
ain't mad because I
writing my
said no
story
fame.
for me to continue?
I'm
Because you just gave a whole monologue. You just gave a whole monologue without asking a single question. You just led me through a whole story. So ask me a question and I'll answer you.
Okay, well, since I did that, then I'm writing your story for you to continue then. So can you continue your story?
I want you to ask me the question that you said you were going to ask when you first started.
Okay, so were you not aware as to what she had going on down there before it got to that point? And also, do you feel as though that was misleading and unfair to her, if you were aware?
So I was fully aware what she had down there, Kamaya. But once again, if you listen to everything I said, I also said that I did not. That was during a time when I first. So we're talking 2022 right now. We're talking this happened in 2010, 2009, when I first came out, when I was fresh out of a marriage. So I was still confused. I still didn't know. So if you really look at everything I said, I also said that moving forward, I don't know how I would handle that situation moving forward, whether it was a pre or post op. I don't know, because that happened in basically my infancy into the community, where I was married to a woman, came in and I saw beautiful women, and I was attracted to that as well.
Okay,
And
so
that
hold
was
on,
also
y'all.
two trans women who were not trying to have sex up front. I said also in my story while I was telling it that this happened months later when we got to that point. You understand what I
Okay, so
mean?
I am going to
So
bring in a young man who is in love with a trans woman, who's in a healthy relationship with a trans woman, and we're going to bring him in and get a individual perspective from a man who's in a healthy relationship with a trans woman of experience.
Well,
hold on 1 second.
I want to know who this is. Bring them on in.
Hold on, so I got to get rid of somebody who want to go back and come back.
Go ahead. You can.
I'll go.
Okay, Toby, we're gonna bring you back too.
All right, cool.
Who is this? Who is we about to bring on?
Brandon Body Art. Let's go, Body Art. What you got to say?
From Houston.
Hello, how y'all doing?
What's up, Brandon?
I'm from Houston. I mean, I just feel like you can't see me.
Yeah, we can see you.
I can see you.
I mean, from what y'all are saying is that I feel like you did say, like both parties feel like that they can change people's minds. I mean, I consider myself a bisexual male that has leaned more towards gay men, and I've always been attracted to women, always. And I just happened to come across somebody that was patient enough, not like pushing me, not pushing up on me, just taking her time to try and get to know me, which allowed me to fall in love with her. And so then it changed my perspective on trans women, because I was one of those guys that would always say I would never talk to a trans woman. Like I would never, like, it was just one of those things that was just like, oh, she's trans. Yeah, it's not for me. And then, I mean, life happens and everything changed. And I've been in it, the last 5 years, going on 6. But I also feel like that there is also, you have to be open to change. Like life is a part of changing, and life is a part of growth. And if you're not open to that, then you're gonna look at anything like a negative. And sometimes people don't see the positive in things. I mean, I see how my life has changed from dating a trans woman. And, you know, it's just a lot of people that see trans and see them as fetishes and see them as, oh, we're just going, you know, she's going to take care of me or she's going to buy me shoes or things like that. But they don't see where, you know, you're going to actually fall in love and you're going to actually want to take care. This is a real man to me. You're going to want to take care of this woman. You're going to protect her at all costs because you know how other people look at her as fetishes. And it's weird people out here. So, I mean, I think it's hit or miss for
Can
certain
I ask
people.
you a question?
Sure.
So, who approached you in that situation, and if she approached you first, did you perceive it as her being aggressive?
Actually, I approached her. It was on Facebook, and I just told her she was pretty, and it was a little chit chat here and there. I tried to keep it strictly Facebook, and she was like, "Well, you know, you can text me if you like." And we started exchanging numbers, and a month later from talking we had a date. We met in a different city.
But what you're saying is that initially when you approached her, she wasn't aggressively pushing
Oh,
herself
she
on
was
you.
definitely not aggressive. That would have turned me off.
My point.
That would have turned
Well,
me off.
no. We're not gonna do that. He approached her though initially. He
And
said she was pretty.
Yeah,
okay, and
but
I get
that
that, but
still
she still
doesn't,
was not
because I wasn't
aggressive.
comfortable with it because I've always been attracted to
She
women,
let it
like
happen.
especially a pretty woman. So just
Well,
because I'm attracted to you
let me
don't
ask you
mean.
let me ask you this question. And do you think that it is a privilege that your girlfriend or your wife, your wife, because I do know you too, your wife, that because of her beauty, most girls don't have the luxury of, in a sense, guys approaching them because a lot of trans women aren't as beautiful as some. You know what I'm saying? Do you think her privilege made it easier for
So
you?
I will elaborate on that. I will tell people all the time that I am super lucky. I am super lucky. I got a really feminine, pretty woman. And so everybody is not capable of finding someone like that. But I will tell people all the time that I got super lucky. So but it's a lot of beautiful trans women out here.
You're looking at 3.
So I'm just saying, like, but I just feel like I got really, really lucky with the type of woman that, caters to me. And when I say caters to me, my eyesight, just looks, how she carries herself, how she handles everything, just happened to fall into place perfectly. And so that's what changed my mind. That's what made me be more acceptable and just, everything. So, but it is some very, I'm not going to even say I've had aggressive trans women try and approach me even before her. And
So let me
it
ask.
just
Can
wasn't.
I ask you a question? Being
Hmm.
that you like trans women or find women attractive,
I think
what
he
is
found that
aggressive,
woman attractive.
What is
or found that
aggressive?
what is aggressive towards you? Like I think the approach of aggressive can be taken so many ways. So
I
what is aggression
mean,
towards you?
aggressive. We all know what aggressive is. Like, it's self-explanatory. Like you feeling like you can change somebody's mind, and that goes for the butch queens that deal with trade too. They still got to be aggressive in a certain way, whether they, flash their pocketbook or whatever the case may be. They may be a pretty girl, and if they flash their pocketbook enough, a motherfucker gonna deal with it. This is 2022. Let's be real. Let's not act like girls don't flash their pocketbook.
Oh, they
Let's
do.
not act like boys don't flash their wallet. They do. So my
I
thing
ain't
is
never
that is
seen it.
aggressive. They do. Men
And,
pay, women pay.
and from his standpoint, that he's just made the point that I was making in my post is that it's okay to be attractive to somebody. It's okay to feel like somebody's beautiful. It's okay to feel like this person is something that you want to date. But when you approach that person, don't approach that person disrespectfully, telling them what you're going to do to them, how you're going to do it, what you're going to do to them. You're going to put this in their back. And that's the reason him and his wife were able to make a connection, because even through their communication, she never once displayed that, hey, I'm going to do this to you. Hey,
Nor
this
did
is what we're
he.
going to
Nor
do.
did he.
And did he not either?
Right.
So for me, and my standpoint, if I was to want to date a trans woman, you being aggressive to me, telling me, oh, I'm about to beat you over, like that is a turnoff. I don't want to hear that.
That is
Even if that's something
definitely
that
a
I want,
big ass
if I
turn
was
off.
going to let you do, you don't have to message me about it every day. You don't have to tell me that, oh, your booty's so fat every day. I know this. I wake up with it every day. My back hurts 24/7. Like, so I don't need you to consistently tell me or to consistently push this narrative on me that, okay, well, hey, you about to be my bottom. And essentially that's what you get from a trans woman consistently telling you that, hey, I'm about to bend you over. So that means, yeah, bitch, you think I'm a little girl and that you about to hold me and I'm about to just bend over for you every day. That's my standpoint on this. And it's not directed to all trans women. And like I mentioned, I do apologize to any trans woman who feels like it was a blanket statement. But in hindsight, it considerably was, because it just isn't something that at this moment that I can see myself doing. And if it was something, I still would not be attracted to a woman who wants to consistently tell me that they want to bend me over.
I
If
just
that's
don't
something that
think
I want to do,
that's
it's something that I
woman.
should.
I mean, I don't think that's womanly like. I mean, to be honest, like I just feel like when trans women want to become women, why can't they act like women?
Well,
Like,
what does a woman act like? Do
What
all
does a
women
woman
act
act
like?
like?
what do you mean? What is a woman?
Don't
That's,
do that. Don't.
I mean,
No,
women.
I'm
I
at,
was listen. I was rooting for you. Don't do this at this point. I mean,
Women, I
don't say
mean,
all women, girl.
let's
Don't say
we
that.
have. I mean, I'm. You can root
Akira,
for
go
me, and
ahead.
I'm going to still tell you the truth, and you're going to understand my perspective. So my thing is, men in our society, they're supposed to be providers. They're supposed to make sure that you're good. They're supposed to be protectors. So when you look at a woman, she's supposed to be just, if he's doing it right, she's supposed to be submissive. Let's just be real. If a man is being a man, the woman is supposed to be submissive. Unless he is being lesser of a man, is when she is, even if she's a boss. Let me tell you something. Michelle Obama is submissive to Barack,
And she's still a boss.
and she's still a boss.
She more
My
famous than that
woman
man.
can be submissive to me, and she's still a boss. Like, you just have to understand that in sometimes, like, that's just how the roles are supposed to be played out. Like, ain't no woman supposed to
So,
be telling your man to go cook dinner. That's not how it's
but
supposed
let
to
me,
be.
let me ask you this question: Is it, if we go with that logic, is it so? If we go with that, so women aren't supposed to say, "Hey, I think you're attractive." Is that wrong?
Oh no,
Okay.
no, but it's how they
No,
say
it's
it.
how you say it.
Yeah, a woman can be
It's how
like,
you say
a
it.
woman can be like, "Damn, you fine, boy," and you gonna take it as, oh, she's being, she just speaking her mind. She's still being real cunty with it, unless it's like a woman like, say, come here. Now that's a different story.
but see, I think that's where the lines blur, because I think that's two genders trying to tell the other gender what their gender should be. I could never tell a man how to be a man, or what a man supposed.
But you know, y'all do try, right?
I can only speak about what I want in a man, or what I look for in a man. I can't speak to say you're less than a man because you're a bottom, or you're less than a man because you're holding a purse. I can't say that because I don't know
Oh,
your experience as a
okay,
man. I can only
so
speak to my experience. And I think when it comes to our experience, they try to place us all in one box. Oh, a woman
okay,
should be
so
like this, or a woman should be like that. That's not in the real world we live in. Because in the
okay,
real
so let
world
me
we
ask
live
this
in,
question.
there
I want to ask this question. Okay, so for when a woman approaches a boy, no matter if they know if he's a bottom or not, why is it that they approach you with the fact of, oh, I want to bend you over? What if
Don't
I don't
say.
like
But
your
that's
dick?
not.
Not
That
all
you
women
can't
do
do. You
that.
can't all do that.
but not
No,
all
they
women do
definitely
that.
don't.
Not
They
all of
no,
you,
they
because
definitely
I
don't.
don't do that.
I'm not
They
saying
definitely
that
don't.
all. I'm not saying that all y'all do that. I'm speaking from the reason that I made my post.
Well, let me say this.
Because
Let me
that's
say
their
this.
preference.
I think now we're beyond
Don't
the post.
preference
I think
me.
we're speaking in general. Because
Right.
And
I think everybody agreed to your post. you are not to be disrespected. How you feel is how you feel, and can't nobody take that from you. If you're feeling like you've been disrespected, I can't tell you how to feel because you were the one that was disrespected. So I can't tell you how to feel. But I do think there is a way to express your frustration when it comes
Okay,
to
so
speaking about your sisters, your mother, your friends that are of trans experience.
hold on, Amaya Glamazon. I will send you the link because I really do want to hear your perspective from a
Because
woman who
even
likes trans men.
I think that I hope you don't mind me telling this. When I came across him and his wife, she's beautiful by the way. I inboxed and I was like, this is so beautiful that more guys should be like you. And he gave me a tip. He was like, if you're gonna date butch queens, that I see that you like them. He was like, you have to be patient and you have to give them time. And look in his instance, he's now married. So I do think that an approach, and us girls, we do have to kind of give guys a little more leeway because it's not familiar to them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We can't expect them to just dive right in it. But also, guys, you can't expect us to just wait around forever. And you can't treat us differently than you treat men. If, for instance,
I don't agree with
let me
that
finish.
though because we all have a.
There are some gay guys who will date a guy, go on a date, and they doing it. But whereas if you attempt to date a trans woman, you gotta date this trans woman 6 months, and then 6 months later, you gotta think about it.
That's why I say that's why I say they're trying to tell us.
But you also have to realize,
there
well,
are
nine times out of 10,
biological women out there asking men, and this is something I know because I hang with a lot of cisgender women. They don't say, "Oh, let me suck your dick." What the boy say? "Oh, you too aggressive, mom. You too aggressive." The boy is pulling it out and letting her suck.
Because they like that.
The girl saying, "Oh, I
because
want to
that's what
fuck
they
you. You
like.
fine as
Because
hell."
that is what they like. And if you
He
don't
taking her
like
to
it,
the
you're not
hotel
gonna.
room. No,
If you
but what
don't
I'm
like
saying
it, you're
is
not
you
gonna be
can't say that a girl.
that's right. Like,
I get that.
so look
get
at
that.
it.
No, what I'm saying is y'all saying that girls can't be aggressive, but that's from y'all point of view.
Don't be aggressive
Girls
with me.
are aggressive.
Somebody who don't want it. Don't be aggressive to me. Somebody who does not want it.
I'm not even
I
referring
don't
to
want
you,
it.
Yaheem. I'm not even referring to you. I'm referring to this man.
We're talking in
said
general
women
now.
should not be
Right.
aggressive, but you
I
can't
just
tell a
don't
woman
think
not to be aggressive.
that is
That's
ladylike.
that's your opinion. You're entitled to that,
I
but you
mean,
can't say
but
that's
see, it's
the
a
nature of a
difference.
woman.
Like there is a I mean, we just gonna be frank. We're gonna be real. In the real world, real women are still ladylike. You may have few bucketheads that's gonna come out, be in the hood, and tell a nigga, I wanna suck your dick. And 9 times out of 10, even if they in the hood, a hood nigga not gonna really do it because he gonna think you got something. Like,
Oh, baby,
I
I don't know
mean,
what hood you in.
shit. I'm telling you, like, I'm from Sunnyside.
And I'm
I'm from
telling you because I
Sunnyside.
walked that life. I'm telling you, I know for a fact.
Niggas,
A lot of my girlfriends
ain't
have been in the
no
club and
nigga
did. What's a
worth.
one
Let me
night
tell you
stand?
this.
What's a
He
one
can
night
be
stand?
a hood ass nigga and he may pull his dick out. But a nigga that got at least a little something, at least they got a little respect for himself, he gonna be like, hold on. He gonna, like, only time a nigga gonna really pull his dick out is at 2 and 3, like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when he fucked up. He ain't gonna do that shit in the daytime. And especially if she trans, he gonna call his trans trick or whatever the case from 2 to 7. And from that time period, that's the only time they gonna get it. From
But
then
that's what I'm
on,
saying. So y'all making a situation about trans. Y'all saying that a trans should be a certain way. You can't
no, we
tell a
saying
trans
women
woman how
too.
to approach
We
a.
say I'm saying women too.
But you
Women are
can't tell a woman how
still
to be a woman.
very
You can't
ladylike.
tell a woman how to be a woman. You can only
can't tell a
ask
woman
for
how to
what you
be a
like.
woman.
Right,
Right.
You
But
can't tell a woman how to
other
be a woman.
women have told society how to be a woman. So you're going off of what other women have said. These are other women. We're not going as a man like, oh, this is how you're supposed to be. No, another woman has said, this is how you're supposed to be a woman. And if you want to get down and dirty and be a freak today, then be a freak with that nigga that you like. But you walking up to a random man and telling him, oh yeah, I found out you have a big ass dick. I want to suck that shit.
Well, let me ask you this question: What advice would you give a butch queen who is interested in a trans woman, and what advice would you give a trans woman who's interested in a butch queen?
Oh, that's easy.
You're gonna give
Privacy.
me the same advice.
Privacy. Privacy is the most important thing because when people are in your business, especially in this community, too many talk. So, for instance, when I first started talking to my wife, a lot of people found out and had so much to say. Oh, you date a trans. Oh, you date a woman and a man in a wig. And the same people that said this are the same people, and I mean, I'm a Sagittarius, so I remember everything. These are the same motherfuckers be like, oh, I love y'all. Y'all are just so amazing to me. But when we first started,
But that's
damn
how
near
they
6
see
years
us.
ago, these were the same motherfuckers that was laughing. I'm just privacy is the most important because if you can build a relationship with someone without anyone else knowing, then when it's time to come out together, you have enough strength to
And
handle
a
it.
bond.
You do.
I
You
agree.
do.
I agree.
Now that's the
I
best
agree.
advice on this
Because
damn
words
live
break
tonight.
people. Words break, and people don't understand that. Like a lot of butch queens have an image to uphold. So when they
Hmm.
like I used to date. I will admit I dated one butch queen, and I felt like we had a good relationship, but this was years ago. But our relationship was so strong. But I noticed like when we would go out, his friends. Now his best friends would be like,
I'm not.
"Oh, you like femme queens? You like a girl? You like a girl?" And he will, and I would always feel some tension there when we were out. Like he would always just want to hang with his friend. He'll want to sit over there with his friend. But I'm like, but we supposed to be together at home. We holding hands at home. We doing this. But why we not doing this in the club? Because people feel like it's so important how another person views them, or I
But
don't
you
want them
know,
to think that she's doing this to me.
those people aren't your friends.
Oh,
Those people that
not he wasn't my
make you
friend.
feel some kind of way about how you're living your life aren't your friends. And I can remember
I agree.
vividly,
If they don't support you,
my
then
best
definitely not your
friend,
friend.
like my ex said something to my best friend about me dating a trans woman. Hell, he dating them a man in a wig, and my best friend went off. And then on top of it, he came back and told me what my ex said. And I mean, I didn't even have to do nothing. My woman handled it, to be honest. I mean, she's a pretty woman from Chicago, from the South Side. She handled it. But a lot of the times, like people will hear that kind of stuff and shy away from what they may want or want to try.
Raquel, give
And
me
if
take
you
your
have a
advice. I keep
real
feeling.
friend, your friend's gonna back you up. But if your friend is downing you, this is what you like, this is what you into, that is not your friend.
But
Because
like,
if
but
a supportive friend gonna be like, I'm behind you, I'm backing you up. Whatever you do, that's you. You my friend.
but
But
like Fantasia said, F what your friends say.
that's a fact.
Back to what we were saying. Let things happen in a peaceful and orderly manner. Do not pressure or be aggressively forcing someone to want to be with you or want to like you or want to do something like
I
that. That is the reference to my statement, and I do apologize again that it was a blanket statement because I did not want to point anyone out. And I didn't want this to even happen like this, but guess what? It did. That means it was supposed to be a conversation because other people feel like this. Do not pressure it. Like even for a fact of like, I'm not a trans woman, but I feel like when trans women like boys, like stop objectifying them to make them feel like they need to be a bottom because you feel like that you're a top. Like, how you know how I feel? How
I
do you
have a
know what?
question.
Go ahead.
So this is for trans women. So for the trans women that like the straight boys, how do you feel when you they can't be just open, like when they're still hiding the relationship as opposed to a butch queen that doesn't mind being open and telling someone who you truly are? Like it's a lot of women that be like,
Take
oh,
your
you
shot.
know, I
Okay,
don't
okay.
like butch queens. Boom, 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 boom. I like my trade. I like this. I prefer. But if we know the truth, Trey not gonna tell his mama and his daddy and his cousins that you trans. They gonna, I mean, if you
They're gonna
pretty
tell you
enough,
that
they
you're a
gonna make you
woman.
pass for a woman. They gonna keep it as you a woman.
Jada, you know that. We've been around each other
So
since
I
a
mean,
long time. You've never been
is that how
classified as a
you
trans
really
woman.
like
I
to
mean,
feel?
yes, for me, I can only speak for me. I'm okay with that because I identify. That's what I identify as. And if it was up to
No, no,
me,
no, no,
I
no.
wish
Be
that I
you
was.
identifying as a woman and a man being able to publicly love you the way, because
Oh,
let's just
mine.
say,
I can only speak for myself. Mine does. Mom, sister, knows, best friends, everything. And we go out. We do dates. We go. I'm a part of his life, like
do they
any
know
other
you're
woman would be.
trans?
Yes.
Okay, then that's a different story. I'm talking about the ones that want to date trade, but want to push them off as a straight woman. The ones that's just like, oh yeah, this a woman. They don't want his partners to know what she got down
But
there.
see, let me tell you, and there's an issue. Here's the issue: you can't be offended if a woman wants to be identified as that, because some people don't want people to know their teeth, and that's okay.
No, no, no,
And
no, no,
that's
no,
just
no,
like
no, no,
no,
no.
no, no, no. You can't. You
So
speaking
what
for
I'm
as
saying,
woman,
okay, it's you're absolutely right. Ain't no man supposed to go around and say, "Oh, my woman is trans." Ain't no, no, no. That's not supposed to
because I'm
happen.
not walking around the street with a sign on my head and saying, "Hey, this is who I am." No,
Exactly.
when you see me, you see a woman.
So if let me ask you this: if his partner was to walk up to you and say, "Hey, bro, I heard your girl is trans," what is he gonna say?
That has nothing to do with you. That's between me
See,
and her.
nope, 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 nope,
No,
nope,
that you can't. But that's how you can't tell everybody
nope,
that
nope,
that's
nope,
different.
nope, nope. He gonna already know that
Sweetie,
you
you
trans because of
can't
what he
tell
said.
me.
It take a
No,
strong man,
baby,
a real man, and
mine.
who he
I can call
is.
him in here.
So if
Mine
a
left his best friend. Mine stopped being friends with his best friend.
ooh, Lord,
Mine
this
stopped being
this is an
friends
intense
with his best friend because
conversation.
he knew, and he knew that I was not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, but he's still covering up the fact that who you truly are. Like it's not he's going
Huh? I
around and
just told
saying
you he.
that
I
you're
just told
I
you.
think what he
trans.
I think no. I think what he means is that he's not going out and broadcasting it to people. It's not like this conversation that's being had that say, okay, well, hey, my girlfriend's trans. What he's saying is that he's passing you, like, not even saying that you're being passed off as a real woman, but he's just letting you live in the way you look. You look like a real woman. He's letting
He's letting me
you
live how
go out
I
and
choose
be,
to. How I
yeah, how
choose
you
to.
choose to be. And that's what he's basically saying. He just ain't worded in the manner in which that you can hear what
Right,
Right,
he's
right.
saying, but he's just
Well,
saying
right.
that
Right. He's
your
allowing me
man
to
is
be who I
allowing you
want
to
to
be the
be.
woman. Yes, he's
right.
allowing you to be who you are. He's not broadcasting it to the world to say that, hey, my
But the
girlfriend's trans.
question was, is if he was asked that question, will he confide in his own truth and say, yes, she's trans?
That's that. Okay, I get that. He's asking you that if a person was to approach your man and say that, hey, is your girlfriend trans because I saw something on Facebook, would your man
Oh
openly
yes.
say
Oh,
that,
we've been
hey,
in that
she's
situation.
trans? Okay, and that's your, and what he's saying is that from your perspective that you are one in a million, where a man is openly admitting that, hey,
Yes,
my woman is a
I
trans
can.
woman, but I
My
love
man
her
has
to death.
been
So don't
beside me
take his
through it
words
all.
offensively, but he's just stating that you are one in a million, and that a lot of girls don't get afforded that
They definitely
opportunity
don't get
to
that.
have a
That
man stand up for
But
them and
some
say
girls
that,
don't
hey,
want. Some girls you can't. Some girls don't want that opportunity. Some girls want to be looked at as just that, and you cannot say just because she is that her man has to identify her as being that. If she wants to be identified as that, and that's what she tells her man, she wants to be identified, even if he is okay, and his homeboy asks him, and she say, "Oh, she a woman." He's honoring her at the end of the
but
day.
she is a woman. She's a trans woman.
But see, they got people trying to tell people what's trans woman. You can't like trans woman, baby. Let me tell you something,
But
baby.
my thing is, trans women are not. They're not like they're not born
There you
as
go. See,
women.
there you go.
So you
Yeah, but you
have
can't. But you
to,
can't tell a person how to feel.
if
You can't tell
if
a person how to feel. You cannot tell a
no,
person how to
but
feel.
if somebody asks you, is she a
You
woman?
don't
They're
have
not
to tell
asking,
them.
Amari, I
is
am screaming.
they asking you a real question. Like that mean you lying. That mean you lying.
Because
Rashida,
Like you
no,
you you
that's
you
you living in
tricking
your
people.
truth.
Like, are you a woman?
I
Yes, I'm a
that's
trans
now
woman.
that's a
That's
different
how it's
question.
supposed to
If I
be
walk up
answered.
to a
You're
person
still
and
a
they ask that,
woman. Some trans women have vaginas. you're still a woman. But it's nothing wrong with telling somebody that you're a
get your
trans
point.
woman.
I get your point,
But
Barbie.
let me
And
ask you this
You
question:
But there's
saying
who,
there's
nothing
who,
wrong
nothing
with
wrong
not
with
whose
it.
telling them
business?
either.
right?
But
It's
what
nothing not saying it
business?
either. You
What
can't tell a
business is
person.
it of anyone
Right.
to know that you're
You're
trans?
trans. If you
Yes, it's
identify as a woman, you're
but
a
see,
woman, a
once
whole
again,
woman.
that's y'all trying to speak for us. You cannot speak for us and tell us how we should present ourselves. You
Okay,
cannot.
y'all. So we're gonna table that. We're gonna table that. We're gonna bring some other
But no,
individuals in.
but back to dating trans women. I want to give you as much kudos as possible because I think it's beautiful. You and your wife are a beautiful couple, so aspirational.
Thank you.
So
We are a very beautiful
yeah.
couple.
I appreciate y'all having me. I'm about to finish my drink and then finish y'all watching y'all. So I do thank y'all for having me.
Bye.
Bye, Brandon.
All right, good night.
Good night. Hold on. So we're gonna bring in another beautiful trans woman. Her name is Miss Raquel Henry, the voice of the gays, because she sings like no other and
Let's.
preaches down for the kids.
You shall. We must. We must. What's Raquel's name?
So we're gonna bring Raquel in. She is. Hold on. Welcome, Raquel. You on mute?
We must.
I
We
think I can
shall.
unmute you myself. Though. Hold on, I'm about to unmute you.
Unmute.
I unmuted it myself.
You say what I say, Giselle?
We shall. We must. Do it.
Hey, good evening, everybody.
Good
So I have
evening
been
to our
listening.
dialogue.
I've been listening and listening and listening, right? And so, nephew, my question to you is first, hi, Kamaya, hi, Jada, hi, Giselle.
Hi,
Hi.
beautiful.
My question to you is at what point, right? So I'm clear because I know that you're intelligent. I know who you are. I know that you're intelligent. I know that you're a God-fearing homosexual man who sees himself as one of the girls. I get all of that. At what point do you, because I heard you say earlier, you don't just want to go around blocking people, right? But if people continue to disrespect who you are, who Yaheem is, at what point do you stand up and actually block them to stop it? Because what it purports, right? With you not stopping it, yeah, you say something to them and they keep going. You say something again and they keep going. And then when you don't block them, it sends a message to an extent that you're really okay with what they're doing, that you're not as disrespected as you say that you are. And if you are disrespected, then do something about it. Stop it. And so if that means you've got to block 10 trans women, then that's just what you've got to do so that it ceases. You get what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
it's one thing about them being in your inbox, but then it's another thing when they see you in person. When they
Ra-
see you in person and they disrespecting you and you shut them down, okay. But if they keep being in your inbox and that's disrespectful to you, then stop them from being able to do that.
Yeah, Huncho, I will say that when I first met Raquel, I did not believe she was a trans woman either. So this is new to everybody who's on here. So if you did not know, she is one of the girls. She just don't look like that.
I didn't know either.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
can I tell you this? So, well, nephew, answer my question first before I go
Okay.
to
So
anything
uh,
that's somewhere else.
in all honesty, I've never blocked anyone on social media because I believe that if you want to watch me, even if we like each other or not, I'm going to give you that opportunity. And when it comes to trans women, I've always had an open mind to being respectful to trans women, even if they to be respectful to trans women, even if they are a tad bit more disrespectful to me because of the relationship that I have with all of these beautiful ladies on here and my sister Serenity and different other girls of trans experience that I love and have fostered relationships with. So I have allowed a lot of disrespectful things to go on into the manner in which I just got annoyed with it where I just had a moment of mental lapse. And I didn't even say it's a mental lapse because I voiced how I felt and
Right.
I stand by what I meant. But I didn't want it to come off as if I was attacking a whole genre of individuals. But
Right.
for me, I just never took the time to sit around and say, "Oh, bitch, I'm about to block you." No, because I'm going to let you continue to do whatever you want. But I think that you should take the hint of, hey, maybe he is ignoring me, or maybe he isn't interested in what I am laying down. Now, I do understand everyone's point of, okay, you should just block them and this and that and this and this. I do understand that. But for me, I've never went to the extent of just saying that, hey, let me block this person because I feel like you have the right to watch me. I'm
Right.
I'm
So
doing
do
what
you
I'm
think
doing,
that it's
and
time though? I
I
was
have. I did today. I
Yeah, good.
did today before I made
Wonderful.
my post, but my post wasn't a blanket statement. It was kind of a blanket statement, but it wasn't a blanket statement because in my mind, I don't take offense to, excuse me, I don't take offense to things that people post that I know that don't pertain to me.
Right.
If a person made a post about butch queens running out of stores of fabric, I wouldn't take offense to it because I don't run out of stores of fabric.
So
Or
to
butch queen, go ahead.
so to that point, right? How you just said you don't take offense to it. Like for a very long time, I never took offense to what society would say about trans women because
And
uh,
Raquel, I'm sorry, Trina, I blocked them and I made a post because I wanted to.
yeah. So I never took offense to what people would say about trans women, right? Because I didn't identify, right? So when I got to the space and place in my life where I chose that it was time for me to identify as a trans woman, and let's be clear, I don't identify as a trans woman in every space that I go into either.
Mm-hmm.
But the spaces that I do go
Mm-hmm.
into, that I identify as a trans woman, when sometimes blanket statements are made, I get offended. Let me tell you why I get offended. Because I can't, so all of my life, like for most of my life, I've dated men, right? I've dated cisgendered men. And they always told me that, oh, you're different. You ain't like the other ones. I could take you home to meet my mama. Well, I've never been a girl to relish in that or get life off of that or anything, right? And so, what it did when I got to the space that I accepted that I am a trans woman and a part of the trans community, well, then it said that I began to think that I was better than them. And I wasn't going to have anybody put me in a space, one, to say them like I'm not a part. And then two, to feel like I was better than because I was not. And so when those statements are made, they're not just talking about my sisters, they're talking about me too, because I am a trans woman. And so in that,
I'm
I'm
sorry, Auntie.
grateful.
I still feel like hit dogs gonna holler.
Right.
I
And guess what? In certain situations, I agree with you 100%. A hit dog will holler. My grandmother said it all the time, right? But even if the dog ain't been hit, right? But it's still a space for the dog still might holler because it could still be a space for me, but I ain't hit by it, but it's a space for me that maybe because of the woman I am, right? I'm the kind of woman who stands up for people because that's who I am. That's who God called me to be. I didn't ask for that. That's who God called me to be. And so sometimes I've got to have conversations about things that did not affect me. But because it affected the community that I am a part of, then I've got to speak up for that community, right? And
okay, and
so I get 100% because I know you, I wouldn't have taken it offensive. But far be it for me to tell another one of my sisters how to feel because while you may not be meaning it to all of us, the way you said
It
it,
affects
it
all
hit
of us.
all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that, and what I mean by it hit all of us, because I see your face, what I mean by it hit all of us,
don't agree with that though.
we all heard it. We all heard it. That's just like if somebody says something about a homosexual male or a butch queen, right? And so when they just make a plain statement, not talking to someone particular who's a part of the butch queen or the homosexual community, and they make it just a plain statement, well, it's targeted. The statement says that you're talking about the whole community, not particular people in the community. But when you make a statement and you point the finger about who you're talking about particularly, then that's who gets offended. See, then no one else would be offended because you said it to those particular people. Does,
Okay,
does
and
that make sense?
I can understand where you can say that, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
still going to feel like that if you don't feel like if you weren't in my inbox, you shouldn't have took it no type of way.
I
And
think
it's hold on, Giselle, and then still to say that okay, well, this is affecting all of us. Um, regardless if it was you, Giselle, Kamaya, Jada, I still
Uh-huh.
am not attracted to a trans woman. So stay
Absolutely.
out of my inbox.
Mm-hmm.
And it has nothing to do with saying, oh, that all of y'all were offended by what I
Right.
said because I
No, no, no,
said
no. I'm not
nothing.
saying offended. I
No,
want you to hear that, nephew. I'm not saying we all were offended. Hear what I'm
I
saying?
don't know because
Because
you
to
weren't the only person, but a lot of these girls are offended that I made
right.
that
And
statement.
but let
But
me tell you where the offense comes from. The offense comes from a soft place of something else that happened that where they didn't get to speak up. The offense comes from this may have happened before and it didn't get addressed. The soft place comes from this may have happened to a sister of theirs or a sister of ours that never addressed it. And so to continue to allow it to go on, let's be clear.
That's not my burden to bear.
Right. And listen to this. I'm not saying it's your burden to bear. It became your burden. It didn't become your burden. You became the sounding board for people to do like this to because you said it.
And that's because other individuals have these same issues, but they haven't had the balls enough to say, hey, this is what's going on, and I'm sick of it. And just because I said it and I have a platform, even before I got attached to or I won a title, I still had a platform where people listen to things that I said. And because I have a platform, it just made it more of a conversation.
Absolutely.
But this isn't the first time someone's made a post like this. This isn't the first time that someone said that, hey, this person or these people are offending me or they're making me feel a certain type of way. This isn't the first time this has been stated, but being as though that is Gerard Anthony Simmons, Yaheem Dupree, then it's like this big we are pointing and you're targeting us. But how do Yaheem feel when Yaheem is consistently telling people that I don't want this? I don't like that. Leave me alone. But now it's saying that, oh, you're attacking us. No, the attack should be you should tell your trans sisters to leave these boys alone unless they show attraction to you. Right. And if these boys don't show attraction to you and don't continuously to message you, or they don't initially feel like, okay, well, I'm going to show this girl attention and affection and I'm going to make her feel like I love her, then for me, dummy.
I think but can I tell you this? There's a scripture in the Bible that says, the poor we will have with us always, right? And that is indicative to everything. And so just like the Bible says the poor will have with us always, homophobia will have always. We'll always have trans women that are going to talk to butch queens or gay males like that until they make a stand like you did today. That's why I asked you, did you come to the space and place where you finally blocked them? Because what you did there was you took a different stand and you stopped it. So now, even if they want to say that to you, it won't get to you because they can't send it to you anymore. And so the reality is, I don't care how many of my sisters, because there are some of my sisters, right, whose lives look different than mine do. They approach men differently than I ever would, right?
Yep.
And they're always going to be that girl. I don't care what I say to them. I don't care how I approach it. I don't care how I give it. They are always going to approach a man aggressively. That's just who they are, and that's just that's always going to be. And so the stance that I take on that is I've got to allow them to authentically be who they are. And so I am glad in this moment to be clear that you have finally taken a full stand that it really does offend you and it really does bother you by you blocking them.
Okay, and even with the blocking, I genuinely just don't feel where this post has anyone's feeling like I just targeted trans women, because all I said was just that to me, I am not attracted to a trans woman. So how did that offend so many trans women when I am not? I am a person. I have feelings. I just like trans women have feelings. I have my right to feel how I feel. And if another trans woman never says another word to me, I want to still feel that I am not attracted to trans women. And I don't feel that my post was wrong because I didn't say anything to disrespect or belittle any trans woman besides that Yaheem Lopez Dupree, am not physically attracted in any sexual manner to a trans woman.
Right.
So
and
how did that offend anyone besides me who feels that I'm being pressured?
But when you open the door, nephew, I need you to hear.
Is that I have a platform?
You open it to all aspects.
Please hear this, nephew, and don't take offense to it, baby. Because the reality is, you nor I can control how somebody feels about what's been said, whatever's been said.
And I wasn't trying to.
And so
my objective wasn't trying to. I don't care what people feel because I said what I said.
But I need you to hear me, baby. Your auntie is not being offensive to you. I'm saying to you that I agree with how you feel because it is valid. That is your feeling. You get to have it. But the same way that you get to have it, those people who were offended by it because you gave it to the world, they get to be offended if that's what they choose.
Okay, can I ask you this question? When did I
Yes.
say that was offensive?
It wasn't offensive to me.
But to all the individuals like Kamaya, she was
Hear me.
offended.
No, no,
Nephew,
no,
You
no,
did say
no.
that. You
I'm not
did say that. You
offended.
nephew.
took offense to what I said.
No, I'm not
So
offended at
what
all.
was it that I
Can
said
you 1
that was
minute listen?
offensive to
Nephew,
anyone
What could be
outside of?
perceived
nephew,
as
can you listen to
offensive?
this, baby? I'm not saying that what you said was offensive. It was offensive to someone. It wasn't offensive to me. But guess what? They get to be offended. It's not, don't take that personal. When you
I
gave
don't.
it to the world, you said, listen, baby, when you gave it to the world, you said to the world, here, this is how I feel. And so when we do that, right, when we make posts, when we put up anything, when we have a saying or whatever, everybody is not going to agree the way how we feel. But that does not say that how you feel and how they feel is not valid. It's valid for those who were offended by it. They were just that offense is valid for them. I want you to detach from taking that personal that somebody was offended, because there may be something else.
I'm gonna be 150% honest with you. I don't care, because anybody who knows me, who knows that if I would have felt like I had any offense, I'd have took the post down. But the post is still up because I felt and I stand on how I feel. Leave me
right
alone.
And it's valid. And at the end of the day,
I think both things
it's
can
valid.
Two things can exist at the same time.
Yes.
You can be offended by trans women who come in your inbox, and the trans women who aren't in your inbox still can be offended by your post. Because ultimately I'm explaining what you're saying is that you were pretty much talking about one trans woman, but then
I was talking about a multiple, because you
okay, you were talking about
you've had this conversation, so you know it's more than one.
So you were talking about multiple trans women, but then when it came to the point of I don't like trans women, well, that's all of us.
I don't, not physically
Right,
attracted
we
like
get that.
that.
And
I mentioned in my post, like my tagline say, we are sisters. It shouldn't be offended to nobody outside of this boy.
But
is not attracted to
but
us.
nephew,
He is my friend.
People the
it could be offensive.
Nobody
It could be
tell you
offensive
how
to a
feel.
trans woman,
You can't
even
tell
if
other
she's not
people
in your
how to
inbox.
feel. And if they felt offended, they get to feel like that. Their feeling of offense is just as valid as the point that you're making about how you feel.
But my question, and maybe this is where I find the confusion.
I want you to hear it. I don't want you to hear it with your emotions. I want you to hear it with your
I'm
heart.
hearing it with my head, in my heart, however you want me to hear it.
I want you.
But
listen,
listen.
Let me say this.
With your spirit, then what you can accept, right, is that
Giselle, just because I said I kissed a girl, that don't mean that you're attracted to the person. You can kiss somebody just to figure out what it is that you like, and it don't mean that you like them. It just means that you were trying something out to see how it made you feel. And at the moment, if you kiss someone, you don't have to. After that moment, you can be like, "Oh, well, this ain't for me."
But that can also be very misleading to her.
No, because if you make those comments plain and you say that, "Hey, well, I'm not into that. We're not gonna date. I don't like you like that."
Right.
That is what it is, because a lot of people have walked into clubs and been drunk and kissed random people. That don't mean that I am a Gemini, but I feel like how I feel. It don't mean that you and that person gonna be in love forever, that y'all gonna go home and be married.
That's the truth.
So
you
can, so I want to say
this. I bet you in your past life, when you was a girl, I mean when you was when before you transitioned, you kissed a girl. But before you transition, you kissed a girl. But are you with a girl now? No. But you tried it out. You felt it. You saw what it was, and you did not like it.
I think what offended trans girls, some girls that got offended, because I didn't get offended by the post. I was tickled by it, honestly.
I was definitely tickled by it.
But I think what was offensive is, okay, you were talking about one particular girl, let me say it, you were talking about multiple girls who do this to you, and that is disrespectful, period. That's wrong. Don't do that to anyone, period. I think what most girls got offended by is when you said trans women, I don't like you. And someone's like, well, bitch, we don't like your sister ass either. You know what I'm saying? We don't like
valid.
Your ass either, So I think
listen, I wouldn't feel no type of way, because ain't none of them paying my bills. I don't call them and ask them for nothing. I don't say, well, hey, I need shoes, pants, drawers, food to eat. I don't do that.
But
so I would not feel no type of way, because Jesus sit high, and when I pray to God, He rains down everything that I need, and He blesses my life every single day. So if a person feels mad about what I said, that's on them, because
Right,
everybody
but
don't
I
believe in
want.
what
But this is
God
the
said. Because
thing,
if that's the
nephew.
case, none of us will be right here because in the Bible, these punks, we are going to hell. So if that's the case,
Well, well. Let's be clear. That's a whole nother conversation
Yeah.
because
like
you
Jesus,
rightly
like
divide.
I have the right to feel how I feel.
Right, and you
I
do.
agree,
But
but
the
Raquel,
same
let
way
me
you
say something.
have a right to feel how you feel, they have the same right. That's the only thing I'm trying to get you to get, nephew. They have the same right. Even though you were talking to a certain set of trans women who have been disrespecting you, the ones who have not been disrespecting you, who heard or read what you said, they have a right to be offended
Maybe
if
I
that's
really need
what
to
it did
read what
for
I
them.
said. That just was
Read
so
it aloud and listen
offensive.
to it honestly. Read it
Okay,
aloud.
so this is what I posted. My post was, and I said, I hate I have to post this, but I am a trans ally and I love my trans sisters. But baby, leave me alone. I am not interested in anything outside of being a good Judy. Get out of my inbox, disrespecting me, talking about my body, what you would do, and all of that. I am sick of letting it slide. I like men that look like men, smell like men. I don't like breasts, and I will not have breasts on my back. So let go and let God guide you to another inbox because that is the issue of which queen shows themselves to be nice to you. Then all of a sudden you like them, and I don't like it. I won't like it, and I'm not going to like it. We are sisters, bitch, and girls in the name of being a lady. So in my post, I never said anything disrespectful to a trans woman because in the initial tag, it says that I am a trans ally and I love my trans sisters.
So
But
being an ally, let me
do
ask you this.
not physically come to me and disrespect me is what my post said. Now,
So let me
everybody who's
ask you. Let
reading
me.
hold on, Jada. Everybody who's reading around that to make it seem like that I was just targeting
Oh.
trans women, I stated that we are the girls. That like my tagline said, we are sisters. That don't mean I have to allow a person to continuously tell me what they're going to do to my body, how they want to do it to my body. That don't mean I'm disrespecting trans women. That just simply says that I, Gerard Anthony Simmons, will not, won't not, and have not have sex with a trans woman.
So
I
let me
don't
ask you
want
this:
it,
being
and I'm
that you
not gonna
have
want it.
a major platform, you're Mr. Black America, you're Yaheem
I ain't that.
Lopez.
I
Do
ain't
you
that.
think
That ain't my
that?
that ain't my,
Mr.
that ain't
Black
my
Universe.
title. That ain't my title, baby.
What I say?
You said
Mr.
I'm
Black
Black.
done.
America. He's
Mr. Black
universe.
Universe.
You know what I mean, Mr. Black
You
Universe.
we can tell you ain't in this lifestyle no more.
Right, yeah, Mr. Black Universe. Being
I
an
didn't Raquel.
ally,
I didn't Raquel Coffee. I didn't call anybody out their name. I never called anyone out their name. Not
being an ally, do you think that that post protected us from other people under your post commenting?
I don't okay, so being an ally, I don't believe that another person's perspective is to be my duty to say that okay, well, whatever person another person feels, those
That's what an
people in my
ally is.
comment.
They protect
But
us. An
listen,
ally.
but that's just like to go back to what I was mentioning about Giselle status, where Giselle mentioned that the Butch Queens were aggressive. I, I mean that Butch Queens that feel like the girls are aggressive. There's a whole thread of comments that people feel like that. Hey,
But I'm
well,
asking
did
you
all of us
about
ain't
you
say that?
being an ally. What does an
But
ally
me
look to
being
you?
me being an ally and being supportive of trans women don't mean that I have to take disrespect from trans women.
That's not what I
Right.
asked
That's not what she's asking. And
You
also,
saying that in reference to what the people said in the comments. I can't control that. That's not my burden to bear.
But what
But
she
I'm
did you
not
hear
going to
how you
bear that
just said?
burden.
So nephew, catch that. Did you hear how you just said you cannot control how people comment? You also don't
But let
get
me
to
tell y'all, I
listen.
didn't care. I don't care what
I'm
people
not
feel
saying
about
that
my
you
posts.
care, nephew. What I'm saying to you is the same way that it doesn't matter to you, because I hear that that it doesn't matter to you, right? People, if you said hi,
I never said nothing about men with breasts, so you never
if
heard
you
that come out
said
my mouth.
nephew, if you said hi, right? People still have the right to be offended if they choose to,
I agree
because
with that.
that's their feeling. That's their feeling.
Right? That's
You
like
have made
that's
it
this.
plain. You have made it simple and plain in your post that you are one of the girls, that you support the girls, that you're a part of us, so forth and so on. But there are just some people, despite what you said, right? They did not hear the support. They did not hear any of that. All they heard was you saying that you don't
Was
want to
you
deal
reading
or
the
be
girl?
bothered, or that's not your beat with the girl. So that's all they heard.
But
Right.
how is
Guess
that
what?
wrong?
But
No, that was their stuff, though. You gotta let them have their stuff. That's theirs. That's not yours. You said how you feel. You're clear about where you stand concerning the trans girls. You're clear about that. It just so happens that, like I said, the scripture says the poor will have with us always. We will have offended people always. That is who they're going to be. I don't care what nobody say. Nothing that you will ever say will not be offensive to them. It just is what it is. And you've got to allow that to be.
and that's okay. Let me say this, Yaheem, because we're friends outside of all of this, and I want to clarify. I was never offended by the post. I don't feel a type of way about it. I just chimed in, just generally speaking or whatever. However, I respect your opinion, your preference, and at the end of the day, I feel like that's what it's all about. It's one's preference or what have you, whatever. So with that being said, we make a big deal about trans women being aggressive. However, like you said, we're in 2022. A lot of butch queens or guys are attracted to aggressive women or aggressive trans women. So what's wrong with a trans woman being aggressive? But I understand that you're not into that, but a lot of people are into that. And also, with you saying that you're a trans ally, the tone that I perceived your post, it seems to me like you were a ally for butch queens who are hit on by trans women who are not into trans women. Because this
Okay,
was
so I feel like that's a double-edged sword because I feel like on one end, people are saying, well, I respect you, or not respect you, but I understand your feelings and you're entitled to your feelings. But then on the other end, I'm getting told that, oh, well, you shouldn't have these feelings or you shouldn't have voiced that opinion because you're not being an ally to other trans women. But how am I not supposed to feel how I feel, regardless if I posted it or not? And people feel like, oh, you should have tagged the person, so I could be classified as a bully. Hold on, we have somebody joining it. So I could be classified as a bully and all these different things. But why am I not allowed to sit and
You
feel
are, but
what
when you
I
say you're an
feel?
ally,
But how is that? But my statement was never made as if, oh, I
I
hate
don't think
trans
you're.
women.
I don't
My
listen.
statement
I
said
get
that
that. I
I
get
don't
that.
think your
Your statement,
intentions. I don't think your intentions were to offend anyone because I know you. I don't think you intended to
Right.
offend
That
a
was you just
soul.
saying how you
I
feel.
think that
yes,
in
And it's
this
valid.
in
yes.
Facebook on that post, your intentions were to clarify. I love trans women. Y'all are beautiful, but I'm not into y'all. That was your intent. But what was perceived from it was that
I said that though.
all trans women are perverted and that they're inboxing perverted things. That's how it kind of came across. But that might
Okay,
not have been
so
your
I'm
intent.
I'm clearly I must be slow, dumb, or retarded because in my post I say that I personally want people that are in my inbox to stop.
It said trans women.
I said that I like men. I said I like boys that look like boys, that smell like boys. We're gonna have to agree to disagree because I have empathy to all trans women. I
It was
understand the
valid. It was
I
valid. So
understand.
we don't
Your
even have to.
opinion and how
It's
you
not
feel
even
is
about
valid,
agreeing to disagree.
100%.
We agree. So I can speak for Raquel. I agree with what you said. Let me tell you why. Because it is your feelings and you get to have them. It's valid. It's valid. What's also valid though, that's the other piece is what I'm trying to get you to get. So that's valid. You get to have that. It's okay because those are your feelings. But it's also valid that some people were offended by it. That's all.
Okay, so I hey I would again I would say it again, and I sincerely mean it. I didn't mean no harm by it.
Oh, yeah, you
But
don't. You ain't
when
gotta
I
apologize
say
by that no more.
I'm not, no, I've apologized a multitude of times, but I
And
feel
that's what
like
I'm saying. You don't have to anymore. The first
it's just
time you
being one of those
apologized,
things that
that was good enough. That
people
was
are
good
making
enough
it seem
because
like, oh, he's
that
just
came from your
against trans
heart.
women. I'm against trans women that's trying to climb my back,
Absolutely. And that's
and
And
what
that's
you
what
you're
I
have that
feel,
and
right.
that's what
You
you're
have
supposed to
and
that
do.
that's how
right.
I feel.
Mhm.
That's how I feel. And if any
Yeah.
woman, I don't understand why how how
Stop saying that. Stop
certain
saying that.
individuals just feel like that. Hey,
This
They
was the
get to be
attack to
offended.
all
They get to be
to
offended,
attack to
nephew.
all trans women. Hell,
Team
attack
studs.
to attack to all trans women. But like, it wasn't an attack to trans women. It was me stating that, hey, baby, leave me alone.
Right.
And I
And
think
I
I think that
understand that
That's
I
exactly what you
maybe
said.
You did state that. However,
it
You
could
was
said
have
that,
been.
but they
I
perceived as
could.
an
also
attack
get
on
to
some
feel
trans women.
Okay, so let
attacked
me
if
let me.
that's their
uh,
feeling.
Welcome,
They
Miss
get to
Black
feel
America. But
attacked if that's their
before you start
feeling.
talking to Maya, before you start talking to Maya, I just want y'all to just break it because I'm trying to have a clear understanding. Just dummy, just make it clear, dummy.
Mm-hmm.
Where in my post did I attack all trans women?
when you
This is
said
the thing. I am not saying that you did,
No, no,
but it
no.
is
Okay, you
valid.
said I ain't, but Giselle feel like I did. So
But
Giselle, come on.
and the reason why, because it is valid that if people feel attacked by what you said, they get to feel that way, whether it was your intent or not. So stop trying to understand why they feel that way. That's their
I guess
stuff.
he's
My
trying to
I
grandmother
understand
want
used to
to
say
what
under
he
all the
said
so
to
time,
make
going
them feel
allow
forward.
offended.
people's
So
stuff to
going
be their
forward, I
stuff.
wouldn't make the same mistake again because I don't want to make the same mistake twice where people just feel like, oh, this boy is against like trans women. Like if y'all see all my pictures, 95% of my pictures is sitting next to a trans woman.
Okay,
So
Yaheem. So has you said the trans women that are in my inbox, then we wouldn't have this. Because you would have point out that specific group of trans women. But you said trans women in general.
okay, but listen, if you're a trans woman and you know you're in my inbox being disrespectful, you
No,
shouldn't
no.
take offense to that.
Okay, so point out those
Here's the
trans women that
problem.
are in my inbox.
Okay, it was the wording. It was the wording. It was the
The
wording.
wording,
Got it.
yeah, yeah.
It was
Okay,
the
it was the
wording for
wording.
me.
That's what it was the wording.
You went from talking about one group of trans women being your inbox to
I'm a
saying
trans
I don't
ally.
like no trans woman, and it almost came across like all trans women are in your inbox.
Are in your inbox.
And that may not have been your intent, but that's how it read.
Huncho, let me tell you. You said I lost a lot of fans who may have been trans women. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't care because
Don't do that.
No. And that's just me just being honest because if a person feels
Why
like
I can't speak on
me making a statement to say that, hey, I am not
You'll
attracted
be able
to
to see the
trans women.
comments, Amaya, if you have Facebook on something else. But
Yeah,
right
you need
here,
to go
you
to
want me to
something
see
else.
it.
But
Oh,
Yeah.
for me to feel like that I need to walk on eggshells because of individuals who may have felt like that a statement was towards them. There's a market for everybody. There is a million men in the world who are attractive to trans women. I am just not one of those men, and I don't feel as though that my post was directed to say that, hey, I can't stand trans women. What my post was saying, in all honesty, it was just saying that to me, leave me alone because I am not going to go that far. That's all.
Okay, so I know you. Me and you have developed a beautiful relationship. We've known each other prior to even winning. I think if you would have said, because I wasn't offended by it, I think maybe if you would have just said to all the trans women that are in my inbox, leave me alone. I'm not interested.
But
I
that would
am
have
an
took out the
ally.
authenticity. That would have took out the authenticity of what I felt.
Well, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to tell you that's how maybe if you would have worded it that way.
I worded it to maybe maybe my wording could have been a little different, but my statement remains to be true. I,
We
Gerard
get it.
Anthony Simmons,
If you
Don't
say
like trans
got
women.
into
Yaheem
trans women, and that's
We get
Yaheem
perfectly
it.
fine.
Dupree,
Right.
I am one of the girls. I
You're
like
sis.
boys, and I am your sister. We are the fuck sisters. I
So there are
apologize
two
for making
queens.
y'all feel some type of way, but when you see me and you run across me, it is okay for you to say, hey sis, to me. But don't fall in my inbox or don't see me in person and say that,
But now,
hey, oh, you so fine,
there
and
are
grab
some
my
trans women
butt
who
or
like
do
other
anything
trans
like that.
women.
I'm
Sis.
and I am
And
one of the
Giselle,
trans women.
Giselle, stop.
Giselle, if you're aggressive, then maybe y'all are not two queens because you're aggressive sometimes.
I could be a slightly aggressive. A Bush Queen never told me I was aggressive.
But what's wrong with being aggressive? A lot of butch queens like aggressive.
What's going on with
trans
Black
women.
America? She keep coming in and out, in and out. I'm just joking, but Yeah,
I think that's the disrespect of telling one how to act. Like you can't tell a girl, oh, she shouldn't be aggressive
No,
because
you cannot.
you can't tell a woman how to be a
Who
woman.
she is.
There are
That's
all type of women.
yes.
There are
I never well
aggressive women.
for
There are
me. I never
passive
said it.
women. No, I'm not.
Y'all,
I'm not
No,
talking
she's
about you.
speaking general,
I'm
Yaheem. She's
just speaking
speaking
in
general.
general. I think that's the
hold
problem
on.
that this community have when it comes to girls. And like I said, I'm not even speaking for myself because I know I'm not aggressive. I don't approach Bush Queens any of those things. But when you make those blanket statements of, oh, the girls are aggressive, now it's like, wait, all girls are not aggressive. And if she is aggressive, you can't tell her not to be because that's who she chooses to be. That's who she is.
Okay, hold on.
Right. Yes. And the reality is that we are the women who we've patterned ourselves after.
After. Mm-hmm.
And it just so happens that I patterned myself after cisgendered women and I didn't pattern myself after another trans woman. And so that's why for me, my life looks different than a lot of trans women.
And even in my
Okay.
defense, I was
So
raised by all women. So the women that I was raised around, they weren't grabbing on men, telling men that, hey, okay, let me do this to you, or hey, let me do this to you, because the women that I was raised around had husbands. So when you saw that, they were with their man.
Right. And so
So for
that was
me,
your
having a
experience.
woman having a woman be aggressively telling me that, hey, I want you,
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Right.
And
And so
I
that was your
understand that my
experience, but
statement
there are
could have
some
been made
people.
better, but y'all just like, I feel like if I'm gonna have to just keep saying this, but if you were not in my inbox, you should have not taken offense to my studies. We got to agree to disagree. And if anybody does not like me after this, baby, the world gonna still revolve. And the longest the Lord breathe breath into my body, I am gonna be 150%
okay,
okay.
I'm gonna say this because I
But
got to get off real quick. But I listened to both parts, and I actually went back and read the post, G baby. So I see what you're saying, and trust me, when I read it, I took it just how you meant. Like, hey, of course I'm not, because
Mhm.
I knew how you meant it, because one, I know you, and just
I
like
know
everybody
you.
else on here,
Mm-hmm.
we know you. So, but when I read it, it was a run-on sentence that said trans trans sisters, I do not like y'all. Can y'all please stay out my inbox? So when it's a blanket statement like that, this is where it becomes dangerous, because there's a lot of people who don't understand every division of our community, every letter of our community. I remember specifically, and this came from one of the trans girls, and I hate to go back to this because I get emotional about it, even though it's happened years ago. When China got murdered, one of the trans girls made a post and said, it was a blanket statement, y'all are going to stop tricking these boys into thinking that y'all real women. Not knowing the story, it was just a blanket statement. And sometimes blanket statements like that is dangerous,
Yes.
okay, so if I would
because
have
all,
made a
all trans
status and
women.
added names, then y'all would have said that I was being a bully.
Being a
No, no, no,
bully.
no, no, no. Trust me. I understand the reason why you said it like that, but I just wanted you to understand that nobody is upset about your preference. Because
Oh,
I know you
they
kept
mad.
saying,
I've been sitting here reading the comments. These people are upset with me.
But are
about
you
not
okay
not
that
about
they
being
get to
distracted.
feel that way? That's the
No,
only
no.
thing. That's
I
how
didn't
they
read
feel
anybody saying
valid.
that they were upset about you not being attracted to girls, especially if you sitting up here identifying as one of the girls. Like, I don't see how that's possible. But I do see a lot of people saying that the blanket statement part of it, saying trans sisters stay out of my inbox.
To all of
But
us, we all
Toby,
trans
but how
women. We
about
trans
this?
women together. I just don't have no
Yaheem,
work. My
but
body
Yaheem,
real.
how
That's
about
the
this?
difference.
Have you even thought about this? When you say that I'm one of y'all, that could be offensive to some girls.
Just like,
You
and also,
that could be.
also,
I'm telling you,
also,
that could be.
what you just
Okay,
said.
that's another subject. I'm going, y'all. I
I
love
already know what
y'all.
you're
So
finna say,
great. All
Amaya.
Also,
It's the truth.
what
That
you
could be
just said.
offensive.
You just made the comment and said we all trans sisters. Y'all have work and I don't.
I
My
didn't say that
body
y'all
is
have work.
real and
I
yours
That
just
could be
said
not.
an.
that my
That's
body.
offensive.
That
I just
That's
said that I was
it
offensive.
born like
is.
this. I was born like this, and that I am one of the girls.
Well,
That is all I
if you
said. That
ask me, I was
in
born
my
like this
body,
too.
in my body,
Period.
in my
I
body.
was
I
born
just
like
have
this
not.
too.
I just have not decided to do anything to myself to transform myself into being a outside woman. But
Right.
internally, I live my life as an everyday girl. And
Okay,
that's just,
this is what
and anybody who
I've
know,
learned.
any girls who know me, y'all know that that is true.
This is something that I learned. I learned about this about the LGBT community. There's two things you don't talk about.
Oh, baby, y'all in these comments, y'all get offended by everything. Baby, listen, I'm sorry that y'all get
Yaheem,
offended
stop
by
reading
everything.
that. Stop
I am
reading
sorry that
it.
y'all take offense to
Stop reading
everything.
it.
My
Let them
body
feel
is
how they
mine, and
feel,
y'all gonna have
baby.
to suck it up and deal with it. God gave
Yaheem,
it to me. Let
Yaheem,
it go
stop
and let
reading it.
God. Let go
Yaheem,
and let God,
stop
baby. My
reading
body,
it.
mine.
Stop reading it. Stop
My
reading
teeth,
it,
But
my
there,
baby.
face
there
is
are two
all is
things.
mine. I'm
They
sorry.
get to feel
Damn.
how they feel. Stop
It's
reading
it's
it,
two
baby.
things that I've learned about the LGBT community that you just don't touch base on. You don't talk about,
You
and
can't touch nothing in this community.
that is trans and people's health status. You just don't speak on that.
But you have
Well, that
to,
ain't true because
Amaya.
I see a
And
whole bunch
what
of
what yeah
people
yeah
post
you
about.
have to, but
It
I
has to
think
be
that thing I
spoken
think
on.
that I think when those things are spoke of, those should be things that you speak in private, because anybody can be offended by
Right.
anything.
Or it's a place that if you're going to speak publicly about it, you got to tread real light.
Real lightly.
Especially when you have a platform. That's
Yes.
another thing.
Especially
When
You
you have
got to
a
tread real
very
light.
important
Mhm.
platform,
Yes.
you have to remember you are allies to certain people. So you are to represent those people in the best vision that you can. And when you don't do that, that's when it becomes offensive. Not it's not always the comment. Sometimes it's, wow, I thought he was to protect me. Or wow,
Okay,
I
but
thought he was
so
to look
listen.
out for me.
Okay, and I understand that, but why is it my burden to bear that if
Because you say
people
you're an
feel like
ally.
that, but I can still be an ally and still have my own personal perspective that I don't want a transgender women in my inbox, or I
Oh,
can still have my own
I agree.
perspective
and
and
I
say
agree
that
with that. I
that I
agree.
am. I can still have my own perspective and say that hey, I'm one of the girls, and
Yes,
say
I
that
said
God
verbiage.
bless
I
me
didn't say
with,
you couldn't
and I
say
can
that.
say
I
that
didn't say
God
that.
bless me with a body, but that don't mean that I'm being disrespectful to other trans women because I know a whole bunch of trans
That
women who
doesn't
have no
offend
work
me
at
because
all.
Right.
I agree.
But while you
So
may
how
not be
is that?
being
But
while
being an
you may
ally,
not being while you may not
Okay, well,
be
I'm just not gonna say that I'm being an ally no more because if I can't say that and everything I say becomes offensive, is that like
no,
Lord Jesus, why
and
can't I just have my own
I'm
personal
not
opinion?
saying, and I think you're taking this offensive. It's not
Because
people
it's
saying that
becoming
what you're saying is offensive. It's how you say things. But like the president can't say everything that he feels because he is the president. He has to say it in a manner to where it's not disrespectful, and people are to perceive would happen to perceive it as it's not disrespectful. That's all I'm saying. I inboxed you right after that and told you my post was not about you because I knew your intentions. But once you are ally for a large community, you have to say, does this work? Should my platform, me being Mr. Black Universe, should I say it this way?
Girl,
okay. So
And
there's
we
so
all
many
human.
things.
We all
There's
okay,
so many
so
human. We
things
all
I
that
make
have to
mistakes.
that
read.
Nobody's perfect. I'm not.
There's so many things I have to read 7 times before posting.
well, I that's a different topic for a different day because we not even bringing that into this because, baby, we're gonna let
but
that go and
Yaheem,
we
it's
gonna let that y'all
impossible
not gonna
for
bring that into this
it's
because
impossible for it not to be a part of
It
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 because
is.
that's the title that you
That's
represent.
who you are.
You
That's
can't.
who you
There's no
are.
set.
okay,
There's no.
so
So this is the thing. When you just like she
okay,
said about the
I'm not gonna
president,
bring that up. I'm gonna let that
just like when
ride.
she said about the president nephew.
I'm not gonna
When
bring that. I'm
you
gonna let that
hold a
ride.
title, I don't care what kind of title it is, you have got to be very
Careful.
mindful, especially
Very.
when it's a title
Well, I need a
that is in
publicist.
the
I need
that is
somebody
in
that's gonna
the
speak for me
And
limelight.
that's
because if
why
I can't speak
that's
for
why people
Right,
have,
myself,
what did I say?
cause
that's
I
why
need a
No,
publicist,
right.
baby. Cause y'all need to
Give me
make
your
What did
me
I
phone.
Yaheem,
like
nephew.
on the
girl.
conversation we had the
When it's
other
a
day, what did
title
I
that's in
say
the
that
limelight,
pageants
there's
need?
no
I told
way
him, I
that,
said
and
pageants need publicists.
it's sad, but the reality is
No, no,
you
no.
don't
Will
get to
I had a
separate it.
platform before. I had a platform before I
But now
became
your
Mr. Black Universe. I
platform
had
is even
13,000
greater.
followers on Facebook
Right,
before
but
I
now
even
your
became
platform
this.
is even greater than it was before. Or even if we don't want to say it's greater, right? There's another part that's been attached to the platform you've already had. And so
Mm-hmm.
now that you've got another portion that's been attached to your already existing platform, right? There's another level of tiptoeing that you gotta
You have
do
to do.
when you're
Yep.
representing that portion of your platform. And
Like
Okay,
it's
for
but
an like for an
impossible
example,
not to, it's impossible for that portion of your platform not
okay,
to
Mama,
be
get back. I'm getting chewed out
represented
by
when you
these young
say
ladies.
anything out
Get
of
back.
your mouth.
like for an
Okay,
I
example,
agree,
so
Rakim.
like for
I
an
agree.
example, if you work at Walmart and you have on a Walmart uniform
You're
and
representing,
you get off work and you go get in trouble
still
and they take a
representing
mug
Walmart.
shot of you with that shirt on and they get back to Walmart, you're fired.
Mhm.
well, hey, I didn't.
That
I
don't have
am.
it doesn't have anything to do with Walmart. You didn't do it at Walmart, but you
We gonna
you
have
have a
to.
platform that you're representing.
We gonna have
And people
to.
are the first thing they're gonna say is Mr. Black Universe, blah 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 blah.
Absolutely.
Well,
That's not
listen.
something that you
All
can
I said
control.
was made words. I ain't kill nobody. I ain't
Nephew,
steal
poor
shit.
baby.
I ain't do nothing to nobody besides state how I personally feel about people in my inbox. And to
Absolutely.
anybody
That's what you
who
did.
feels that I offended them,
That's what you
tough
did,
titties.
nephew. And
Because
and when you
that's
did
how
that,
I
nephew,
feel. I didn't do
you
nothing wrong
right.
to
You're correct.
nobody, but
Yes.
stated how I felt about people disrespecting me. And just because you have a platform, that does not mean you have to allow people to disrespect you or tiptoe or walk on eggshells for the sake of people that you don't even know to say that, okay, you offended me. Bitch, great. I'm offended by a lot of things that people say in reference to butch queens every day, but I don't take it out on them. I don't go to them and say that, hey, you offended me. No, I don't. But because y'all want to be a party of individuals who just feel like, oh, he's just so aggressive or
No, no,
he's
no,
just being
nephew,
so
nephew,
rude.
nephew, nephew,
But
nephew, nephew.
no,
Don't say y'all. Don't say y'all. It's just the people that were offended. That's all. That's all of us.
Hello.
and even to the people that were offended, I didn't say anything wrong besides
But that's
stay out
theirs.
my all right, and that's my point. And that's theirs, and this is mine. I have
Right.
the right to feel what
Yes,
I feel.
absolutely. That's what you stated. That's why this whole live is even being had, because you have a right to say how you feel. But in the same token, those people that heard and read what you put up also have a right to be offended. They have a right to not like it. They have a right to like it. They have a right to understand it. They have a right not to understand it. They still have those rights.
Okay, I got out of my bed because I have a perspective to. I don't think that he said anything out of line. That's his perspective. And
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
we're not going to understand everybody's perspective, but what we have to do is
It's
respect each
respected.
other.
Absolutely. Yes.
I'm one of those girls. I came up in the 90s. I'm one of those when I can purposely and speak from experience. I've been in situations where I have told myself I would deal with this type of man and I would not tell him what's going on because I want him to know me, how I feel, and my personality in hopes of when I do disclose that there will be a different outcome. But at the end of the day, if that's how they feel about trans women, regardless of what picture you paint, that's how they feel.
Right. And it's
You
valid.
can't make nobody feel differently than how they feel. And people have to learn to accept and respect that. He got fed up with people inboxing him inappropriate things and
Absolutely.
saying inappropriate things to him. Once his volcano have exploded, it's just coming out. And anybody can get hit by the lava. And you shouldn't have been near the volcano when you saw it was smoking. That's just how it is.
Even
But
like for that for
Now
that for
I'm
that
going.
statement.
Now can I say this? With that being said, Ava, yes, you do have to respect that, but he have to also respect the people that felt offended by what he said.
There it go.
Why?
This
There
is
it
a
is.
tool. This is a
That's
Because
not
two-way.
you
my
want,
burden to
because
bear.
you
This is
wanted
a
to
That's
two-way
not my
street.
burden to bear.
No,
nephew,
keep
you
in mind.
wanted the
Okay,
people
keep in
to
mind. I can
respect
speak on.
you
I can
saying
speak on
that,
this.
so you've got to in turn still respect them for how it made them
Exactly.
feel. That's
I can
all.
speak on this because I don't care to have a butch queen. I
That's
don't care
all.
mhm.
to have that. And I mean, so it would not offend me. But me being outside looking in, if you want me to respect what you said, respect how I will feel towards what you said. This is a
Okay.
two-way road.
Okay, so
It
this
just
my
gonna
this
go
my
your
thing.
way because you were fed up.
But
This my thing. Why do I have to own that burden when I don't call none of y'all and ask y'all
No,
for
it's
nothing?
not a
I don't
burden.
hold on. I don't call none of y'all and ask y'all for nothing. I don't call y'all and say, "Oh,
It's not
sister, I
about what
need,
you call
sister, I want." So
it's
why do I care what somebody else feel about what I posted? Because I'm not.
it's
Y'all can
not
say
it's
all that.
not about it's
Y'all
not
can say
about
all these different things, but it's not my burden to bear because somebody took offense because I said I don't want a trans woman in my inbox.
and guess what? It's not the people burdens to bear that did not get in your inbox and say the
I didn't
things that
ask them
other
to.
people
They
said.
decided to read my post. They came to my page to read what I
Again,
pasted
again,
on my
again,
page.
again.
That page
You
says
definitely did not
Yaheem
offend me.
Gerard.
Again,
Yaheem Gerard. I didn't welcome it. I didn't say y'all come read
again.
this, y'all share this, y'all comment, y'all like this. I didn't direct any of y'all. I posted what I felt, and the people that felt offended, they felt offended, and that's just a tough stick.
Right. And so can we be clear that anytime we open any door and let people in,
You got to know to
that
let people out.
everybody is going to
The
feel
door
a
is wide
different way
open. They can
about
walk
it.
in and out how
Some
they feel.
people are going to agree with you. Some people are not going to agree. The reality is when you put it on for the world to see it, you gave the world the opportunity to have an opinion. Whatever your opinion looked like, you gave the world that opportunity because you
Thank
put
you,
it there
Station.
for
This
the
is the
world
comment
to
we're
see.
gonna leave right here because I don't have to agree with anybody who digress my opinion. That's just like somebody. That's just like a trans woman saying, "Oh, I'm a top." That ain't my. That don't. I don't care. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to announce that to me because I didn't ask. And just because you came to my page to read what I posted, don't mean I have to address or care about the feelings that you may have in reference to what I said.
Absolutely.
I
Yes.
was
So
I was just about to say that.
Yeah,
Just because
absolutely.
somebody disagreed or had a difference of opinion does not mean he has to respond. Like
But the
the
thing
old
is,
saying that
I'm
people
asking.
say, what somebody think of you is none of your business.
Absolutely. And that's why I said to him, nephew, I don't want you to feel no kind of way about that because people are going to have their
Their opinion.
opinions. That just is what that is. And so when you hold on to what other people are saying about you or what other people are responding to what you say, that's when you make it your business. So
let
you've
me tell
got
you,
to be
Auntie.
clear first and foremost that anything you say, anything that you
Hey,
put
mommy.
out is
I'm
not
okay.
your
You don't have to
business. You
come
got to
over
be
here. I'm
clear
not
about that
upset.
first. And
My
when you're
puppy come
clear
and everything.
about
Come
that,
on.
whatever comes
I'm
from
okay.
it,
Come on.
you're not
It's okay.
bothered by it.
But this is my thing, and I'm gonna make this like very clear. I am not offended by anybody who feels offended by what I said. Because if I felt like I said something wrong, I would have taken the post down. But for me, I stood up for Gerard Anthony Simmons. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired of being disrespected. That's what I felt. And at that moment, I feel like a person who was not disrespecting me, who was not in my inbox, should not have taken offense to what I said. And I believe that that is what's wrong with the world, that everybody wants to bear everyone else's feelings. You
Yeah.
have to not be affected by what people say or how they feel, because if it does not affect you, then you should not have any issues with it. If you knew you weren't in my inbox, you should not have said anything in reference to what I felt. You didn't even have to comment, like it, subscribe to it. You could have unfriended me,
So then
and it
that's
would not
contrary to
have
us even
made.
having allies, nephew. Because if that's the case, listen to what I'm going to say. If that is the case, right, we would need to have allies because the reason we have allies is because they care about what affects us. Because what's
Well,
affecting us
how is
don't
me
affect,
saying that I'm not
listen,
attracted
it
to
don't
trans women
affect them.
offensive to?
It don't affect them. So there will be no need to even be an ally. When you say that you're an ally to trans, and I'm not talking about you right now. I'm speaking on just what an ally is. An ally is
Oh, Rio, I
somebody
wouldn't
who
care. It's
stands up
life
for
is life, baby.
somebody that what's going on with them
I
is
need
not
more
their.
space to add more people. So
It's
good,
not their issue. It's not their issue.
I'm
Rio.
listening to what Raquel has to say, but since her phone froze, I have a rebuttal. Okay, to me, when somebody's an ally, we'll use for example a heterosexual male who is very much in touch with his masculinity and who he is, and he can be friends with a gay male or a trans woman or whatever. Now, if at some point in time, whether that friend or a friend of that friend disrespect him, and he come out and say, I'm not into that. Don't fuck with me like that. Blah, 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 blah. However he feel, come out. Those other
That don't
people
mean that you are not an
they
ally
didn't
to them.
disrespect him.
No, and I'm not saying, but
No,
But
that's
he's
not what
still
Marcia
an
is
like I
ally.
saying.
say,
He's
that
still an
doesn't mean he's not
ally,
an
but
ally.
his
That's just his
No.
boundaries will not
personal
be
feelings,
set.
and
He's
he gets to
right.
So
have
what
That's his
that.
personal
if he
feelings, and
turn
he's
around
He gets
speaking
and
to
to
say
have
that
that as a
your
person. That's why I
person.
said to
That's a
Yaheem, he
personal
gets to
feeling.
have his because that's his personal feelings. But when it comes
Mm-hmm.
down to who allies are people who stand up for people who have issues that don't belong to them. They're
Okay,
not
so
theirs.
okay, so let me ask this question real quick. So just because I stated that I am not attracted to trans women, and I would like for trans women to not message me in a disrespectful manner means that I'm not an ally to trans
No,
women.
I'm not saying that.
No,
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 sir.
no,
Because if that was
No.
the
no.
case, then we would just all just have to dead this situation
Oh,
at the
no,
moment
sir. I'm not
because
saying that. No, you can still be an ally for trans women. That's just your personal opinion. I was just giving facts on what an ally is. That doesn't stop you from being an ally because you said that. No, you're still an ally.
I
That
just feel
doesn't
like at
change
this
that.
moment people are extremely sensitive because I feel like if you weren't in my inbox, you shouldn't have felt offended to me saying that I am not attracted to trans women. That
Okay.
goes for any trans woman that's walking this earth with
And you
two
get to feel
legs,
that way.
vagina, unsurged, however it is. I am not attracted. And I don't feel like nobody should take offense to me not being, I am one person out of 7.9 billion. There's somebody that likes what I don't like. The
Right.
same way when
exactly.
I was a young boy, before I had a man and I was dating, they had a million men who would not date me because my ass was too big, because my hips was too wide, because I was curvy and built like a bitch. And that didn't make me feel like, oh well, because a gay man doesn't like gay men because he don't like me,
Right.
or a
But that
gay
just
man is
means that
being
your response is
disrespectful to gay
different,
men
though.
don't like me.
But that
No,
just
but I feel like everyone is being offended or they feel some type of way because I made a statement to say that, hey, I I love trans women. I love y'all as individuals. We are all sisters, but stay out my inbox disrespecting me.
right.
How is that to be offensive to someone else? And I'm going to keep going back to this because
But
I'm
the
still
only people that can
confusion.
answer,
I
the only
am
people that can
still
answer that,
confusion.
Yaheem,
Are the
nephew,
one
is
that
the people
offended.
who were offended. That's all. That's the only
So
people.
my question
And
is
their offense.
anybody who is
And
on
their
this
offense
live,
is
were any of
valid.
you young ladies offended?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
No,
So when we
I
arguing
wasn't
on
either.
behalf
I,
of
I
No,
something
no,
we
inboxed
but
and
know is
it
talked
does,
to
good.
him.
but it doesn't mean we don't understand where someone that is offended is coming from.
But how do we know that there are some people that are offended? We
Obviously, they is because they all
Because
in the
they
post. They coming.
well
they in the post and they
my
offended.
thing is
I might as well go
the
get me
the
some titties
people
after this, baby,
who
because
are
listen.
so offended by what he had to say. Where are these same people when they beloved celebrities say things that are much worse? Are they on a bandwagon to somehow go and attack these people or voice their opinion to them? No. What's the difference? Because those
Y'all still
people,
listening to the baby, and the baby still say what he said.
yeah,
Y'all still listening to
and he didn't
Ti.
offend. He offended
Y'all listen to
people.
Nicki
Period.
Minaj. Y'all are Captain Super Saver Nicki Minaj, and she has come out to say that she don't like you punks. But y'all still listen to her, and y'all still do all these things. But because I said that I am not physically attracted to a gay woman, I mean to a trans woman, that I'm wrong.
And
I don't think that's.
honestly,
I
I
don't
don't
think
even
anybody
think
on this call. I don't think anybody on
I
this
basically, yes,
call
my
is
shape has
offended that
definitely
you
caused this
said
ruckus.
that or feel disrespected that you said that.
I'm okay.
I
Okay,
definitely don't. I'm not
I
because I
just
don't want to defend.
I'm speaking from a place of
I think I can look at it because I try to look at things from both perspectives. I guess that's the Gemini in me. I try to have balance.
and you know I'm a
I
Gemini,
wasn't
so I'm gonna stand
offended,
on what I
King.
say. I'm 10 toes down on what I feel.
I know your intentions. I think that I don't think you tried to offend anyone, but I can see how people might be offended. I
Okay,
mean,
so Giselle, let me ask you this question. Being as though that me and you have held this conversation, I have gave you names of individuals who have consistently messaged me and told me disrespectful things, do you believe that I should have continued to allow that to happen? Or do you believe that my wording should have been different after I continued to be badgered by these same individuals?
Looking at
I'm
sorry.
I have let you've seen messages from
I
people,
think
you know what it is. So am I, but my thing is that I feel like people think that I'm playing or that I'm lying or that I was just causing a confusion. So that's why everybody feels like so offended by it. But I've let you read these things, so you know that this is something that's continuously have
right.
happened to me, and this is something that I've got even spoken to you about that is becoming annoying. Even before this day, I've mentioned to you that, hey, Giselle, this is annoying. You are one of the only people I spoke to about this. So, like, how much is a person supposed to take, or how much is a person supposed to have people keep poking after you consistently tell these people that, hey, I don't like this. Hey, leave me alone. Hey, I don't want you to play with me like that. How
So
much is
you
it?
so you have responded to these people?
And I
Yes,
have
he has
said
now. Yes.
multiple times to
Yes.
say that, hey, I don't like this. Like, hey, I'm not interested in this. Hey, let it go and let God.
And
This
they
isn't the
still
first time that I've
push.
said this.
And
But
now
everybody
he's
feels like that
blocked
you're
them. And
supposed to
now, so
block
that will stop
immediately.
that.
But I've given people, and then maybe it's just a issue in me that I've continually gave people the opportunity to fix their own issue. But I'm wrong because I've had a moment where I just felt like that I was done with it.
Yeah, but I don't agree that you were wrong. That's not I don't that's the one thing that I don't agree on. I agree that you got to your point, and that's why you made the post. I just want you to hear that when you say anything to anybody anywhere, people are going to always feel indifferent.
Yes.
That's all.
And I'm gonna add this, not in defense of those individuals, but just to add a different perspective. They did those things, and even after your negative response, they pushed on because, believe it or not, there are butch queens out there that eventually changed their tune. I can promise you that.
We are sisters.
And I definitely
and,
hear
and,
that
and,
coming
and, and
from you
because
too.
of that, and because of the post, doesn't mean it's going to stop. It's not. Then what?
Yeah. No, well, it gets to stop now because he's blocked them.
But
So
Okay,
I
but
haven't
yeah,
blocked them
well,
all.
I mean, if he blocked him, but it's still going to be other girls that he haven't blocked, still going to do it.
and he's going to need to take a stand and block them too. If he's
Yeah.
Yeah.
disrespected by it, that's the stand he's going to have to take in order to stop it.
Well,
Now,
maybe,
now I can tell you what this has done though. What this has done, nephew, is those who were planning to come at you like that, it stopped them.
or
Who
it
is
should
Sam
at
looking?
least
Sam looking. Go
make
play with your
them
mama, bitch.
it.
That's what you
What?
do. Go play with your fat ass mama.
Oh my God! A lot of us have fat ass mamas.
Mine
Um,
too.
well, I do, but
Mine fat too.
no, I was because I was on the phone with one of my sisters. We were watching y'all together. We was talking, and I kind of said at some point your post should have reached, or it should only offended by the people who were in your inbox, the people who were thinking about being in your inbox, and the people who eventually will get in your inbox. Other than that, nobody should have an issue with it. And the people who do or plan on it, they should understand why you feel the way you do, because you're just not interested.
And I honestly feel like that I am being attacked for no reason, honestly, because we are all entitled to our own opinion, and
Absolutely.
we're all allowed to word things in a manner in which we want to word them. And I
Absolutely.
did not say anything disrespectful. I did not say anything to belittle a trans woman. I did not say anything to drag a trans woman. But what I did say was that I am not attracted to trans women. That's all I said. And I'm going to stand on that because I didn't say anything wrong. And
You did
I'm
it.
not gonna have people make me feel like I said something wrong because they don't agree with it. And 95% of this is trans women who Just don't try to make me feel like I'm wrong for defending
You're
myself.
not, nephew. You're not wrong, baby.
Like
Well, and I
that's
can
my
add
point.
this.
You're
I'm
not
not
wrong.
attracted to trans women.
And when you get on Facebook, it say what's on your mind. Ain't that the message? What it say?
That is what it says.
Ain't that what it asks you? And that
Yes,
on
sir.
that moment,
Yep.
that's what was
But
on my heart.
also to that point, they're also on.
Oh look,
Once
somebody
you
put
say
that in
what's
the
on your
comments.
mind, there's a section for people to leave a comment about what's on theirs.
Somebody put that in the comments. Yeah, Facebook say what's on your mind.
So
What's Tanisha said? Because everybody tagging Tanisha. Tanisha, hold on. Let's read your comment. That's what I agree with. That's why I'm being attacked. I agree
But
because
you
everybody
gotta
keep
know
bringing up
that.
this,
There's no
but
way you
y'all
can't
gotta
know
let it go
that.
and let God. Because
I
even in
think
my post,
I think what let me tell you something. I think why you're being attacked further is the doubling down on I don't care. They're gonna keep attacking you. You may not care. We get it. You don't care. But once you say that, they're gonna come at you harder. They're gonna come at you harder. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's just the nature of
Giselle,
the
you
beast.
know what be in my purse, so you know what be in my bag. I wouldn't care. Don't approach me. Don't tell me nothing because I was not wrong for feeling how I feel. And everybody can say if it was a boy, you wouldn't have felt like that. Well, guess what? I like boys. So if it was, maybe I wouldn't have. But I don't like trans women. So you
Yeah.
gotta deal with it.
It
That's
just
all.
it is what it is.
They have a market for you. There's a market for trans women to be loved, adored, and appreciated. I am just not a buyer. I won't
Well, if
That
there
walk in
are
this.
any
I
butch queens
won't
that are
walk in
watching
the
this
store.
live that like trans women, my inbox is always open.
Hey,
On that note, can I
we
say
gonna have
thank
to
you,
go.
nephew, for allowing me to come
We've been on
on?
here 4.5 hours.
I pray
Bye.
that I've helped in
Cause
some kind of way or said something
you
to
know
make
what,
you.
Auntie, I'm gonna tell you what. You have gave me a better perspective on my wording, and I could have probably said that, hey, to the girls in my inbox.
Yes.
If that statement
Yes.
would have saved that post,
Yes.
I would have said that to the ones
Yes.
that are messaging me.
Yes.
This is to y'all, to
Right.
the ones
Absolutely. Yes,
that
sir.
are
So it
messaging
took
me.
us 4 hours for you to get
Yes.
that. That's all we were
No, no, no,
saying. The
I
ones.
love you.
no, 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 no. I've got it, but it's just that I'm going to stand 10 toes down for me
Yes, and you should.
because
And you
I
should.
feel how
And
I
you
feel,
definitely
Yes.
should.
and no matter who
Absolutely.
feels what they feel, I'm going to stand 10 toes down for me.
Yes,
Like
sir.
a person comment and say, "Oh, you will never find true love." Well, baby, if you didn't know, I'd have loved, I've lost, and I'm loving again. But guess what? It won't be with a trans woman.
We were almost there.
Oh well.
It's the bluntness for me. And some people take offense to people who are blunt. I'm one of those people. I believe in, being 100% real with people, regardless of how it feels when you hear it. The truth, it may hurt, but it's going to take you further than a sweet, shitty lie. And that's just how I
And that's
brought up.
that's the issue to this because I've continued to be sweet and say that okay, that's cute, girl, like letting stuff pass and let stuff slide and ignoring certain comments. But at a point when you tell somebody that hey, baby, leave me alone, like you get offended. That's like if you have a bully that's bullying you at school, one day you gonna explode and you gonna beat that bully ass. And at
I
this
agree.
moment I have exploded, and I just want if you're not messaging me to say, "Hey, friend, hey, sis, what's the tea? How we living?" Don't message me talking none of that nonsense. You can put hearts. You can say I'm handsome. You can do all of those things, and I will be receptive to it because I think that there are beautiful trans women who pictures that I've hearted, that I've commented and said beautiful, but I have not gone to the extent of messaging them to be blatantly disrespectful to those individuals. That's my stand. That's my whole standpoint on it. Just respect me, and I will respect you because respect is due a dog. Paige, come here so these people can respect you. Respect is due a dog.
Good night, everybody. I love you
Good
Good
all.
night,
night, Auntie.
beautiful.
Like, so that's just where I'm at, and I apologize to anybody who took offense to it, but I'm still. And if you don't know what that means I'm 10 toes down for me.
I,
Like that's just what it is. And my wording could have been different. I could have said to the girls in my inbox, but it's how I said it. It's how it's gonna be. And to y'all, good night. Love you all. We had a blast.
Love you.
Thank y'all for being here. 4.5 hours later.
all
Good
right.
night.
I can go back to sleep.
So thank y'all for joining us. Thank y'all for watching us. Um, it was a blast. I apologize to anybody who felt some type of way in reference to what I said, but I still stand on my wording. Well, not my wording, but I still stand on my feelings because I don't want to be disrespected. I will not continue to allow individuals to disrespect me or disrespect my mind or my heart. And I just have to stand on that. Like, respect me, and I'm gonna respect you because everybody isn't gonna like what you like. Everybody isn't going to want what you want, and everybody isn't going to be receptive of the way you say and do things to them. And I am not a person to harbor and accept respect. I want to accept respect. Disrespect is not something that's going to live within me. It's not going to be around me, and that's just not something that I am going to tolerate for myself. So we love y'all, and thank y'all for joining us.